Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! dust! Her fragrant sleeves have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
What's up, Warriors, and welcome to the WKS Spring 2025 Qualifier Finals. You're joining me here, Contra, alongside with my buddy Zeno Viper, as we bring you into Day 2 of the Qualifiers, where we've only got a couple of teams left to vie for the top 2 spot in the league.
Not just top 2 spots, guys. Remember, this is also kind of eliminations for some of these teams. As how we see them play yesterday, we said goodbye to 2 of them, Abel being 1. So yeah, I mean, this is only day 2. More up in the upcoming weeks, right? Once we find out who of these 2 teams join up in the WKS, and then we got another bout of 8 teams to play for you guys.
That's right. If you guys have missed out some of the action coming in back in day 1, well, like you said, we would have a lot of back and forth action, and some series might have actually win pretty much straightforward with 2-0 sweep, but it wasn't an easy task for any of these names out there to be able to at least advance up ahead. So, of course, we'll update you guys with the brackets of what really happened back in day 1 in a short moment's time. But Zeno, you were covering some of the matches, and have you seen any big surprises? But before that, of course, here are the prizes in store for everyone playing in the qualifiers.
Well, you talk about surprises. I just want to echo off of that, right? Because for surprises, there are these prizes. You got $1,000. Basically, the lion's share of the $2,500 for the first place. Second, third, and fourth place accordingly as well. That's not too bad. And you don't walk home empty-handed even if you end up in the 5th or 8th place. So yeah, shout out to Teamy as well as Level Infinite for even giving a little bit of money when this is only the qualifiers, not even the Wildcard King series straight up. Alright, so there is still going to be a chunk of the moolah to take home. But not just the money, it's about the glory sometimes.
That's right, and of course, there's plenty more to fight for if they do get their spot in the league, and that's probably tenfolds of what's being offered right now in the qualifiers. So speaking of which, of course, everyone walks away with a little something in return, even if they were to be taken out at 7th or 8th place. Of course, we thank the teams for putting in all the great action, as we'll hope to see some of them make it into the upcoming season of the WKS. Meanwhile, for those who are still on board, well, not only are there plenty of cash on the line, but of course, pride and glory of their Say It region as well. As we take a close glimpse onto what went on yesterday, Pause so far on an undefeated streak as they knock out Fearless HK to be dropped over onto the lower bracket, which we will eventually jump into that match shortly. So, looking into yesterday's match, ZNS as well as MSM, they went all the way into all 3 games as ZNS comes up ahead as they booked themselves a spot to challenge against NLG, who have gotten taken down by MCE over onto the upper bracket, and we'll have to see who will be able to make the cut on the lower bracket.
So it's interesting for the upper bracket final right now. Now that one is best of 5. I'm not sure if you're going to be covering that today. I think most likely yes. So the Pause G, okay, Pause Gaming is what it's called, has fought MCE last year. Just saying, and they basically it was a grand finals. I think they went 3-0 in favor for Pause. That was so that was not last year, sorry. This is the Open Series 2025 Split 3. Okay, it was a split. So they're going to go head-to-head with each other again, and it's not going to be their first time meeting. So a little bit of friendly rivalry maybe. We're just going to have to see. After all, these teams so far coming up hot yesterday, they have been putting on very, very strong performances, right?
And on top of that, this is also not the very first time that Fearless have to go up against, some of these ex-members of iGaming, or you can even argue Impunity, where they are one of the best out of the Burmese squads out there to be making a deep run into the tournament. So, of course, this is a whole lot of pride to be representing their own nation, and looking at Fearless Hong Kong, they're definitely going to be able to give us one hell of a game, where I would dare say that this could very well be one of the highlight matches as we kick off our run for this evening. Meanwhile, of course, in our second set of series, we'll have Next Level Gaming to take out Zem, No Syndicate. Whoever wins either one of these series, they will march up ahead on that lower bracket quarters, or should I say semis, and then we'll get ourselves that best of 5 to close out the night.
I say we got ahead of ourselves talking a bit about MC and Pause, right? So we're gonna watch out how these two Hong Kong teams fight each other, but we're gonna come back to reality. Our first game is gonna be Fearless against LFO, which is a Hong Kong team versus again a team from Myanmar, right? It's gonna be sad to see one of these teams go because I really enjoyed how they played yesterday. You know, they kind of switched up just a little bit into team comps. I have all the drafts here, and it's important to note that this is not it's not global ban pick. So it's going to be standard draft, meaning that whoever they picked before can come into play again, which kind of shuns me off a little bit because I want to see these unorthodox picks, which usually only comes in global bans.
Yeah, you could basically argue that, it's a global pick bans that kind of set things apart, right? But if it's going to be a best of 3, the pool is not being too, thin on what you could basically measure up against. But of course, with the curveballs being thrown with you not being able to pick what's best back in game 1, then that is just slight little hindrances where I do believe that some of these teams have prepped, plan A, plan B, plan C, you name it, right? So look at what has worked out for somebody inside Fearless as well as LFO. These two teams are very capable on playing high-intensity matchups with high tempo in the early game. So I'm definitely hoping to see maybe a little bit more aggression being displayed. So since you've actually casted some of the matches, like what kind of picks are we expecting from either side to be contested?
Arlie. It's never banned. I have no idea what's going on yesterday. It is proven time and time again. First pick, Arlie, and the team almost always wins. So it's interesting in the statistics in Asia where red team usually has a higher win rate compared to blue. Versus other parts of the world. So the only reason they've been winning in the blue team as prior pick was because they snap pick early. Dharma is almost always consistently banned. We only seen Dharma once or twice in the entire game itself. And then we had a Fuzi come up, I believe, and a Sima Yi. Some little situational picks come up, but they did not see the light of day. Pei as well, I think it was 1 out of 3 games that just won, but the others, they just collapsed drastically. So I mentioned it that if you want to pick these type of heroes, you got to measure the tempo on your team's gameplay, kind of on the balance of the scales of the enemy, because if they catch you off your tempo, off your timing, you can't get your items, they start pushing and then suddenly you're irrelevant, right? So I'm always all excited about Honor of Kings when it comes to the drafts because there's so much things we can theory craft.
Yeah, true enough. Sometimes matches are basically won from the draft itself, so we'll definitely have to see as the clock is ticking. We are getting very close into witnessing what could very well be our first draft here in this best of 3. This is absolutely going to be epic, so I can't wait to get this started. From what I do assume, Fearless HK, they should be starting on blue, while we're going to be taking a look at LFO to be over on red. But of course, let's go head-to-head on these two fine teams of the region.
Well, we have said goodbye to 2 teams from Myanmar yesterday. This is one of the only ones remaining left on the lower brackets. So all eyes on them, right? We'll see the predictions coming up. So that will be interesting to see what the audience will be rooting for. However, we talk about Dharma, very impactful hero. Seems like in the Asia region, we're almost going to see first phase ban.
True enough, and majority of the case, if it's not going to be Dharma, then you're looking at potentially a Mayin. A lot of all these high skill cap heroes that has been played out by some of the top teams out there. Now, Fearless going in with a respect band, as they do know that LFO does play a really mean Pei. Well, there's not going to be any Luna to be maneuvering around the map as well, so just like what you said, that Arlie, it's not going to be axed up because it's too valuable. You leave it out in the open. Fable wastes no time to secure it for KK.
So, Fearless Hong Kong, being able to pick up the Arlie is going to be big again because of how its impact. I'm just echoing off what you said. But the thing is that if LFO lets this go, that means they should know how to deal with this Arlie. So far yesterday, we've seen questionable comms on versus against an Arlie, right? They've been picking things like Long, they've been picking things like Marco Polo, which almost always is going to suffer in the lane. So, interestingly, they did not do lane swaps as well. So, maybe you understand the matchup a little bit. It's not the first time they're playing. They played the split series, right? So they're going to respond with the Yixing and the Byron pick from LFO side. So that's a very strong mid controls. 2 arguably really good stuns to start things off for LFO.
Yeah, very interesting that they actually went in for the Clash lane take very early on, and just to respond to that, Sky immediately opted to secure the Sun Tzu. So, in the form of playing all across the map with the set sail, I do think that there is a slight edge. In the laning phase, I would think that it will still be very much stable, or should I even say, Sun Tzu having a little bit more priority on that wave clear. Other than that, that mid lane matchup, I want to see how exactly does Fearless actually skill throughout the match, because you not only have to skill for the early, you're also looking at this Ganon mode that will be hitting some high output towards mid as well as late game. So, that to be said, we're moving over on to our second phase of the draft. Typically, we always see Ogren to be taken out if it's not being picked just yet. And interesting enough, Diada has not been seeing that priority in that first phase, so they will immediately exit out.
The other combo with the Arlie can be dreadful, especially if you. It's kind of like a sub Yaria, right? So, and you look at the phases of the picks. It's the mid that's confirmed already. We've got the Clash as well as the Marksman. So when the second phase of the ban comes, they're pretty much banning off each other, which really thins the pool. This is not usually how drafts go out, but it's interesting.
Yeah, of course, we're looking at a lot of all these tanks to be secured, and immediately LFL will opt to go for the Lampo. Pretty much solid, as we're going to be looking at Elise to be making sure that they could actually find a way to cut right through the battle and land a huge Tremor Smash. And perhaps that could basically shake things up a little bit. Looking at the side of LFO, I would say that they do have a very steady pacing, pretty much a decent tempo coming into that early mid game, but I want to see if they can allow the D-Jet to just scale up, and you're going to see a huge impact of play coming in from some of the members of LFO. Meanwhile, we are seeing a Jing. Wow, okay. Now these guys from Fearless are absolutely flexing here in game one.
These guys are flexing? No, I think people from Fearless are fearless. If they do lock that in, then we will have a game on our hands. They're still hovering on it. They teased us with the Baichi as well. I'm not sure it was Fearless who did that yesterday. But if they do, and it is all right. I was about to say, if LFO locks in the Lianpo first as a roam, it kind of opens a lot of jungle opportunities for Fearless to pick. I thought they would be going for another tank, but no, they doubled down on the snipes, you know? When you have a Sun Tzu set sail coming into your face, there's really little that you can do. And if you carry this Jing along, swish, slash, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, you could be deleted in less than a second.
Yeah, I could definitely see the huge grand scale of the spectrum of what they really want to bring to the table, especially this with the Yuhuan to be able to give them a little bit more that sustain. So it's all eyes onto Sky right now. How much of an impact does this Jing actually bring? Because good Jing players, they can just smack everybody over on the early game. You get that first blood and you just ramp up. It is so hard to actually catch her. So that to be said, they are also bringing the Agudo, so I would still say that for the matchup, LFO is looking at a very balanced side of the roster where Fearless, if they can ramp up in the early game, they could be absolutely unstoppable.
I think the Agudo pick in response to the Yuhuan is awesome, because when you play with a Yuhuan, you'll be kind of just congregating up, you know. So the Gorge mobilization will be able to get some value, at least 2 or 3 stuns. So I would say Fearless Hong Kong has to watch their positioning. Whereas if you're Fearless Hong Kong, how do you scale this Jing? Definitely it's going to be one of the hyper carries compared to just having the Arlie, alright? So if Jing can get a little bit more early aggression, it can give some time for the Arlie to pick things up. After all, she's not the fastest farmer early game.
Yeah, you could say so, which is why they're just funneling whatever resources, having a little bit more of that safety net over onto the mid lane as we begin our first match here in the best of 3 between Fearless versus LFO. Now, quickly as we go, we do see those lane swaps going through. Of course, Ganon Mo would be absolutely safe, taking that bomb wave to be going up against the Byron, so a little bit of range disadvantage, so you would expect not too much of exchanges to take place over on bottom. Meanwhile, though, going for the camp, stealing one away.
Yep, I like the lane swap going for Arlie and the Yuhan support mid first, right? Because once they clear the mid wave quick, they can just rotate anywhere they want to take some of these neutral camps. So they don't expect this Gun and Mo to be rotating that much, so they're fine to just pop him onto a lane, sit there, get as much farm as possible. And it is against a Byron too, so very favorable lane matchup. I like the stuff that Fearless Hong Kong is doing right now.
Yeah, at the very same time, as much as they do have that kind of wave pressure, it is not too much of a huge concern with the Syndicate to be manning all these crashing waves out there. So it's going to be a very steady start. We're not expecting too much of that early pickoff just about yet, but a little bit of a dicey situation over on the KK as they got to surf right away. Meanwhile, a diver on the Uguay looking for that first blood as they look to activate Sky. Huge one for Fearless Hong Kong.
Good activation. Yeah, he hit that level 4 just nick of time. The same thing I was worried about the Gorge mobilization because both junglers hit level 4. They were gagging on different lanes, but it is Fearless Hong Kong that walks away with the first blood.
Yeah, and looking at those form of exchanges is just a little bit more unfortunate where they were trying to find a little bit more of that picking up mid, but unable to do so while they just prior onto that opportunity, right? Where Sky, like I said, just hit that level 4 and he just full sends it. That was beautiful to watch.
Okay, I've got D-Ranger also level 4 with that Imperial Order as well. One's a big stun. Yeah, they might connect.
And here we go, another fortune mobilization. They do land a knockup, and the worldwide bot catching over onto Win as he will have to flash away, but will still be caught up. That U1 goes down, but it's not over just yet. Still chasing on the Fable as he gets knocked up in the air, and that is going to be a 2-for-0 exchange as the Burby side fights back.
I like it. So they know Fearless Hong Kong has a very good lane. So what could LFO respond with? Ganks. Their team fight is great. As I said, they're pretty good stuns. They realize they don't need that much farm to be effective early on. And now, not only they respond with the first blood with 2 kills of their own, they're almost matching up back to the gold lead coming out from Fearless.
Yeah, great macro decisions, right? When we take a look at how, like you just mentioned, they just need to roam around the map, catch them off a position where Fearless kind of over-rotated right there just to secure that fire beat in that sense. And here comes Mirror Domain being popped up, but no Jiffy as that cooldown is not going to take too long. But the Worldwide Board has already been opened up to lock Win place, but no cigar over onto this form of a skirmish.
Okay, we're just back to reality real quick though. Things are slowing down a bit, and it's just in time for these neutral objectives to come out, and they're already congregating 10 seconds in very soon for the Tyrant.
That's right, 10 seconds from now is where we will opt to see whether if Fable can actually rotate with the set seal. He might be a little bit late to the scene, but first with such a big element, you could just channel it across the map as they're already working onto the Tyrant, bringing it down to 50%. Is there a response coming from the side of LFO? Seems like they're held back, so this Jing will be able to secure it for Fearless nonetheless.
Yeah, one good thing about having an assassin jungler is that they do take out dragons relatively quicker than a tank jungler. And farm wraps up quickly. As you can see, all junglers are actually level 7. Right now, what's going to set them apart is going to be the next 3-4 minutes. How much ganks can they get? How much more towers can they get as well? Because we are going to move into the mid-game phase.
Sure enough, and we're looking at the scalability for D-Ranger as well, where that initial pickup finding 2 over on the top side has definitely paid dividendly despite him being dove upon. Acts of Torment now online for Sky, having a little bit more shred to be offered. So we'll have to see on how exactly do they initiate, because Fearless Esports, the only way that they could actually get a clean engage is to get Fable to be involved in some of these battles, but so far, he hasn't been participating. Speaking of which, that's going to be a huge jump onto Win, but we'll be able to steer clear away from danger.
Yep, pop the Unending Sorrow just in time, and that's the beauty of the Yu-Huan, right? As a roam, which is arguably one of the best roles for Yu-Huan right now, compared to on the jungle and the mid. So, heals are alright, even though she got nerfed recently, but they still do have the Tyrant buff. So ends up a 1-for-1 exchange for the dragons coming up here, so don't have to worry about the Primal Bomb, but another initiation up at bottom. But most of these are just brushing shoulders.
And on top of that, they're just going to have a little bit more of that constant pressure, especially with the Overlord now being secured by the rest of these members of LFO. Looking for that mid-prio, jumping onto Woodwind again. As much as, Yuhwan has plenty of sustain, the more you put in Prot and just put her on the tread, you kind of want to burn all of our spells, so that eventually, if you can get the full connection, then you can take her down. But it's easier said than done. Speaking of which, a catch over the side lane as the Byron goes down, while they will have a dive being set right into the bottom lane. And just like that, Uguay finds another kill.
Okay, so both side lanes getting a kill each on both teams' side. I think that's pretty even so far, if you ask me. While we are still on topic of Woodwind here with the Yuhwan, she's doing her best to just walk around and get as much vision as she can. After all, she has a pretty good escape for her own. And it's hilarious that her name is Woodwind, because if you know what that name means, it's an instrument. And she's playing an instrument. So here we go, set sail. Go to the sea, try to catch anyone there, but it's just doing ring around the Rosie. Looking to get the tier 1 tower, and they will finally probably find and engage here.
Yeah, that set sail hit over onto the landfill. Not exactly the target they want, since Elise could just hop over some of these walls to keep himself pretty much safe. Throughout all these form of exchanges, we are still looking at less than 1,000 difference between both teams. And at the very same time, LFO, as much as they're hit by that 1 kill, seems like the rest of Fearless have been able to still hang on to their macro to just be able to really formulate the change with a lot of pressure coming with the waves crashing from all sides. So somebody's got to attend to that for the moment, and that leaves plenty of room for them to set something up for the next hiring.
Still think it's an even line on the farm, right? Because Arlie also has a Doomsday already. Didn't get to catch on the D-Ranger's side. But as time goes by, D-Ranger is going to hit much harder, and the team fight potential from LFO is a little bit more scary. You see, roam into the jungle, we'll find this random Agudo there. She will tumble Furball away. But that just might not be an engagement here. They just, like I said, just brush shoulders. I don't think any of these teams are comfortable enough to get on into a full-scale team fight.
Yeah, you can see that the rest of LFO are definitely hunkering down together as they slowly beeline their way onto the next turn that's spawning up. But the only problem right now is that Fable, he's unmanned over onto the Clash lane. So somebody's got to respond to this. So the rest of LFO have got to decide, do they go in for that contest? It seems like they will have to let this one slide while they keep themselves a couple more of these defenses up for the moment. So quickly as they go, Fearless right now taking the driver's seat.
Okay, well, driver's seat is correct because another Tyrant buff goes into their way, so they will convert these to towers if they don't get team fights. But I think LFO has to respond here. They can't just drop their towers, so they came on pretty quickly and cleared those minion waves. And I would feel like Fearless Esports, the jig will start to fall off if she does not start to get these kills. Her farm is pretty decent. She's level 12, on match with Agudo as well as D-Ranger when you think about it. So if your levels are almost the same as them, she could be a little bit behind. She just hit level 13, so you could probably disregard everything I just said.
Yeah, true enough. I mean, the rest of LFO, their game plan is to really stall so that they get all these activation of items up for Uguay, right? Since this is technically like a protect the precedent kind of composition with multiple tanks up in the front line where you just want this DRJ to slowly shred anybody apart. If it all goes a little bit hairy, then you still have Yas to drop in the World is My Board to keep everybody pretty much in check in that sense. So Fearless, I'm kind of concerned for them. If they allow the rest of these members of LFO to scale, will they eventually become a brick wall where it's really hard for even some of these offensive heroes to be able to shut them down, especially Sky, whether if he will still have an impact later on?
It's interesting because when I see teams, team compositions like Fearless, I usually have like doubts, right? Because it's not a reliable front line. Half the time, if your sister comes in, he will die. So it really has to depend on the micro level plays of your teammates to see if they can really snipe these kills. So they will finally get an engage, 1-2 Dragon Siege on the different sides.
Yeah, going over an exchange as we are seeing a full offense coming in from the rest of Fearless, hoping to actually steal away the Overlord while they manage to actually catch onto Golden Rain as they form up a dive, still recommitting once again. The rest of LFO got what they needed, so they will back away.
Did they actually steal the Overlord? I don't think so. Oh yeah, okay, so it's still one dragon for each. Alright, valiant effort, but they do lose the Agudo in the meantime, so they will even out the score. I want to touch base back again on the amount of tanks they have to go through for LFO, right? It's almost always going to be front to back, unless the Jing finds a very, very good flank. But, you know, if she's in, half the time she's going to be CC.
Oh, there we go. A dive onto the Yixing as the set still being set right into this mid lane turret. They are overcommitting though, as they will full set it all the way into the back line with the mirror domain to shut down 4 and 5 members of LFO. And just like that, Fearless will look to open up the map and just secure game 1 for themselves.
I can't believe it. We are just theory crafting, talking about how Fearless Esport will probably win here, and they just destroyed LFO in the blink of an eye. So as I said, okay, on paper, their draft is not exactly favorable against LFO, but all it just takes is one team fight.
My, and we were talking about this taking time bump. If you allow the rest of these members of LFO to skill, then there might be no huge returns, but they wasted no time. They know the opportunities now because they've been weakened from that fight that we last saw over onto that Overlord takedown. And while they are still licking their wounds, they're not fully backing away just yet. So that was a perfect opportunity seized, understanding that there's not much of these ultimates available for LFO. That was just perfect execution. Whoever called the shots right there deserves a huge round of applause.
All right, and I think it also, I think the MVP that game should have been Fable. He went to the back line, dive tower, right? And he actually caught 2 or 3 members right there. So they said, okay, we're still sending it. They have the range, so all they lost was just the Sun Tzu, and then the rest of the team just cleaned up. It was just microplay at its finest.
That's right, and on top of that, Sky, you saw how deep he actually went with the mirror domain as well. Just basically causing a little bit of a stir as catching onto this Jing has been a little bit tough and pesky, which you can just swerve left and right, back and forth, and just like that, opens up all that space for KK to eventually secure whoever else that was low enough for them. So I just love how swiftly Fearless Esports actually took action, where they saw a little bit of a dent on the wall and they just basically land a huge punch. And, well, there's just no doors left in that sense for them to even defend for LFO. So that being said, I gotta say that perhaps they just overcommitted onto the objective in the sense where they were hoping for a clean 50-50. You get the Tyrant, I get that Overlord, and we call it a day. It seemed like they were kind of pincered inside the jungle. That kind of caused this chain reaction to eventually overwhelm LFO.
I think it's actually the Yixing that got caught out in the mid lane first because he thought they were safe behind towers. You know, he took a little bit of damage. His passive was triggered, and then at the moment I said Jing needs to find these flanks, he just got flanked. Yixing just got flanked by the Jing, came out, mirror domain, and that's just the start of the chain reaction of everything. Everything just started to crumble when you don't have your mage, you losing out your warriors by board, and then everyone just comes in from FE side to just get those damage, because even though they aren't really tanky earlier on, but they have the range to hit those pokes. And to be fair, that early into the game, your team comp really isn't that tanky yet, other than the side of Lian Po.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. As we did see, Fearless have been able to get high priority onto majority of the Tyrants, where LFO has been responding by securing those Overlords, which even with those Overlords, it didn't seem like it has allowed them to be able to form up with that map pressure. We last saw the rest of Fearless HK securing about 60% of the margin of the map, where most often than not, LFO, they were just bunching together, hoping not to be flanked from either side of these kind of pushes, and that kind of allowed a little bit more of an opening over on the Clash lane, even on some of these challenges, right? So I kind of want to see LFO improve on answering some of all these calls over on the side lanes by managing things a little bit better. So other than that, Fearless, if they stick to what they're doing, they're very well on track to be looking for an advancement into the lower bracket semifinals.
Well, shout out to them as well for having their good laning phase. I talk about how they decided to do a little bit of lane swap to transcend those movements into more gold. They realized maybe that their Arlie was a very key factor in securing the game. Arlie got the MVP anyway, right? She has 0 deaths, she got 3 kills, her farm was great, only behind Jing, by the way. So I think everything just went well for them. And now, how does LFO come back from this? They have only 1 game left before they really say goodbye to this qualifiers, though.
Yeah, I think like there's a few things that you really have to ensure, right? Like especially in the draft, if you really want to go for that Byron, usually it's an answer to a pick, especially when you're playing on that right side, you will actually get that form of prio. So if they want to go for something similar, perhaps they would just land maybe priority picks on a little bit more of either an initiator support, something like if you want to secure or Dia or you want to stick to Lempo, you can then basically opt to do so by not really revealing too much of the cards in hand. And other than that, that Arlie that we talked about still has major impact onto what LFO could have actually brought to the table as well, right? It was rather difficult to actually catch her in some of all these skirmishes. She did not even falter even once throughout the course of the battle. So somebody's got to keep that Arlie in check. So, but that's it. What kind of picks are we looking at? Maybe is it time to bring in a Luna so you can just give chase to this Arlie? I'm honestly not too sure. We'll have to see.
Well, that's it. The Arlie rampage continues, just proving time and time again the high win rate is pretty high, but we'll see if that still shows up in the next game here. When we go for a break, guys, we will bring you the game number 2 between LFO and Fearless. Please don't go anywhere because there will be more Honor of Kings coming right after this.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter-sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Welcome back once again as we bring you even more action here in the WKS Spring 2025 Qualifier Finals. As my name is Contra, alongside with me, Xeno Viper, and just like that, in a snap of a finger, Fearless Esports called the shots, and they just strike a firm blow to secure themselves the first point of the series. One more to go to see them go up the bracket, but I'm pretty sure LFO has got a couple of answers back at them.
Oh yeah, looking pretty strong. Game number one. It was a short break after all, and I hope that was enough for LFO to reconvene. We're going to go back to the drafting phase. All right, that was not something that they should have lost. I felt the draft was pretty solid, but now they don't have to pick something that's just strong in their own sense. They got to pick something to match up Fearless Hong Kong because they really showed they can be fearless.
Well, they definitely are showing plenty of their strides so far on how aggressive they really want to play. But even despite all of that conversation on, activating the Jing and so much of all that in return, all they really need is a timely matter to really call for the team fight. And I was asking, when exactly are we going to get that perfect set sail? And lo and behold, after that Yixing was pretty much stuck underneath his own turret, they just wasted no time and just went all in. So, looking at this draft, if you were on LFO's side, is there could be any consideration onto banning whatever that was played coming from Fearless Esports? Because I might either consider that Jing maybe if it's played this good on game one.
I say it usually just come down to two things in a ban pick phase. Number one, are you picking to counter your enemy? Or number two, are you just playing to your own strengths and ignore what's coming up from the enemy? So it really, really sees what the team dynamic is. We haven't seen too much of them on broadcast. This is only the second day. So I just want to see in response right now, they know that Fearless Hong Kong can go something unorthodox, something like a Jing. I still don't think Jing is a ban-worthy pick. It didn't really pop off per se, so they can still let that go, but then trust in their own process but just do a little bit of redraft. After all, this is not a global ban pick. You can pick your same heroes, but just do slight adjustments to it.
Yeah, I do agree. If there's anything at all, perhaps you'll want to play a little bit more proactively as LFO because it seemed like there's just too many meat shields, right? You have a Byron, you have the Agudo as well as the Lampo. Somebody can afford to actually play a little bit more of the poke and prod kind of way. And I'm thinking that Lampo might just be exchanged for something that is higher impact per se. If that maybe Zhang Fei is opened up, then I do see that as a great substitute that offers just as much crowd control as what the Lampo can actually offer. So we shall actually find out as we are about to actually move into our next draft. But Fearless HK, so far, like you said, even without the Jing, you can still think about having Pei to be played out. I do believe on that last game, Pei was being banned away by themselves. So that's something to consider as well heading into this second matchup. So we shall see what the draft brings for both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. It's only one more game. They are in the driver's seat. Fearless Esports feeling comfortable. I think it's just LFO just grasping at the straws and what else they can finally do against them. LFO's got to really, really back on up here because they understandably this is probably the last the last Myanmar team down here in the lower brackets. But fret not, in terms of Burmese representation, they are in the top 6 there waiting for them in WKS. There's probably at least 3 or 4 teams up there already. So yeah, don't worry about it. Everyone's always got a piece of the pie, and you're still not really walking home empty-handed. Still got a bit of that prize pool of a few US$.
That's right, and quickly as we go, it's been pretty much stand-up ban so far as most of the time. We don't really get to see Dharma as well as Maelstrom having the light of day. I mean, both offering really high impact flanks as well as huge burst potential to be able to set things up for success in majority of all these team fights. So, understandably so. And once more, very similar bans moving into this spectrum where Fearless has now got to decide whether they want to keep that early open because LFO now will get that big priority, and if they don't, what exactly are they going to ban? So it will be the early, so we'll have to see a different form of marksman. From what we saw so far, LFO secured themselves at the Renjie, but it will seem to have the Ogren being left on the board. I do think that this perhaps offered them a little bit more of that threat potential up against the rest of Fearless, while Don't Fix What's Not Broken, where they just land themselves another round of playing the Sun Tzu, and it seems like the rest of these members of Fearless says, hey, I think you forgot about something. You left out that Luna.
Not just that, it's interesting because LFO actually banned out what Fearless Esports banned themselves because Fearless Esports was a blue prio pick, right? But first picking Ogren is not something commonly seen these days because you have the likes of like Dune that's still open. So yeah, that being first pick is kind of weird. That's fine. Even Mayin during take out for that matter, it still kind of hides your draft. But the moment you go for Ogren, it's kind of sets up to for the enemy to know how your team composition is almost likely going to be like. It's always got to be a front to back, like Ogren's leading up the chase, maybe follow up the Lianpo right now. He does have his Tremor Smash and his Burst Ram, but they will want to stick with their comfortable marksman, which is the Direnjie. They have not moved from that.
Yeah, seemingly Fearless Esports does stashes away that using. So moving on to the second phase of the draft, we're expecting to actually see many of all these Clash Lane bans coming in from the side of Fearless. Whether if it's going to be on the Mayin or so, they could opt to do so, but instead they tin down the pool up the mid lane, just removing that new one. So I'm just thinking that there are still decent opportunities to secure something that's heavy utilities. Like, when we take a look about it, I mean, Princess Frost is a decent choice if LFO wants to go for it, just to have a little bit more of that layer of crowd control. But it seemed to be that they will also axe away any form of burst threat. So, good plan so far from Fearless to be able to at least get some of all these tough bursty mages out of the block.
Banning up gun and Mo is interesting because if anything at all, I thought FE would benefit more from the gun and Mo, but they decide to pick the Yi Xin instead. Because gun and Mo can always deter these pushes, right? If Ogren's charging right at you, throw a couple of blades there, and then he has to back off. So you talk a little bit about the Zhang Fei, it is not going to see the light of day today, and also the Marco Polo ban. But since FE still has prior pick after second banning phase, I like this. I like the Lady Sun coming up. Even Lung is still open, so I don't know whether they want to go for that. Sorry, DRNG has already picked it first phase, so don't worry about that for LFO.
Yeah, so that being said, LFO, they have plenty of opportunities to still secure whichever clash lane they do want to fill up against this Sun Tzu. I'm thinking maybe a Mayin could still be pretty great for them to pick up. Instead, even better, they brought the Guan Yu to play alongside with the Angela, so there's still plenty of all these stuns as well as crowd control coming in from LFO with heavy engage potential. I would say this is already a massive improvement from what we saw back in our first game, and to wrap it all up, that Yada is left there on the table, so it is pretty much a no-brainer pick, right? It does the job really well, keeping the Lady Sun safe, and also knocking everybody back if they really require to form a pickup for Sky to really close things up against LFO. So after having all being picked up, so look at the drafts. Which side are you actually on? I mean, Fearless looking rather scary on what kind of threats they are actually putting up here, especially that Luna to be the main focal point of this draft.
I want to say I want to favor LFO. Fearless Hong Kong is just things that are easier to initiate upon. You know what I'm saying? Use them to initiate, but LFO, they still want to go with that beefy line, you know, almost like Protect the President thing. That seems to be the same thing as well, for even on their first game. But now, Fearless still kind of stick into their MO for a little bit of snipes. They really, really want to get in, get out kind of thing. And picking Lady Sun just fits into their playstyle very, very well. Because her rolling rate allows her to get in and get out pretty quickly. Even the Diren might just be susceptible to this style of burst. So I like this comp. I just want to give it to LFO to see if they can now bring it to a game 3.
That's right, and especially with the Guan Yu to be featured here over onto the clash lane, providing them with ample of opportunities to engage or disengage at the very same time is going to be pretty huge with either the heroic charge or even with pretty much the Razor Cavalry at the very same time. So, quickly as we go, not much of a swap going on, as it's going to be a standard lane, other than the seem to be exchanging positions, as mid lane is pretty much left wide open. They have been able to funnel plenty of resources to KK.
I think the make or break is how Angela is going to land her combo. Because the only one that can just run right at you is both Luna as well as the Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu being that you have to time his CC immune, because he's pretty much immune when he's still in his boat. So, and you usually pick the likes of Angela when you're going against a Lian Po, right? So, because she's a tank shredder. That's kind of a really situational pick, so I think she's more like just to supplement the kind of follow-up that's needed when the Ogren as well as Guan Yu is pushing up here. You know, they're still doing what they do best. Clear out lanes quickly, just move around and see if you can get objective in the side lanes. Luna's already level 4, really early on. This now is an initiation onto them. Both junglers are onto the top lane.
Yeah, just a little bit of a tussle, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be all too much of a full dive or sorts being set up ever since they reached level 4. And diving on the turret with an Ogren right there is just calling for a free searing state for them to get cleaned up. So they respect that. Meanwhile, a massive rotation heading over the bottom side, as there will still be a little bit of a slight tussle where we're going to see that Angela to be steering away from that danger, while even with the Ogren being spotted out. So not much of a heavy fire onto either side just yet, as we are pretty much on a stalemate, but all these small leads acquired sees Fearless come up ahead.
Not just leads, but as you can see, the Luna also teleported down south just to get a little bit of that farm and relegated back into the jungle. So her rotations are actually on point right now. She's not letting any downtime kind of affect her in the long run. But as you can see, the China farm is just pretty much being funneled onto the Luna. They realize their win conditions has to be that as well as the Lady Sun. Not so much on LFO side, because most of the farm just needs to be on Direnjie. Ogrun pretty much could just get 3 items and then start like destroying everybody, but Luna almost likely needs 4 or even max out items.
Yeah, true enough. Just look at all these funneling of resources over onto KK. He's just rotating back and forth mid as well as top, and that kind of saps onto Fable's EXP, but it doesn't really matter, right? You just want this Sensei to kind of be that guy to initiate as well as soak up whatever pressure that there is, so he doesn't really mind too much. But here comes the Blazing Brilliance underneath the turret, forces Yin to actually flash away. That being said, though, this is where the fork comes right through, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be all too much of a commotion for Elise to just hop right over the wall. So very clean takes so far, and now we're finally getting maybe a little bit of 1v1 action. Oh, it seems like we're calling for a truce by over the mid side. It is going to be a little bit more of that pressure situation with Sky shoving waves after waves as they prepare for themselves another Tyrant up for programs.
Yeah, the initiation started onto this Ogrun, and they're actually pushing him back in readiness for the Tyrant already, like you said. Pretty good timing. At one point, that FAHK was actually 1,000 ahead of LFO, so that was concerning, and it was only 3 minutes into the game. I say the Luna secured themselves the Azure. They are still congregating. They really want this Tyrant.
They definitely do, and I really want to take a look at this Guan Yu. Can he find the angles right? And right now they are clipping over onto Elise, chunking him down to 50%, so that is go time for the rest of Fearless to be able to secure this one in their hands. Here comes the Trevor Smash, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be able to steal it away from the hands of Fearless. Well, that is full commitment. Flash needed to pop for Elise to go in for the getaway.
Oh, we haven't seen any of these Tremor Smash and Burst Ramps come into play to secure these kills. Half the time they're just being used to poke, but there was no follow-up. No one could ever reach up to close.
It definitely seems to be the case where it wasn't really full commitment coming from LFO per se, because they zoned out Angar from being able to participate over on mid sector, and it crisply creates this huge wall over onto that mid sector as well as the entries over on river. That being said, though, very swift takedown on that tier 1 bottom, and what exactly will be the response coming from LFO?
Direnjie is 300 gold ahead of the Lady Sun, so that's a given, but Luna is dominating the goal at 4.1, right, compared to Ogrun at 3.5. So you can see, as I talk about the resource control, FEHK really does have the lead, I would say, for now, but of course when the time progresses, everyone could catch up with the goal and then their effectiveness could diminish. So now, still 5 minutes, no first blood, even objectives being taken, but both these teams still play relatively safe.
Yeah, LFO, they're definitely looking to skill up in that form of exchange. And you talked about that Direnjie now. Pretty much up ahead, all they really have to do is to secure him maybe some huge picks whenever they do go in for one. So far, pretty much a stale situation where both sides are sitting at 0 kills, which is something that LFO is looking to keep in that form of sense. But things on the way, this is another turret pretty much going the way. Fearless now putting them under threat while they chase onto Sky as well. It is not going to be all too much of exchange that we are expecting to get over in return, but somebody's got to bend that top wave, though, because those waves are crashing in here. Here comes the board, now locking them into place. Finally, we do get the first blood onto the Angela. Yos goes down, and that is the Razor Cavalry, shoving them right underneath the turret. But yet again, Sky dives away at 1 HP. That slash did not connect, and there goes the Guan Yu, looking for more Golden Rain, being tunked down, and that is 2 or 3 for absolutely nothing in favor of Fearless HK.
Wait, that was 3? Who died first? Huh. Okay, I did the scoreboard again, but now it's Fearless having both dragons in their favor. That was the initiation that we were waiting for. And literally, Luna just escaped with the skin of her teeth. Even turns back for a little tease, as you could see there, right? The one final auto attack was not enough to take her out. The items, the levels, really came in clutch. Just that slightly ahead. has actually tipped the favor into FEHK's side.
You gotta give it to Sky, right? I mean, that jump onto D'Angela was really gutsy underneath the turret, I must say. And on top of that, everyone was ready to actually back her up alongside with Win to be able to provide just about enough sustain for this Luna to get away. Engar tried to dive right through, hoping to secure the final blow, but it was still 1 HP and a dream. That is that Diada just ensuring that this Guan Yu does not get anywhere close by.
I want to just touch a little bit about the top clash lane earlier. It was Sun Tzu and Guan Yu, which ironically both teams' situation would be better to have those clash lanes gank, right? But they both decide to stay in lane, which I'm so sorry to say, the Sun Tzu will almost always gonna win the Guan Yu because he's more tankier, he also has a decent amount of mobility, so the Guan Yu effectiveness will slowly diminish.
Yeah, or whether if they could actually get the Blazing Cape and many of all these tank items up online, it's gonna look to be a little bit more dire, as you can see the rest of these Vanguards have already crashed right in. Set still onto the wall, not exactly giving much of that favor, but then again, they have done more than enough to be able to break all the way into the high ground turrets already. So for now, there's just not much prior going on for the rest of LFO.
When you ask LFO, are they willing to take some risk though? Because when you put two teams just on a stalemate, just push lanes, take towers, obviously FEHK is going to win. They have faster lane clearing, of course, of the exception of the Angela, of course. But then again, in terms of team fight, it's scarier because the amount of mobility, especially coming from set seals, is a little bit more crazy. So I feel like LFO, they're playing a little bit more on the response, right? So when people come in, you have the Blazing Brilliance to kind of wipe you out, and you want the Demon Jet to be on a safe distance to kill you. So they can't really walk into FEK just yet, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, and on top of that, plenty of layer of damage over on the board of Goodness. I mean, who exactly do you really want to focus first? Do you take out Sky on that Luna, or are you hunting out for KK? Either ways, it's not going to be an easy task because you still got the desync that can just lock them into place. So I could absolutely understand why LFO does not really want to commit into a form of pickoff or even some major skirmish. But if they could just funnel maybe a couple of resources to take out one prior target at a time, then that could be the golden ticket. Speaking of which, next turn coming up online, as they're hoping to at least beeline, create a passage, and perhaps steal this one away. It doesn't seem like it's the case because LFO understands that this is too much of a threat.
But I'm just gonna try to answer your question. Who should we take it out first, right? I actually don't think it's going to be Luna. They don't have reliable crowd control to even lock her down. So you will definitely want to lock out Fable once he sets sails into you. So the only reason why LFO can't get these initiations is because once they leave the comforts of their base or a little bit up front, you could have a Sun Tzu that's coming on the back line. So your Direnje and your Angela could be susceptible. So they're pretty afraid. But right now, I think they would play the long game, sit on their tier 3s, just make sure to keep clearing those minions, and then get a chance to land some kills onto FEHK and then start to push out. But my worry is that window, usually very risky, and it's a very, very tiny window to risk.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that, but you don't really have too much of an option, right? Speaking of that, a little bit of a chase over onto Engar, but you don't really want to overcommit against the Guan Yu. Now, back to what you were saying. The main thing about the two carries, Yoz as well as Uguay, on these heroes is that they're not exactly the most mobile, which is why they have to basically sit inside the base for them to fully defend it. At least Blazing Brilliance can just clear out an entirety of a wave. It does come in. Of course, you ideally want to land onto some heroes as well. So this is the call. Here comes the set still landing over onto the members of LFO, but the board comes in place. They will now pick out the Argon and just dive all the way through, and just like that, 3 members go down in exchange for Fable, and this is just the base broken loose as they look to secure a firm 2-0 finish as they wait for the Vanguards to come right through. What more can Uguay offer on the table? Apparently not much, and Fearless HK, they propel forward.
That's clean, ladies and gentlemen. I love what they were doing there. They knew exactly what kind of timing that their hero is supposed to do. They just sat back, wait for the overlords, took it out, and then it was just game over once those tier 3s were down. And mind you, They were 10,000 gold ahead. There was almost no chance for LFO to come back from that. Even I said they want to play the long game. By long game, they have to sit in base and counter-initiate. But how do you counter-initiate against a boat that's slamming into your face? Yeah, I mean, I guess, Lianpo getting a little bit of the stun with the Angela Blazing Brilliance. But at that point of time, it does no damage. They were so ahead in items, they were so ahead at levels, to the point that it was almost their fates were sealed.
Yeah, putting it into perspective as well, you talked about the ease of execution. Fearless, kind of straightforward, right? Whoever wants to jump in first, by all means do so, and they will have follow-up to be set into place, whether if they want to initiate with a Sunta or not, where, it's a lot harder to do for LFO if we take a look at the ideal execution rate, right? You want that Guan Yu to flank, you want somebody to be caught by the Blazing Brilliance as well as the stun being provided by the Angela, and then only things can actually move forward. But it didn't seem like that was going according to their plan at all, because they weren't allowed that direct 5 versus 5 duel. And even so, I mean, there's a big question to answer where who's exactly going to be the guy to stop Sky? Apparently no one, so he just walks off scot-free with a clean 10.1 record here, being the MVP of the match.
When you pick a Guan Yu, you gotta be moving around much. He's 0-2-0, so obviously the pick would be, I would say subpar, especially if you don't get behind enemy lines to push them in. Back in the game, I was wondering, like, when would this Guan Yu be flanking up from behind and just Razor Cavalry them forward, right? He didn't do that. He was sitting in base with his teammates, so that kind of just undermines the ability of what his kit is supposed to do. So if there was a different clash in there, like in a lane or something, that could be a different team fight, right? Because at least you have a more reliable front line, because Orgon is definitely not enough to tank that outburst. He's only got the Heart of Phoenix. He doesn't even have that Blazing Cape just yet. So even if an Orgon can't even get that farm up, which, interesting enough, the Orgon has a lower battle score compared to the Guan Yu. That says a lot on how much Glondon Rain has actually been suppressed on that Orgon.
Yeah, that's true. Fearless looking very impeccable on how well they actually control the map. So much so to the point that every single objective was actually secured by Fearless. I was waiting for a golden moment where LFO is going to put up a fight. Despite, us arguing for the record that this looked to be at least a little bit more aggressive on what LFO can actually offer, but they backed away. They just say, we don't have the advantage, let's just give it to them. And the more that they give, I mean, Fearless is happily taking everything that was given, and hence why that goal lead was just pretty much skyrocketing off the charts, right? Like, compared to the stock markets right now, this is absolutely a different story. So
we call that not strong, sir. Unfortunate. It's still, speaking of money involved, they still walk away with something, right? It's just more like they are knocked out already. There is no more second chance. This was the second chance. So FVHK will live and move on forward to see who is going to be the winner to fight against, I think the next game for the lower brackets is NLG versus Zen Nothing Syndicate. They have watched this game, they will know how Fearless Esport plays, and they will have enough time to prep. So I will give a big shout out to FEHK for this very, very almost clean 2-0 in fact. At no point in time, look at this graph, right? It has never trended even once for LFO. It's always been in their favor. They knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, somebody really have to call the shots in order for something to be done. So LFO, of course, we thank them for giving us a little bit more of an entertaining match and a little, of course, decent tussle back in Game 1. Game 2, it really felt like all the juices were off the tank already, but good luck to them on finding an org, while, of course, with the rest of Fearless HK to be journeying on to the series. They now get that privilege to watch the next upcoming battle to study their opponents, because up next we have another lower bracket run and you guys definitely don't want to miss it.
Yeah, that's two Singaporean teams going head to head. A lot of you guys will definitely be showing support for them in the chat, so definitely stay tuned. We will, I think, if I'm not mistaken, there will be a slight extended break for this one, for the teams to set up. So this one, maybe you can take some time for a quick break. It's also almost dinner time. Please to stay and don't go anywhere though, because this is Xeno Viper, that is Contra. First series is done. We got the next one right at you, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Well, guess not so soon, as we can actually banter for a little bit more. So let's also talk about the rest of the team so far, right? Where some of all these guys are looking to secure themselves that top 2 spot. So that being said, from the matches that you've witnessed yesterday, the upper bracket battle, which we'll actually get later on, is going to be pretty interesting. So since it's pretty much a rematch, that game tree is definitely going to be super interesting. And who do you actually favor on that battle?
Rematch, eh? I don't know. We've already seen ZNS. Yeah, ZNS was the only one that pulled a full 3-game series yesterday. So that means that they're pretty, I won't say versatile, they're volatile. Because we can't expect, I don't know what to expect out of them aside from our info here that they are definitely one of the big teams to look out for from the that came from the Open series, right? And we don't have much Singapore representatives up there right now, along with Hong Kong. So whoever wins here, okay, as long as if it's one of the Singaporean teams that wins the grand finals in these qualifiers, it's gonna be a match to watch nonetheless. But since we are 2 Singaporeans here, I don't know. I think I'm favoring Zemno Syndicate here, if you ask me.
Yeah, meanwhile, I think that Pause Pause Gaming definitely looked to be pretty much on a streak if you were talking about the upper bracket run. So I want to see if anyone could basically put it in. If it might call for a 3-2 scoreline with best of 5 that will be running on the upper bracket. We'll actually see if that's going to come into fruition. So, of course, that's enough yapping from the both of us. We'll go on a short break. When we come back, we'll bring you the SG Showdown. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
Baichi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Baichi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Baichi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Baichi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Blum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Blum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Blum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The
25. My name's Contra. If you guys are wondering where exactly my partner is, of course, that was an electrifying moment from that last match. So we'll give him a little bit of time to come right back in as he's sorting out some tech difficulties. But don't worry, we'll still bring you all the action here as we'll dive into our second series of the evening. So make sure you guys hit that follow as well as subscribe button wherever you guys are watching through right now for you guys to keep in tune with everything related to HOK Esports. Now, speaking of which, of course, we'll be moving into our second series where we will bring you two of the finalists coming in from Singapore as they will dig it out to see if they could claim their spot in the WKS League. And, well, of course, that being said, let's actually move into the program in a short while Zeno is going to be joining us in a short moment in time. So, of course, we allow them to be able to settle in. Hope you guys have settled in as well. Well, welcome back, buddy. You know, like, I thought that, you know, that the last match was so intense that it was so electrifying that it kind of zapped your PC, was it?
You know what they mean? I have an electrifying personality. Yeah, a little bit of background. My entire computer just shorted. Not just the computer, just the little bit of cabling. But we're back and just in time too before the next game begin between these two great teams of the second series of the day, Contra.
That's right, and that being said, of course, we had a little bit of a long break for them to be able to sort their responsibilities as it's pretty much election weekend for the Singaporean region overall. Now, let's also take a look back into the entirety of the bracket as we have Pause Gaming to eventually face MCE. That is later for tonight, but we're looking for who else to be challenging Fearless HK, who HK was definitely dominant in that past series, knocking out LFO. So now, between NLG as well as ZNS, it's kind of sad for some of the Singaporean fans watching because they have to say goodbye to one of their team right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's so unfortunate. If they were just in a different match, then maybe they could have time to, you know, if it's like a Singaporean versus Singaporean grand final for the qualifier, then at least one's guaranteed. But right now, they gotta fight. And if we had to say goodbye to one of them today, where we just said goodbye to the final Burmese team up in the down the lower brackets, that was LFO. So right now, yeah, I got expectations, but a lot of anticipation as well for the fans out there.
That's right. And on top of that, what's really interesting to note between these two teams is that ZNS went directly through the Singapore qualifiers, and then you have NLG, who have played through the Open Series to actually get here. So pretty much it's all about fate intertwining into this very moment. It doesn't matter whichever qualifiers you run into, they're still within that same bracket. So it's definitely going to be tough. NLG, they definitely were met with a formidable side of MCE to be sending them down over onto the low bracket. But if we take a look into how some of the members of ZNS played over onto the course of yesterday's run, that was the only series that went into 3 games. So you could say that maybe things look a little bit shaky for some of these guys from ZNS, but I'm pretty sure that now that they've already sorted, you know, some of all these stuff that they had that was troubling them back yesterday, they should be able to refine on what they could actually come up over onto potential drafts heading into this best of 3 series.
Or in hindsight, it could just be a little fumble, right? Because some people do have bad days, and then maybe they just pick it up this time around. So, in order to test our theory, we have to see how they're going to perform against their opponent here, and that will be NLG.
That's right, and we got just about 7 minutes for us to banter through. So, talk me through some of all these play style coming from NLG as well as ZNS, because you were covering some of the matches yesterday, especially that long-winded 3-game series coming from ZNS. What are some of the strengths that you could point out so far?
I'd say that like they had ideas. I think the first game they were struggling a little bit because they couldn't get the Shangguan to come online. So in the end, the second game they came back, I believe, and then they actually won against, I think it was MSM. Yeah, it was MSM, right? So that third game, they still got their hands on the Arlie. They got Arlie for all 3 games, by the way. So, and if you know the trend, Arlie's been winning. Other than that, it's almost definitely usually front to back as well, minus the first game, which was the Shangguan that similarly like the Pei, it struggled to come online. Like I said, the combo was not enough damage most of the time, whereas just a bit of characteristics of MSM, who was unfortunately knocked out already. They first game is hilarious. They picked up the Dharma, the Dun, the Yuhuan, the Ming, and the Lady Sun. Very, very nice. And then they were winning. Suddenly just ZNS got one good team fight, and then they won the game. So they were tethering on danger zones because they could have lost the crystal, but due to just one bad team fight from NSM, they just stole it away.
Yeah, and because of some of all these intense action that they've been able to really pull through with that reverse sweep in that sense, we are looking at a lot of fans supporting and rallying right behind ZNS. Meanwhile, NLG maybe have not shown all too much of their strong strides just about yet because they were being knocked down from the upper bracket. But looking at the current situation, I did think that they definitely would actually understand their brethrens a little bit more, especially playing through the same region. Not too sure if they do have their own screams running, whether if they face each other just about enough amount of times for us to know the back story between these two team's history. But judging from the situation, I definitely think that Arlie definitely will still be a very huge hero to be able to grab on either side of the party, especially on the blue side, right? So maybe considering banning it away for just to maybe open up a little bit more room for the rest of the MM might just be one of the kind of playbook that they will kind of unfold when we do get our way into the draft. Meanwhile, what about NLG though? Because last we saw them, they were playing that upper bracket series, despite not really securing all too much of all these points going in their favor. I definitely think that they put up quite a solid fight up against MCE.
So yeah, NLG, they lost 0-2 to Maelstrom Catalyst yesterday, right? So that's why they're knocked down here below. And one of their characters, it seems to be a running trend of Singaporean teams, is that they love the Shangguan. Because even NLG has picked Shangguan for both their games down in the on the top, I guess, going up against Maelstrom Catalyst, but they lost. So maybe they will switch that up a bit. I don't know. I was having a little bit of comments yesterday stating that I do sometimes prefer a mage that could still exist and put up either utility or damage, whereas sometimes Shangguan, if you can't get into the backlines and kill them off, half the time you will just die, similarly to a Monkey King. So imagine both teams here, they love their Shangguans. Maybe we'll see it again. Maybe we won't. We'll see.
Well, we definitely will have to take a look because with the finishing stroke, you definitely could just move all the way to the back line, hoping to at least secure the number onto squishy targets. And ideally, what do you want to pair Shangguan with? Give her a Dolia ult. I mean, you could just basically wind it back again, channel it twice, and just basically cause a huge rupture. So other than the Shangguan, I'm guessing that there are a certain stake involved when it comes down to securing that Dolia if they really want to run that composition. So in hindsight, whoever ends up on that raid portion of the map, or should I say on the second pick of the draft, probably this is just going to be an insta lock-in for the Dolia as well as Shangguan. So maybe to negate that, you might want to ban out either one, which usually the case. You would just remove the Dolia so that if you still want to go for that Shangguan, then it is going to at least cause a little bit more risk when she does channel her ultimate.
Yeah, one of the games was a Shangguan run without the Dolia, but that's not NLG though. That was ZNS. A little bit of interesting one. And then I think though Dolia does have her place that's not just for Shangguan, also for the likes of a lane, right? Lu Bu, if you randomly see one, these are high impact ultimates where she has a plethora of choices to actually refresh. So that's why half the time Dolia is also a highly contested pick. But is it usually first phase ban worthy? Not too much. That's why it slips through. Similar like the Arlie. But Arlie, arguably, what's above tier S? S plus,
Well,
S plus plus.
double S plus, maybe. I have no clue, but arguably, depending on what the current trend after all these updates are, which type of specific hero actually sees significant buffs and is currently relevant in the meta. Certain heroes that even despite having certain buffs, it doesn't necessarily see the case of high level play. Like I have a chat with somebody asking me, will we actually get to see Athena? Because like there is a buff on Athena. I guess like it's kind of like a maybe. It's most likely not, right? Because ideally you still want to secure a lot of all these tank junglers on board. But I say if it fits, well, maybe it sits in that case.
I wanted to see the likes of Mozi or like Sakir coming through sometimes, because these are heroes that are so situational, but when it works, it really, really pops off to enable your team, right? But so far, all these teams are going to things that are like super, super safe. It's like they already know what the hero is capable of, and they're comfortable if they're if they slip up their mistakes, the consequence is not that big. Whereas on the likes of Mozi, right, if you keep missing your cannon blast, if you miss your think outside the box, it could be really, really punishing. So it's the same thing goes to like Athena. I feel like a role is still jungle, I think. Doing it as a roam, you have to really put in the practice with your team. You don't just run it just because you see someone go 114 and got MVP in the MKL.
Exactly, and of course, I guess we've just about enough already on what we've been theorizing, what these two teams can bring to the table. Let's not waste any more time and jump right into our draft between two of Singapore's finest. It's NLG to take on ZNS. So, without further ado, let's hop right in.
Yep, so here we go. Second series already starting right now, and I think we have more games later on today. I hope you guys had your dinner, by the way, because we're about to go all night between these two Singaporean teams. Actually, while the hype is up, we're just letting you know that the players are actually joining the lobby, and I want to point out a little bit about the top 6 that's already in the Wildcard King series up there. There is a lot of Burmese teams, if you ask me. There is I think about 3, if I'm not mistaken, or that's 4. 1, 2. No, that's actually 2. It's the Cambodians. There are 3 up there, and then there's one Laotian team. There's 2 more slots. Will we get at least 1 Singaporeans and at least 1 Hong Kong representative up there? Only time can tell, man, because there's none of those that are existing right now in the WKS.
Yeah, I mean, looking at how Fearless have played out, it's pretty surprising that they actually end up over on a low bracket. That means that there are monsters up there on the upper bracket that has yet to be taken down. So far, those who have been able to score a straightforward 2-0 sweep, they remain to be up there steady. So that match that will be happening after this on the best of 5 series is going to be pretty exciting to watch, since there's going to be a lot more different ideas to be brought forward. But not saying that, best of 3, you still actually get a glimpse of what these teams really want to bring to the table, but they got to treat it as if every match is a BO1 in that sense. So now, quickly as we go, Dolia banned away alongside with Adela, high priority on those support mages, while that opens up room for Sunset to pick up the Maestro Renui, and just like that, the answer back, putting this U1 into the scene. I believe that if they were to just basically matchable for blow, well, scratch that, because they swapped it over. They brought in the Ogren as well as the Arlie.
Okay, so this is actually the first time we'll see Mai in a very, very long time. It never got past the first banning phase. So ZNS will snap that up, and of course that will leave the Arlie over to NLG. In a way, Arlie is susceptible to a combo from Mai Shiranui because of the knockups. She can't teleport back to her umbrella sometimes. And another powerhouse pick came through for ZNS. It is now looking very, very good already for ZNS.
Yeah. Just looking at the gigantic combos that they can actually pull off, right? Like if you do land that Tremor Smash, or even find a certain initiation to go in with the Maishiruni, if you hit that Chohisatsu or even that Ruin Jin, it's just layers and layers upon knockups that they could just utilize with high burst potential. So in order to avoid that, they bring in the Sunbin where you can just hit that rewind, get everybody back on track, and basically try to skirt away from danger to recommit eventually. Now, second phase of the bans is going to be of utmost importance. So they are modeling threat, especially on the marksman lane. So that's gonna be the lone taken out, as they will have to look for alternatives like Lady Sun or so. But yeah, it's just gonna be a tough pool to work with.
It's interesting they will ban out the Lung though, because NLG's lineup is actually very favorable against the Lung. So I'm not sure why they would ban that. Sunzi and Arlie counters Lung so hard. So, but hey, they ran it out. It's fine. Yixing is going to be the response, knowing that they basically need a zoning mage right now for NLG, because half the time when Orgran is in front, you need to build a little control, because Orgran is kind of enough to do the damage sometimes. Menki will be banning out to kind of understand that ZNS does need a strong jungler, which leaves open the likes of like Musashi or even like an assassin jungler for that matter. The Mayin ban is interesting though, because there is no way for NLG to get into the backline, but they will supplement that with a Sun Tzu, just as I was about to say it.
Yeah, not forgetting that there is still Luna left up for grabs, so there is just a huge looming threat from every member of ZNS. I mean, barring the Lampo pick, right? Which ideally you want that pressure to come to the Lampo. Mm-hmm. So what exactly could basically stop this? Luna is going to be some really, really hard lockdown. And speaking of which, you talked about that Shangguan. They just hovered over it. It is still not going to be the most ideal when you're matching up against My Shirley. So what you want to do, just try to freeze her in place with the Frigid Prison. And if that does not cut it, then just drop in Winter is yours. So I love the idea. They're looking for big AoE setups coming from the side of ZNS. Meanwhile, NLG says, you can just run at me. I will try to zone you away with that Winter is here, and just have my teammates to full set it to countermeasure whatever ganks that you guys want to bring to the table. So NLG, they're fighting with fire. So I gotta see if they could just fan out the flames.
I just wanted to wonder if they could find a way to get to the back lines of NLG, right? Because ZNS, they are almost likely going to flank you, because there's the likes of Mai, there's Dharma, as well as the Luna. So a lot of ways to get into your back line. So Sunbin, believe it or not, that is their cornerstone pick in terms of either make them escape or to negate some damage. And Sun Tzu is the only one that was able to go behind. And the only one that's vulnerable on ZNS side is actually Direnjie. So Sun Tzu, one stun, Direnjie does have a flash plus the legal immunity as well to get away. So in terms of like well-roundedness, I love ZNS, but in terms of flashy plays, you could look at NLG.
That's right, and overall, NLG, if they could just reap whatever rewards in the early game, then just slowly shut down some of all these core targets, especially that Mai Shiranui, and a lot of that pressure will be relieved. And at the very same time, who exactly do you target when you have so many nimble ones? I started to understand why they went in for that Lung ban in that sense, so that they could still at least find a little bit more wiggle room to come in with certain punishments where it is not going to be all too easy to actually clip onto him if it's going to be left into the matchup. So I do recall it was a Lady Sun to answer it, or could I be wrong on the marksman that was picked up by the side of ZNS?
ZNS was Direnjie, so at least there is a stun. Yeah, there is the I think there is enough lockdown if they wanted to take the Lung though, because you have to remember time lapse is such a strong silence from Sunbin. It shuts down the light of Lung, Marco Polo, even Arlie for that matter. So it's just a matter of how they actually, round things up, because Sunbin, you want people to kind of congregate, same thing like a Yu Huan, but with the likes of Sunbin, you will be able to I would say rotate much faster between lanes and get to your objectives before your enemy. So now this macro gameplay for this team is going to be so interesting. I hope you guys will pay attention to all the movements coming up from NLG.
Yeah, both sides are really showing very different spectrums of what they really want to achieve, right? Like when we think about the rest of ZNS, whatever pickoff amplifies their snowballing potential. So that's it. You expect to see maybe heavy invades at the very same time, where you're just ensuring that you're going to have a decent time for either the Ogren to even skill up. Well, actually, Ogren's over onto the side of NLG, if I do recall correctly. So a lot of theory here on how exactly they really want to execute, where we've talked about the ample possibility of also getting some huge setup for pickoffs. We expect dives as well underneath the turret, so the rest of the members of NLG, they really have to pay attention if somebody's absolutely missing from the map.
I'd say NLG doesn't really have that great burst that you would expect compared to like ZNS, right? Because the Maelstrom combo compared with the Dharma, like big kick and those truth mantras coming out, you beat the leader in half a second. Whereas for NLG, it does take time for them to actually secure one kill, giving ZNS time to respond. So both teams' dynamic very, very different. So I like it when they are polar opposites. So we can talk about the dynamics, how they actually would traverse into the game. 4 minutes in, 8 minutes in, different teams spike differently based on their team comps, right? So we want to take a little bit of a pause. The players will take some time to come back into the lobby because they are requesting a technical pause here. But I guess you guys already should know these kind of lineups, the comps, they make or break a team. So since you already seen how ZNS and NLG played yesterday, let's see how these two Singaporean teams go head to head.
There we go into the matchup where we're looking at NLG playing a little bit more defensively, ensuring that there isn't going to be any form of shenanigans happening. So they will place early up mid, clears off the first wave, and now goes ahead to perhaps come up with a cheeky steal as Zenker is already invading into the Crimson Golem. He does secure it with the smite. So this kind of forces Kitty to go for that vertical jungle. So that being said, is there going to be any form of response? Because right now, if they're not going to reply with that, they're just going to be able to secure double Crimson, and you would not expect Kitty to go in for the insurance hit.
I mean, the Luna already lost their Crimson, right? And that's pretty much, I won't almost say game over, but it's devastating. Because when the game started, I was about to say, you're almost likely to expect the Arlie to be mid because she can clear out those minions quickly with the support and then just go and invade. And that's just not any neutral camp invade. That was the Crimson Golem invade. So putting the Luna at a deficit, but they look to be able to start something up here, basically.
Yeah, double knockup over onto Shins as they managed to secure the first blood onto Dady. Didn't manage to pop up the flash in time as there's just way too many members out there. Walt, Dady's dancing all around, getting a beautiful knockup onto 2, but not quite in the right position for the rest of them to capitalize. So that first blood, pretty nifty on the Maelstrom.
Yep, they will look to extend this lead. 600 gold, 700 gold in fact, ahead already 2 minutes in. NLG, they are pretty much using up this lineup to the best of their ability. Like I said, even though ZNS does have good team comp on paper, but I think NLG does have a better team fighter.
Yeah, back into that sequence of fight, I was kind of curious as to why that Mai was fully committing onto the Azure Golem, right? Because the rest of the backup isn't arriving just about yet. I do believe that she just wants to wither it down, and just like that, 2 Crimson Golems in a row in the hands of Zanker, further starving out this Luna. So Kitty's just having a really rough time being perhaps slightly behind, but I won't say it's over just yet because right now that Luna's pretty much stabilizing, still hitting the levels just about fine. Just that it will be starved out of some of all these resources, so even when it comes down to ganking, you would not be able to see this Luna to be all too active in the early game.
Yep, I think it's all down to how ZNS wants to set up these ganks because they are very gang worthy, like I said, the Dharma and the Maelstrom. But let's see if the NLG can deny them these initiations because it's all about like the chess game. Who hides in the bushes? Who is going to be the straggler that will get caught in the combination? I think they have to capitalize on each other's mistakes. Otherwise, if it's a linear game, straight on up, I think ZNS has the bigger burst.
Yeah, definitely. So, which is why they are trying to at least single out one target in the early game so that they can just worry about the rest later on. But just in response, Feng tries to hop right in to steal away the armor-tailed beast, but doesn't seem likely to be the case. Now, a couple of seconds from now, the Tyrant's coming up. Wow, want to see whether or not can ZNS respond in return.
Luna level 7 already. Kind of same. Ogren go head to head here, but you have to understand that Luna clears jungles much faster than the Ogren, so getting all these neutral objectives will be key. And Luna is a little far from this Tyrant, so it looks like it could be a free one for NRG, and they will look to contest even more.
That's right, and just opening up the passage. This is where they come in with a big fat flank, just like that, with the Cho Hisatsu to be able to knock multiple targets. 3 members obliterated from the side of NLG, and that was payback from Beatty.
I told you, it's about the burst, the initiation. Still caught 1 straggler there. That is the Sunsa. He will not get away. Essentially, that is a 0 for 4? Or maybe 1 for 4 if it will be generous, right? So yeah, steal the Crimson Golem, completely fine. We just take away your players.
Yeah, they definitely anticipated that form of invasion, and everybody just got hold onto that choke point. So perfect timing for Davey right there, making a massive play. Now, the ball is back on their court. ZNS this time will have to basically amp up whatever play that they desire to release. Get this Luna back on track. They've already put the Maestro now on the pedestal, being one major threat in some of these fights. So ideally, it's just going to be some form of crowd control that's being offered coming in from the Princess Frost. Somebody's got to double down, and I'm looking at YW to be very much involved when he does have that set still pretty much lined up.
The other set still hasn't been getting too much value so far either. We haven't seen the boat coming from like halfway across the map, and you know, just solely because ZNS has been grouping up very early on. Yes, they've been losing some objectives, but then again, half the time these don't really result in kills for NLG.
That's right, and eyes on the prize. They do expect that there is going to be some form of challenge for this Overlord while they manage to flush the Sunbin back over onto the tower. While they're just baiting them to overcommit. Kitty dropping very low though, and he has to leave this vicinity. That allows the rest of NLG to snatch away the Overlord.
That's big. So basically NLG just got 2 dragons of their own, even though ZNS dominated the kill score, but NLG is actually dominating the macro plays.
Yeah, and that was very, very constantly. I felt like it was a little bit of an overstep because Kitty's kind of positioned over onto the back of that Overlord, putting himself at risk, and that's where it is going to be a quick catch once more coming from Beatty, and was secured by Kitty to put him back over on the board. So right now, goal lead as it stands, 1K, nearly 2 up ahead for ZNS.
All right, maybe it's just still about kills, right? Macro play or not, if you're just losing in terms of team fight, you have death timers, and if you can't participate in team fights, you're always going to be at a risk of losing the rest of your team members if you don't back off. So ZNS just keep the pressure up. They still have that gold lead just because of the kill advantage, but it's only going to be the first 2 dragons, right? So let's not count NLG out just yet. They will group up for this first mid tower here. Already almost 7 minutes in. It is time to take that one.
Fair enough. So far, looking at the rest of NLG, they're playing a great control over on the map. I mean, on top of all these objectives that they did manage to secure. So I just really want to see if ZNS can call for the right moments for a fight. That's a little bit more of a defensive maneuver coming with the set still for him to back away, understanding that there are looming threats from that river. So therefore, ZNS now has to reconvene because the Tyrant's coming up pretty soon.
I was looking at the Mai. If she were to play darts, she would score. She would score pretty good because she caught the Sunsa with a Kachosen when he was in his set still, and I'm like, okay, was there any going to be follow up? And like, nah, he's CC immune. He's not going to go for the Cho Hisatsu. So just a small thing to point out there. But yeah, anyway, they will look to brush shoulders again. I don't know if NRG is ready for these big fights because they are pretty soft. Only the Sun bait. Yeah, here we go. Look at that, dashing in and out. That's the Luna causing so much trouble for NRG.
That's right. They don't really want to overstep right now as they just slowly whittle down the mid lane turret. Ooh. Well, it was a perfect dive as they further commit, but that puts Kitty in deep trouble. We'll have to back away and somehow stays intact with the help of the support. Meanwhile, Fun got himself pretty much in trouble. Have to pop the flash to once again get out of the way. Lowered down, but the rest of NLG did not manage to pick anyone up from a little bit more of that tussle back towards mid. And once again, this could be the ball in favor of NLG to get that first access onto Tyron once again because they committed a bunch of ults as well as flashes. So this is high time that NLG makes the call.
Ooh, ZNS looking to set up here. The Dharma was waiting for an initiate, but his teammate ain't close. But there are some people in the bushes. Clear out this bottom minions real quick though. The tower is still alive, but they now group up for the second tyrant. They are pretty boxed in though for NLG, so they have to be careful of the flanks from ZNS.
That's right. Now the ult's back on track. Here comes the set still, but it's not going to land onto anyone just yet. Got a big wave crashing over onto the tier 1 top, so it is going to be circumvented first and foremost. With that said, at least looking at the current standpoint, they're going to be able to at least match up to the tempo as NLG further solidifies their stand, as initially we saw pretty much a big ballooning gap of goal. I think that eventually NLG will be able to get back on track as we get ourselves a little bit of breathing room. Now, quickly as we take a look, itemization-wise, a couple of all these items are already up for the marksman, both looking for their second equipment. So eventually, I guess once that second item is already up, I believe a huge brawl is going to be committed. But right at this moment, I still think that if they were to take a fight, ZNS, they're definitely prime in position to be able to score a few at the very least.
I mean, so far, I don't doubt the capabilities from ZNS, right? Because their team fight has always been good. You don't see too much mistakes being made on their side. But then when you move over to NLG, they're struggling because some of their utility kit is not shining as it's supposed to. Like, for example, Sun Bin, the supportive pick that is very situational, and one of his key abilities is the time flux. So time flux speeds you up, also decreases some damage that you take and converts that into health that regenerates you, that comes after. So far the speeds up haven't really gotten too much value. Like I said, half the time if you get caught in a combo from ZNS, you're either already dead or the Sunbin is not anywhere close. So it's really tough. There's a lot of things for NLG to actually set right, especially those set sails that we so far has not seen the boat make a big crash into ZNS.
I absolutely agree with that. Like, other than the Sunbin, I definitely keep my eyes on to the Sunser. Meanwhile, as much as there was constant pressure over on his lane, which is the reason why he's not really heavily committing on to making that vast rotation with the set sail, overall, like you said, when you have so much burst damage, a lot of pressure is on the Sunbin to have a very timely time lapse. I know that's kind of like a mouthful of whatever we talk about time, as we're kind of burning off some time of our own before we get our way back in. So, other than that,
you're burning some time for the timely time lapse coming out from Sunbin, who controls time.
Yeah,
just
like whatever he said, right?
No. We really do need some time for the players to get ready up, because I do think we have some network issues there, some things going on with the servers. So that's why we can come here and deliberate, right? What else that needs to be done for NLG to survive game number 1 between ZNS? It's 2 Singaporean teams. One has to hit the hay up tonight, and then the other one will move forward.
Yeah, and overall, we're also looking at, potential damage output coming out of these members of NLG, because evidently over on ZNS, they're just looking to find that pick and immediately hop on board, which we saw a couple of times already, which is why they're currently having that ballooning lead from just kills alone. But if they were to find a way to sustain and perhaps get this early activated, that's where they could find a turning point, because right now, ideally, it's just, DOT damage with the Princess Frost, as well as, some of the beat DPS coming in from the Arlie. Other than that, I think that there is a little bit more of that struggle from the damage department, which is where the Argrin definitely has a vital role to be able to, not only keep himself alive in some of these fights, or to churn out with some great timing onto channeling some of his kit of Conductor of Souls, or even if he can actually secure another Searing State when he completes the path of passing, excuse me. So it is not going to be so straightforward, so to speak, because you got that Luna, you got a lot of all these birds coming in from the Dharma, from the Mai Shiranui, and worst case scenario, if they really have to they were shelved all the way back, you still have, pretty much the Imperial Order coming in from the D-Ring. So
I mean, I would just take everything you
it's
just
hard.
said and compress it down, right? Ogren,
Yeah.
Arlie Sunbin, everything is about walking into your face. So that's why ZNS knows how to play with this tug of war. They back off when they need, they kite them, and then reinitiate or catch someone unsuspect in the background. Mostly either the Princess Frost or even the Arlie if they get lucky, right? Whereas, like, how do you read ZNS? ZNS is like what? My Dharma Lianpo? They could be anywhere and pop into a different frame that you're not expecting, and sometimes you might just miss your skill shots. So there's a lot more awareness that needs to come out of NLG, not just to keep an eye on the enemy heroes, but also to understand the objectives that they're trying to take. Are they going to be worried that someone's hiding the bush to take you out, or are you more comfortable to split out some of your resources to regain map control? Because right now, as you said, the lead is ballooning. It's not substantial just yet, but it can get worse if NLG don't keep this under control.
Yeah, keep in mind that balloons do pop as well, so it's all about finding the right angle of team fight, right?
Yeah.
When we take a look at how some of the members of NLG plays things out, it seems like they have been confident to at least secure some of all these major objectives, whether it's the Tyrant or even the Overlord. And that's where their strength lies, in some of all these AoE kit, where it's going to be pretty tough for them to, waffle around as much as they have that mobility. Once that Winter is being dropped in, that's a no-go zone, right? So that's also the same way that they've secured themselves the Overlord initially. And they say, thank you very much for the leash. Here we go as we right back in the game with a set sail that does connect, but not exactly the kind of target that they're looking for. So other than that, it is also the Tyrant up online, so that is quickly ordered down by the rest of ZNS in their hands.
I think finally ZNS just take one of their own dragons here, so they will have that buff. The mid tower is looking very low, and they look to push in. They need to push the pressure now for ZNS. They got a comfortable lead. NLG needs some time to recoup, and I think they don't want to let that. So great steal as well. I think Luna did get the Crimson buff. Yeah, he did. And looking to maybe contest this. Are they not worried about the Primal Bond? Yeah, they will not contest that. Be comfortable. The Luna is already level 15, 10 minutes in. She's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and, well, I guess I was continuing a little too much of it. It's not too much of a trouble, as, Luna has one of the fastest clear speed in the jungle overall, and whenever you funnel even more resources. Now, Katie's going to be pretty huge to jumping over onto any form of target to begin with. Just reposition quickly, runs back into the jungle. And that's the thing about Arlie's, right? Like, you can always decoy somebody into putting all the effort to chase you, but you can just easily reposition away.
Now, you got to figure out how the Arlie is going to eventually come online, right? Because the attack range is so small, you don't want to go into all these CCs coming out. Speaking of CCs, yeah, the Winter Tail is dropped just to disengage the CNS.
That's a big call because they know that for a fact that their all funnel up mid is an easy picking onto YW as he face checks over on Brush, and that leads into ZNS calling in for the Overlord. Is there going to be any form of response? And the rest of NLG understands it is not worth the risk. They will let this one slide. ZNS in absolute control.
Yeah, I like their playstyle right now here. Everything just goes out, everything going in their favor. They're just like ignoring the Arlie. They have no rush to actually address her because they are just taking the big map objectives, making all these pushes, and leaving very little room for all the other NLG members to breathe.
Blue team has
Indeed, and just like that creates so much space as they really take every single camp up over on the top side and also secure the T2 over on the top portion. Now, Vanguards are being called right in for the bottom wave, and it's already brittle enough. The rest of these members of NLG need to form up a response. Are they going to send all the members? They still have another wave crashing up top. Now, this Dharma's going to have a little bit more of that leeway to roam around with a 4-1 split formation coming in from the side of ZNS. Now hopping on board, Kitty tries to actually find a good pull onto both of the targets with the Newman, but not exactly quite the angle that he's looking for. So no further commitment thus far. Just seeing him dash back and forth, and here comes the huge Trevor Smash over on the tree, and that calls for a huge eruption over onto that phase, diving right through, losing Davey and Feng in the process, while the rest of NLG response in kind, smashing down tree in response.
Yep, I think there was a slight miscommunication there. Lianpo was in, but the follow was a little bit later. Oh, the Sumin gets sniped out there. Thank you very much, says Kitty. But they traded their lives for a tier 3 tower, which one might argue if it's worth it. It could be. Luna is still hiding in the brush looking for a next susceptible victim. Sneaky little kitty. But nope, no one's gonna fall for that.
Love that line right there. I mean, any form of opportunity that you could actually seize is still worthwhile. Well, that actually pressurized some of these members once again. Kitty will be able to stash the buff away. Wow, what a challenge that was. And this is why Luna has been banned for most of these competitive circuits, and we can absolutely see why.
It's so annoying, man. The amount of bait, even to to bait out the Augurs out, that was absolutely hilarious. You could tell half the time, is he committing? Is he not? Is he still here? Nope, he's gone. So, oh man, this is flashy. This is the flashy Luna I was waiting for, and we get to enjoy it between these two Singaporean powerhouses.
Yeah, it's just a joy to witness, right, on how nimble his fingers are on controlling this entirety of the Luna kit. Now, once again, pressure up mid. They do have the ballistas coming right through, and Kitty soaking a little too much and got punished this time. Not even needing the conductor of cells. Meanwhile, YW comes in crashing with the set sail. Landing over a Lampo is kind of like the worst case scenario, but hey, at least pressure negated. ZNS does not get to push any further forward.
I just want to let you know that there's probably 3 or 4 set sales onto Lianpo already. Those set sales have not been finding value, alright? And whereas Lianpo, speaking of finding value, he didn't trigger his skills in time, so he will get silenced though. Might just pay with his life here.
That's a little overcommitment just for a Lampo, no? I mean, even Winter is here being dropped right in. Evidently, they're getting further frustrated onto who exactly can they actually catch. Speaking of which, now they're hoping to at least seize the T1 now, hopping on board, looking for Num Num, and in return, that is the Turf Matcher hitting over on the tree, but it's going to be Sunset being left all alone, and it is Zanker that secures the rampaging run, and now, maybe, just maybe, they could go for that Overlord take.
Is that the light at the end of the tunnel that they can see, or do they still need a telescope to look at that light? It's far, but it's not really unachievable, because now all these mistakes coming out from ZNS, right? They could not finish the kills onto NLG every time they're so low. First at the bottom tier 3 tower, and then one at mid. Yeah, this is not good.
Yeah, they're dancing all around as they're hoping to find this Luna to be clipped up, but instead she's the one doing all the damage. You're not stuck here. I'm not stuck here with you. You're stuck here with me instead. Even the Princess falters while they will continue to go in for the catch. Kitty on a solo bolo mission. 1 versus 2. No problem at all.
Solo bolo mission, and then who else is that? That's Bingus Bongus, who got picked up, by the way. It's just unfortunate, right? Because once someone actually breaks into your backline, there's really nothing that you can do. So Princess Frost was just a sitting duck at that point. Props to Kitty, who is still on a substantial rampage, will secure that Overlord, and now these Vanguards will most likely see the final team fight before the end of this game.
Yeah, I'm just so impressed by ZNS on the kind of tempo that they're playing out, especially, remember this, Kitty was invaded from minute 1. Yeah. And even despite that, it doesn't seem like that deters this Luna at all. So, props to him for being able to find all these resources in the early game. Now it's just going out of control. But once the rest of these members of NLG completes their item, they're just going to form brick walls after brick walls, and they got to pay attention on to Bingus Bongus. So it is going to be rather tough for them to find a great opening other than that bottom wave. Speaking of which, it is Dady being caught out.
Oh wow, okay. They actually caught out their Mai there, who questionably got slightly CC'd. I don't even know it was called CC though. Did Arlie just rampage through her? There wasn't stuns or anything. She just took way too much damage. So slight overcommit from Deity, who got no value. And I was about to actually touch something about a topic on the Mai Shiranui, right? Because half the time the Lianpos was out doing the combos, but where's the Chohisatsu? Where's the Kachosets? We don't see them.
Yeah, with her being down and out, this is just great moments out there to be pulling some execution. Meanwhile, when there's here being popped, the death zones, nobody out there. While they try to form another response with the Truth Matter hitting them over the course of the wall, the rest of NLG will have to hightail out of the situation. Junes recommits, but could not find that position to get away from danger. And now, ZNS once again stomps them to the ground and secures yet another Tyrant in the back.
Hey, they thought June could get a fast one onto Kitty, but Kitty says, no. That I had Sage Sanctuary, she came back online, now swaps over to the Destiny, so eventually, negating that death becomes a 0 for 2. Make that a Tyrant for 2, in fact, as well. Arguably, this is one of the longest games we had so far in these few days, but the clock is ticking already. The window's closing for NLG, and the towers are dropping.
That's right, that might not just be the turn because YW's off of position, getting clipped by all 4 members of ZNS. No escaping from that point onwards, and I'm just looking whether or not can YW get more impact into play, and when he tried to do so, trying to kill that wave, he risked his life for it. And this is just going to be a pain point to address later on. Here comes the Lampo looking for that Tremor Smash as he lands over on the 2 and quickly follow up by Dady as he jumps right in with the Kachosin as well as the Renjin, and all is pretty much done and dusted with the rest of ZNS knocking down the base, securing the first point of the series.
Well played, I'd say. This is the time that they really showed how to snowball a early lead that they got. And when I say lead, I'm talking about kills. They weren't really that hot in the gold, first of all, though, but they just got really good kills and pickoffs to the point where they transitioned that into more dragons, more invades on the enemy jungle, and substantially more kills at the end. So it's just this snowballing effect that I think NLG could not find a way to actually counter them. After all, the lineup that they picked there is very situational, that also relies on the Sun Tzu to come onto your backlines to get these flanks. But we don't see those set sails. And if, when your Clash lane is designated to do something and it doesn't do it, we have seen these failures come across teams even yesterday as well.
Yeah, it is definitely a little bit of a sore end towards what NLG was actually hoping for. And maybe we could look at it in a different light where maybe Feng was actually the ones proactively looking to block that Tsil once you hear, that horn rings through. It's like, okay, where's this guy? I'm ready. Come, fight me. So
when people say they fear Angela in the brush, right? This is a Lian Po in the brush. Because he stopped the set sails like 2-3 times. I think that was absolutely hilarious, right? All the cameras on him, boom. It just hits a Lian Po. And then you just go like, yeah, that's not your target. Yeah, that's not my target. So who's the target? No, YW has so much difficulty looking for a vulnerable backline for ZNS, so that it negates his capabilities. So yeah, look at that. 1-0 now for ZNS, and everyone doing so well in their roles. When you pick any of these players from ZNS, there's a story to tell about them. It's just even Direnjie sometimes just ensuring to pop in those extra auto attacks. But hey, in reality, we all know who the MVP is. It's actually Kitty.
Definitely. I mean, when you take a look at his performance overall, despite being set back slightly a little over onto the first couple of minutes, Kitty still went in for some really neat pickoffs. And on top of that, whenever there was any form of members of NLG that's hoping to get some access across the river, he's there first and foremost. He's like, okay, I dare you to come in for the challenge. And he just weaves in, weaves out. There were times that even Zanker got baited to pop the Conductor of Souls preemptively, right? Just in the hopes that you could just maybe lock Kitty in one place for a slight measure. But this is where they really have to address moving into game 2. Is that Luna worth banning? If you ask me, it's absolutely worth the while if they really want to ensure that there is still a chance moving into game 2.
It's interesting here that NLG did have the early lead moving on this. Look at how the graph went, right? And then just like mid game in, I think that was like 9 minutes in the game, they suddenly just lost traction. Just so because their towers are being killed, the dragons are pushing up, they were afraid to fight the Tyrant buff that's on ZNS. So yeah, and then it just snowballed. This looks like a This looks like the mountains in the Rocky Mountains in Colorado. This is all I'm saying. It's
Colorado.
It's a great scene, and it's blue too. So they're usually ice capped. It's peak, and I'd say it's a well played game from ZNS. How does NLG come back from this? It's just to honestly have a better draft. I think I want to see something completely different because remember they went 0-2 against Maelstrom on the upper brackets. They don't want to go 0-2 against ZNS because this is their last chance.
Yeah, I mean, look at the draft. I could definitely see grand ideas, which it maybe just in the form of all these micro measurements of how they actually navigate some of the team fights. It could be refined even further. Maybe certain instances where you saw certain ultimates were committed onto the land build, which isn't exactly going to be worthwhile. So maybe if they just straighten some of all these core objectives of what NLG really wants to do, then I would say the draft itself wasn't exactly the issue. It's more of how they've been utilizing the full kit of what they actually want to achieve. And therefore, I think it's just overwhelming when you have too many prio as your target, whether if you want to lock out wave at Luna or if it's going to be Maelstrom. So once again, at least we do see that they've been able to pick off the Maelstrom in a couple of all these instances. There was that first fight that was beautifully implemented where, remember that invade into that Crimson Golem?
Yeah.
And that was one chunk all slammed over in the corner wall, all thanks to Deity with the Cho Hitsatsu. And there's just no going back, right? Like, you're just pretty much boxed in. So there's a few things to address, definitely moving into the second form of what we will see coming from the picks and bans. So very likely than not, Mai out, Luna out, and perhaps you get to see a different equation that will be brought to the front lines from CNS.
I don't know. I don't think both would be out though, because at that point
One
you're
of them, at
sacrificing
least.
a lot, right? You're at least one. And I just want to think also, when we think back a little bit, did NLG worry too much about target prio? Because you brought up a very good point. Who should they be looking for on ZNS? Why not just forget everything and, spot one, kill one? Right? See someone straggling, just go for it. Because otherwise, if you're always worrying about getting like the backline, you're almost never going to get past these big tanks coming out from ZNS. The Lian Po has been getting so much crucial initiate, and then the Dharma following up with the big stun. So like it's just at that point you're just sitting ducks. You're waiting to respond instead of being the aggressor. And half the time when teams usually are forced into a corner, they would always most likely lose. So we'll see whether they will shake things up on game number 2 itself. They have to change the pace either by matching it or totally countering it.
Yeah, that definitely is going to be the case. Well, last round, it really seemed as if like both marksmen didn't really get the biggest of limelight due to the other factors, right? When you have all these flashy players running around the map coming in from the side of CNS, that's where, all eyeballs were on them. Like, are they going to make the play? Are they not going to make the play? Like, everybody gets their heroic moments overall, whether it's the Dharma with, that multi-knock of Truth Mantra inside of the jungle a couple of times, or even some big plays coming in from the Mai. I think like the options are kind of endless here on what ZNS can actually do when you give them those form of aggressive picks. So I guess dwindling down the pool here is definitely crucial, but NLG don't really want to go towards the point where, hey, now there's nothing good for us to secure. So maybe they are going to sneakily take away some of all these pickups. So, and the tricky thing about this is that, when you plan to pick a Luna, ideally you want to let it slide to the second phase. You kind of don't want to reveal it all too early before, some of these guys come up with a counter of their own.
If you don't reveal it earlier on, or you don't pick it in the first phase, then yeah, you're just handing it over to the enemy. So it never always sees second phase pick, unless they're ready to counter Luna and expecting your enemy to pick it. So half the time, you worry about your first 3 picks being to set the pace, set the tempo, and then you leave the last 2 picks to either round up your team comp or actually to counter the enemy, right? Depending on what kind of picks they go for. So, like the early days, we got an Algren, you go for the Musashi for the duel to the death for that Imperil. So now we don't see that much these days because teams have actually found a way to counter Ogryn without even the need for the Imperil. Sometimes even just the Blazing Cape is enough to actually do a counter. So these are just little examples where how would these teams pick in terms of either matching their own strengths or to actually counter the enemy. So that's why drafting is actually usually really interesting.
It definitely is. And speaking of which, we're about to jump into another one. So ZNS definitely having that surge of momentum on every single stride that they were taking. NLG, I don't think they played bad at all. I think like some of their responses were brilliant. They definitely have glimpse of great moments where we've seen them being able to answer back, especially on some of all these objectives that they managed to secure in that early game, which kind of see that graph really leaning towards their favor. So they kind of have to emulate that again, but gotta double down on what they're putting on the table. Whether it's aggression that's kind of required, then aggression is what they should put out.
Yep, I would want to say now that if you really think want to pull up a wildcard, since we are actually in the Wildcard King series, why not just pick something that's like super risky that would throw ZNS on a loop? You know,
what would that be? I mean, what's wild enough to throw them off with this current setting?
An Arca. Butterfly, okay. Right? The likes of like a Dr. Bean farm lane, just because it's hard to dispel those like stacking DOT damage over time. See, like it's just weird things. We saw Guan Yu as well today already, so I'm pretty happy. Yesterday we saw Fuzi, you know, we saw one Shoyue that came up too. Not the best, I think. So no, the Shoyue actually won. But the impact wasn't that high because the rest of the team just rolled over the opponent. Yeah, so there's room to explore for sure, but you have to remember that this is the lower brackets, right? So is it really just, you know, we take this super seriously and just make sure that we pick comps that win, or we know like, okay, it's already do or die anyway, might as well just try something and hey, let's gamble. So we came in straight, you know, we transition in here, and like you said, Luna looking to be banned out first off. I think they respect that.
Yeah, I really do like how this is giving us a different form of vibe, especially with Shin securing that Dolia. There's ample of combos you want to go with. What's currently pretty meta is that you get that double board running for Bingus Bongus on this Yi Sing, so he could be able to lock any targets as they desire. If you can't hit them, go again. So other than that, look at ZNS. It's pretty much similar formula where you have very nimble heroes on with the Zhangfei as well as Mayin. You talk about Dr. Bendy, kind of hurt you. It's like, man,
stop posting.
I'm probably just going to be trolling if I were to secure it. So we're definitely going to be seeing that Musashi instead. So once again, very high tempo for the side of ZNS, looking to really secure a form of pickoff. And we expected that Shangguan because of the Dolia. We've talked about this back in the first set of series. Finally, it's being brought to light.
I want to just point out something about Dolia, right? When you pick Dolia first, the enemy would almost likely know what you're telegraphing. So you are in danger for them to always outdraft you, because usually it's always a handful of heroes that go very well with Dolia. So I wouldn't expect not to see an Elaine coming up for the clash, for example, or something like that. We're also missing a jungle, and okay, I was supposed to say Ogryn. Ogryn is being banned out already. So what's going to be the likes that's left for a tanky jungler for NRG?
I think that Dune is not too bad of a shout, where you're really going for that double Unruly Blade to really close up some of all these fights. Whereas you did talk about that Elaine, it is not being banned out, so you could just go for all these crazy refreshes coming in from the Dolia, right? So that whoever engages, you could just instantly build that person out. So just like I said, we've seen this kind of draft very frequently, whether it's all the other regions running it. So instead of going for the Dune, they're considering Hansen as well, and they will further lock it in. Okay, talk to me about this Hansen. Why is it good here?
You think it's good? I actually think it's bad.
That's why I'm asking you. I'm not too sure.
Okay, I'll repeat your question. How good is it? It's not good. That's been my answer. Partially because you got to look at the lineups for ZNS, right? If they can execute it, who is his target priority? I think it's pretty much just going to be Princess Frost. Half the time, if you're landing, you want to land your combo. There's half these people that are going to get either shielded up or CC immune. So, yeah, maybe he can try his luck onto even the Marco Polo that could be running the Purify. I would have liked the Dune a little better because I want him to exist in the team fight a little longer so that your Shangguan or the Lung can get these important hits inside, right? But so far, it's not something that is totally out of the box. Like I said, when you see Dahlia, you will see half these heroes that came out here. It's either Dune, Elaine, Shangguan, or at least two of these guys. So maybe ZNS read them like a book. I don't know, but I really think ZNS always goes for these very, very unusual is not the right word, but I would say projected, I guess. They love their tanks, okay? They always have either a Zhang Fei that's available or a Lian Po.
That's right. We are now diving into our lower bracket series between NLG versus ZNS, where ZNS is just one game away from propelling forward into the lower bracket semifinals. That being said, it is definitely all the wrenches being thrown right in. High mobility composition coming out of NLG, paired with that Dahlia for ample possibilities, whereas I like what ZNS has done so far. They are looking to further double down on all these massive AoE combos, and we're already looking at an early invade on that Crimson.
Yep, Hansen coming up in due time as well. He's got his own Azure buff, so he will get this Crimson maybe. I don't know though. Is his smite off cooldown? No, it's off cooldown, so they can get this one. Yep, they do. So both buff being stolen out already.
Yeah, just a little bit of a tug of war going on. Not much that you could actually do up against this Hansen so early on, where just dash over wall, get the back at the safety. So great maneuver. NLG so far have stick to their modus operandi of going for jungle invades, and that hasn't been fully responded by ZNS to also go in with that kind of parallel or vertical jungle, so to speak, right? So they usually start off on that slight back foot, but you can actually skill with this Musashi. It's not going to be too much of a threat. Speaking of which, this is going to be a little bit of a tussle, but not too concerning so far. Kitty, once again.
I was about to say jungle was already taken out, right? So where are they going to go? They just go for a bit of the invade here. There's in, but yeah, not enough damage as usual.
Yep, that is the finishing stroke already being put forward just to try to burn the spells coming in from the side of Kitty. Now they will have to back away, going for a full reset while looking at the current standpoint. Standard laning phase says this is usually the case when you have multiple avenues for the rest of NLG to either commit to a fight or even have just about enough escape tools for them to work around with.
Okay, so maybe it might just come back to stalemates of like farming, right? Like if you're a Lung and a Marco Polo, how are they doing? I think just wait for the core items to come up. That depends if the Lung is going for boots first or Acts of Torment. That will determine his relevance in the lane itself. Whereas Marco Polo, almost always linear, always going for the boots before the Doomsday. It's not like an RLE, right? Sometimes you go for the Doomsday before the boots itself. So he's doing very well in terms of like keeping the lanes in, freezing the lane in place, not making sure that the creeps don't really push out to maintain some sort of control. So he's fine down at bottom.
Absolutely. Well, we're already looking at Kitty pretty much being funneled right through as they're eyeing onto the Crimson Golem once again. Now being paired with Funk to be able to back him up to safety. Sunset's also corralling into this party while they're going for a dance-off right now. It is going to be the prime target over onto the Xiangguan, but there is Biggest Boggins with the finishing stroke to be able to secure one, but they put their bodies on the line, and just like that, it's a 2-for-0. Make it 3 if they could. The death at Sunset, just about enough to take out Sunset.
Alright, you know, taking out just the Mai Yin, they will take that sacrifice, right? 1 for 3, and that's also Zanker down. That is the Hansin jungler. So now Luke coming in as well.
Yeah, perfect call with them to counter that engage, and Fast is being called very early on as they respected that there is the Marco Polo with the Fever Barrage still online. So now without the Aldi, they could just follow more resources, go for that rotation down bottom, especially when the Tyrant is currently coming up. So NLG, they waste no time. They won first dibs on this Tyrant.
When you say vastness, then you ask yourself, is it really
Tyrant
infinite
has
though?
been defeated.
It's only 5 seconds.
Not quite.
No,
well,
right? Okay, just gotta make sure.
Technically, with 2 potential infinite vastness,
Okay.
it might seem infinite enough while they recommit into the fight. Perfect knockup coming in from Sunset to be able to get 3 kills going in favor of ZNS.
I like the kills here. Basically, they know the Hansin can really get to be a nuisance in the mid game. All right, so they just pretty much shut him down. Just to see where he's going, you know, anticipate his movements. And yeah, he does have a little bit of escape, but they do have some sort of chase, right? In the likes of Mayin as well as
Red
Kitty
team
with the death at
has
not
destroyed
death
a
at sunset,
tower.
the duel to the death. I had a habit once where the Elaine and the and Musashi goes head to head, and I called it. It's called Duel to the Death at Sunset.
Well,
beautiful.
sounds poetic enough, and also I think that we forgot to highlight how crucial Feng has been for both
yeah.
of these matchups, because him on both the Lianfo as well as now on the Zhao really landing some of all these crucial tremor smash back in that first round, and now back into his fight as they further commit, looking for GCAC, as they will land a beautiful death at Sunset over onto all the members out there, and just about enough burst to take out the Bayin as well. This time, a lot more successful for NLG.
I like that. They actually managed to finally group up as 5, and the winning factor there was the Elaine coming in from the back, right? Because if it wasn't there, the Princess Force might have actually survived, and of course, the Umbrella Outburst didn't get too much value. No one from NLG actually died there, so they will close up the gold lead just a little bit with only 1,000 left.
Here comes the
Killing spree.
finishing stroke. Not quite enough to at least form up any form of takedown up against Kitty, and just like that, retaliated to be shut down. And that Musashi can still find a little bit more of that wiggle room to come back up into this current progress. And as a matter of fact, it's already level 10 for Kitty as they're looking to secure themselves the Overlord. All eyes on the prize right now with Junes landing a couple of pokes, but they are doubling down. They are not looking to back out of this Overlord. And just like that, they secure it in the hands of Feng.
I didn't like that Lung revealed himself there, because he could have either hide just to like steal the Overlord. You know, he and Dola was in the bushes anyway, and they didn't get checked too. So, oh well, they'll do what it takes. Just wanna point out that those flaming palms actually did substantial damage onto Kitty, but his farm is not done yet. That Azure Golem did not have enough damage, so he's gotta go back and reaggress.
Yep, and right at this moment, with all the Vanguards marching their way throughout the lanes, this is Marco Polo that's been getting all these free farms. Somebody's got to keep it in check, but NLG's got a lot more to do just to ensure that this mid lane turret is still standing. So far, it's been a lot of back and forth. ZNS, we've definitely seen them really go on that full aggression whenever we've seen those high-level commitment coming from the side of NLG. What they're really good at is to really turn the fight around with their countermeasures, especially if you have Nom Nom in position.
So my worry right now is when will Zenker come online, right? Because look at this
Speaking of which,
initiation.
they're going for a deep dive, but that's not really an easy target, as Bingus Bongus have to use a defensive finishing stroke. Now mid lane's pretty much open up, and that is just a slight decoy with a little bit more commitment coming from Zenker, forced to actually utilize his ult just to clear up all these minion waves, while putting in a lot of work over the bottom as Junes. He's just funneling them over onto the bottom side as they look to once again reconvene, powering up online. A lot of all these major armors being popped up. So this is going to be a very vulnerable Lung, and Shin doesn't seem like she has the ulti to be able to refresh it at this moment.
So everyone from NLG almost had a get out of jail free card, right? Namely, Infinite Vastness is the true escape. But the problem is, if every time you're using it defensively, you will close down the the gaps of actually even using it offensively. Because an offensive Infinite Vastness, I think a lot of people really underestimate the utility it does. Not only it does damage, but it actually has a fear function, right? Where you land, people actually walk away from you for 1 second. So there's not enough frontline for NLG at this moment, I feel. Even if Hansin goes for the tank build, there's not going to be enough.
Yeah, and then just like that, once more, soaking in the pressure, clearing out the wave. I'm still looking at Bingus Bongus needing to have major impact in some of all these team fights, and it's been getting a lot more difficult to do, especially when you have Kitty that's always on the ball, watching every single move that he tries to pull off. And a couple of times already, this Shangon has been caught up. So that definitely has been the prime target. Whereas this is going to be a little bit of that tussle up mid once more, where we're already looking at the outburst already being challenged through by Feng. So this could be a grand opportunity in the next couple of seconds for NLG.
It went wide. That unbridled outburst caught nobody. So, but we also see Hansin was trying to initiate, catch out a little bit, but then pretty much everyone just walked away, right? The Unrivaled Spear is, it gives you that CC immune, but problem is there's no damage follow-up, or if it doesn't actually knock up anybody, so that pretty much amounts to nothing. So still a lot of back and forth. 317, 10-minute mark, Dragons are already up. They will look to get this most likely, but you gotta remember that the tower pushes could be a little bit scary now if NLG does not keep that in check.
Yeah, they're just going to exchange the Tyrant for the Overlord, it seems. And I would say that it's pretty much fair, as we can definitely see that ZNS, they shouldn't have too much of a hassle for them to be able to keep some of all these waves cleared up at this current moment. But Overlord still online, and that was coming pretty close to a steal, but of course, with the smite coming from Zenker, that is still going to be in the backs for NLG.
I didn't have time to take a look if Zenker still had his smite because, all one needs to do is just to look to the left side. So speaking of Hansin, he does go for the tank build. We see Ominous Premonition already completed. It's just a half Battle Rage and moving into the Blazing Cape there. So if you see them... Oh, wait a minute.
Shin's now being caught out of position. Will have to falter in return. YW, the next one on the chopping block, forced to put in this Death by Sunset. It's a beautiful double for Nom Nom Nom.
Oh, by speaking of Nom, you are just going for kills, right? Because they are looking delicious. Slurp it up.
Topside though, I mean, June's, he's using all that time to try to clear things up, and he still lands the shutdown and just moves away swiftly with the fastness. Continuing with the chase, is going to be Kitty now. Force the flash away. So June's, I think he at least forms up a decent exchange. Turrets for the kills up mid, I guess they will have to take that.
Not just that, it's a Marco Polo down. Shut down, in fact, so more gold, alright. 4-9, is that still salvageable, I guess? 3,000 lead only for 11 minutes in is not too bad in a certain aspect, because you expect most of NLG's towers to be down, but it's not. So they do have some semblance of a hope here. But if I was ZNS, sometimes you'll ask yourself, am I worried?
Well, I don't think that they're too concerned as of the moment. And it's going to be Mayin, 1 versus 1 over on the bottom. What's exactly happening here? Another Vast is being popped defensively. And that's the only escape tool that he has, since the flash has already been popped prior to this. The Sparrows are out as they get a flush all the way back. Unbridled outburst just to secure some wiggle room inside the jungle. And just like that, ZNS, they're just pulling off a full defensive maneuver.
I was just thinking, like, if Zenker's out, okay, not just yet.
Yeah, just not quite enough.
Not yet.
The outburst is already used, and this is where they try to at least form up a little bit something to return. Zenker now playing with fire. It's going to be a recommit coming in from Sunset. Oh, beautiful work from the Mayin to be able to open up that space. And just like that, 2 turrets in a row, knocked down, crumbled up, and NLG, they don't really have much to defend right now.
They don't need to play anything too complicated, right? Just front to back. Look, more initiation, 0 follow-up.
And just like what you said, the Ballista is still up online, and with YW still in charge, they will be able to at least clear that one away. But more and more waves crashing right through. They will have to leave this inhibitor wide up in the open while they further commit. Zenker putting his body on the line. The Bastion now being popped, has to go all the way back into the base. And what can they potentially pull up this time? And here comes the finishing stroke onto Kitty. Not quite enough. And further being slammed. Feng denying them all that space, has to go down. While NLG, they're forming anything that they can do to hold themselves out. And take a look at Sunset walking away with broad daylight murder, while the rest of NLG fights back with YW with the Death by Sunset.
It's not bad though, because he actually used the jump pad to come in and get the Marco Polo, in which where he will re-aggress onto that, but of course missing out the meteor kill.
Yeah, Beautiful stuff, and the Elaine has already funneled everything to get that exchange done. So, undeniably, a lot has been done for NLG to be able to hold firm into this game. If they did not aggress up mid, they could have that easily lost everything in return. And just like that, and ZNS open up that space to get themselves another Tyrant in return. And it's just going to be hard for NLG to even extend now that we do have Sunset confidently working on the turret. I mean, what can you do as a Dorian, right?
I just want to rewind it back to Sunset. You know, like going into base, like you say, getting away with murder. Those whatevers are so insane. CC immune plus heal. He just pretty much got. I'm not sure if that was it wasn't Shangguan or Hansin for sure, but it was one or the other, right? So now with the mid tower down already, he has so much room to move about. And look at that, more kills.
Yeah, speaking of which, Kitty jumping right in, followed quickly by Feng. And the rest of NLG forced to peel away. They know that there's just no way that they could get any form of access to that Overlord. So here comes the jump pad. Utilized just to get a little bit of a quick peek. They're still working onto that Overlord. A lot of damage being done to Nom Nom. And here comes the fastest. Put it offensively, trying to hunt out that Marco Polo. Meanwhile, their backline is absolutely under threat while they will manage to take down the Princess Frost in exchange. And now Zanker will have to move all the way back. And now it is free reign for Kitty to smack them all down. It's a beautiful double. While Sunset goes in for the backdoor. This is the way in to close it out. A beautiful 2-0 sweep from ZNS.
This goes to show their confidence reflects in their draft. They knew exactly what they were doing and what they were going up against. They knew that NLG did not have a front line. They just go front to back, right? Whoever shows up in front, you're just going to dump oral spells on you and slowly make the push. So yeah, jump pads in, try to compete for that dragon, resulting in a death. That's the first infinite bastards aggress that I have seen. But the moment he lands down, he's immediately taken out. The Musashi and the Zhang Fei just running into your face has got to be one of the worst things you see before you die.
It definitely is a scary thought, right? When we think about, all the back and forth fights, and it seemed like the most important member out there was not kept in chat, and that was Sunset on this Mayin with that very cheeky little backdoor that sees everybody further committing into trying to get into that Overlord pit, because the rest of NLG knows that if they lose this Overlord, this could very well be game over. But then again, if you don't watch out for some of all these heavy pushes, it's pretty much the same story, which was what, we were focusing on all these fights, and this guy just stormed his way into the base and call it a day.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to the draft a bit because in my notes, I actually wrote that they had a Dun, but it was a Hansin. So I was about to say, that Dun would just fill up the Dolia cheese strat, right? Because every refresh is good. But then you're going with the Hansin, I'm wondering, what are you trying to achieve here? So, when, this is a competition, you have a gap there, you have a hole, and then the enemy is just gonna dig it a little deeper so that you can sink in it. But, oh man, there's very little left to say when ZNS just really, really aggressed everywhere that they could. MVP is 16.0 combat score for Kitty, by the way. That Musashi was going absolutely out of control.
Yeah, I think that the whole idea with the Hansin is that there's a little bit more mobility in the kit of what this Hansin has to offer, other than just relying on that ultimate that's kind of like 15, 16 seconds tops. So I guess it's not too bad of an idea, but when it comes down to needing maybe a little bit more beefiness, I guess that's where it's clarity lacking, because they kind of overcommitted into having a super nimble comp.
Yep.
But pay attention to Kitty, right? Like, this guy, he's like, you want to outrun me? Nah, I'm just going to chase everybody out there. And even with those fights, this Musashi so far pulling off some really sick moves in order to slowly deplete them. So he still have that major output to be able to outlast in those battles, which is why we see maybe a little bit more back and forth from that early game to mid game. But overall, ZNS have been pretty much in the clear, where they just have so much room to play in the map.
So I just want to point out that Shangguan has a 0% win rate for what we're seeing right now. There's just no reason why you should pick it, right? Because when you pick a Shangguan, you have to achieve something with it, which is almost the same as a Monkey King. You're going to aim weak back lines, get into there, or people, let's say a Shouyue, right, who is busy using his getaway. you can use that to chase up. But problem is, if your enemy's team comp revolves just sticking together and being bold in front of your face, Shangguan is not going to do much. Yeah, so what? It's called finishing stroke for a reason. If the stroke ain't finishing anybody, it's not going to do much, right? We only
So
saw
it's just a
one.
stroke.
It's just stroking, guys. Shangguan is just using that brush, but not enough damage. I was about to say if the team could get some more damage in, meaning that if Han Xin did not go tank, hypothetically, just goes damage, if he doesn't finish it, then Shangguan can come in because your enemy is forced to back off already. Right now, I feel like ZNS was in such a comfortable driving seat to the point that they can face tank most of the Shangguan blast and get away with it.
Yeah, dude, that's pretty spot on. I think that there were a lot of all these key moments where this Shangguan definitely had certain impact. That final fight, I guess, if you bar away whatever happened over onto the base with the back door, that Shangguan was about to really rip them apart. You know, like that was that chase going on. They kind of need answers into securing that Marco Polo. So that was one to be dished out, and then the fight kind of dispersed into two. But yet again, it's still not quite there yet, where I felt like there was just too much of that pressure in the mid game, where even some of the members of the side of ZNS, they are very willing to dive to Shangguan, because if you allow that space for her to try to run all across, then she will just do exactly just that. So instead, force her to use it defensively to get out of whatever sticky situation, and then suddenly that pressure has been relieved. So ZNS definitely identified that very, very well.
Okay, yeah, with that said, one of the Singaporean teams will say goodbye already, and ZNS will move on with a very strong draft. Let's see how they do in the upcoming matches. So please don't go anywhere, because we have a break to set up the next series here. So there will be more Honor of King coming right at you. Please don't go anywhere.
The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Qi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Qi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! All will burn to dust! Her fragrant sleeves have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Bai Chi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Blum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Baichi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy.
Alright, thank you ladies and gentlemen for your patience. We hope you enjoyed your break there, because right now it is yours truly, Xenoviper. Alongside me right there, that's gonna be Contra, that's gonna bring you more WKS, and we are right now gonna bring you Fearless Hong Kong versus ZNS. How are you doing still, my fine guy?
Man, it's going to be a long night because these intensity of matches is just going to be at its boiling point, especially now with Fearless being one of the victors from that low bracket run to take on ZNS. Both sides are playing very high tempo, so definitely this matchup will be very explosive. Now, I'm not too sure whether if ZNS has been paying any form of attention towards some of these members coming in from Fearless, because they play a lot of all these mean junglers. We're looking at Pei, we're looking at Jing, and so much more of all these form of aggressiveness. While I still think that there might just still be a contest for that Luna, even despite so, we saw the alternatives to it being the Musashi. So expect to have our eyes glued at both sides of the jungle.
Yeah, as a refresher, this is what you guys will be expecting between today and the next few days. The winner of each will be moving forward for on Sunday, which is the grand finals of the qualifiers, right? Two teams, basically, even though they are in the finals, but they're pretty much qualified. So I think that's just a checkbox that's done, you know, but it's only a matter of who will walk back with the lion's share of the $2,500, meaning 1,000.
Yeah, and of course, that being said, it is still going to be a arduous journey out there for whoever gets knocked down to the low bracket. Whether if, you know, Pause can close it up or MC can close it up, then sure, you got that spot secured. But you don't want to leave any form of room for tomorrow, because that's where one of all these monsters from that lower bracket will be able to come up ahead and maybe just take it all the way to the grand finals. So we'll have to see. Of course, there's just big prizes to be won, but most importantly, even more stakes involved once they set their feet into the league stage.
Yeah, as a reminder, these are only all best of threes, if you could see it there. It's only the finals that's going to be a best of 5. So really quick games, really fast ones, and it's global. It's not global band pick, so which means you will see most of these teams just exercising what they're comfortable with most of the time. And speaking of Fearless, you got up a good point. They can be pretty aggressive, and the thing is, they can pull off usually what NLG could not pull off. So I am so excited to see how does ZNS respond to that.
Yeah, and I think that is almost identical on how they ideally want to play a game. Instead of, you know, coming into both form of spectrum, you can see how close the predictions are from our dear audience, because they saw what ZNS brought to the table. It's almost equivalent of Fearless Esports, right? When we take a look at Fearless, maybe there's a lot more decisiveness on how they actually close out their games. They just need like maybe 1-2 team fights and it's all over. So ZNS got to pay close attention onto how some of all their flanks is going to form up, especially on the clash lane. So I think other than the jungle that we've talked about, the next one definitely is all eyes on the clash lane on what they would be able to offer in this upcoming series. So, Zeno, 10 seconds from now, it's time to find out who will be, once again, one step closer to the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, we got Hong Kong and Singapore now, guys. One of them moved forward here. One of them we have to say goodbye. And I keep saying this time and time again, we have not had either of these teams representing WKS up there just yet. We got Cambodians, we had a Laotian, and we have some, I believe that was... I'm not sure if we have No, definitely Hong Kong is not up there, right? So, Laotian, Myanmar, and... Cambodia, yes.
We'll get to that.
Three Cambodians, yeah. So, okay, yeah, anyway, come back here to the draft already. Musashi being first ban is interesting. Is it just because that they had seen them play it? Is it ban-worthy though, if you might ask? I'm not sure. Another one that's a big question mark. A Byron, what did you think about that?
Well, I think it's something that was displayed by some of the members of ZNS, and when we talk about Byron, Perhaps it's just making sure that there's no firm counter or a brick wall for the Clash lane to be secured, which we saw. Fearless love this Dharma. They will lock it in instantaneously. And quickly as it goes, it seems like they're deciding between either a Menki or an Augur, but most often than not, it could just be the Augur that is maybe a little bit more reliable on how you want to go in for initiations. And with the Zhangfei open up through the bans, then it is an absolute no-brainer. This is the reason why they actually banned out the Musashi as well as the Byron, because Luna tend to have some form of struggle against some of these heroes where, you know, once he pops his ultimate, then you have that slight form of silence as well. So it is absolutely understandable. And we're already looking at big burst potential coming in from Fearless Esports on an AoE kind of composition.
So this is interesting. There's a lot of arguably we call single target pickoffs, because even though some of them are AoE, but they are more focus centric to pick off one as as fast as they can, right? And I expected nothing less from Fearless. I said they are fearless. They will pick these fast-paced heroes. Does ZNS match their pace? I'm not too sure, but I like their Zhangfei pick. We haven't seen that yet today. With the Smite pick, is looking to disrupt this Luna as much as they can, and I like that they're addressing the problem at hand here.
Yeah, and of course, when you talk about catches, I think that the Mayin can indeed return the favor when it comes down to how they recommit into the battle, or maybe just out-rotate the Dharma, essentially, right? So it's really about keeping each other in check over on the course of the Clash lanes, which is why we're looking at a higher priority coming from the side of Fearless Esports in that sense. Quickly, as we go through the second phase of the draft, new Lady Sun, Yu Huan, as well as the Lampo has already been taken off the list. So that kind of hinders what kind of pull the support of Fearless can actually go for if they really want something tanky over a front line.
So no sustain now for FE, right? So if they go in and engage, they don't get kills, they come out and they're bleeding. They have to port back to base. So what do you think that's gonna wrap it all up here? Do you think they're gonna go for a soft roam? You know what's funny? I don't hate a Liang for ZNS, but they actually went for the Yixing instead. Maybe the worst, my board will have a general bigger AoE to catch out the Luna. And speaking of big damage, we do have the Angela that's still free for the taking. A situational one, but sometimes I like to alternate between that the Lady Zhen sometimes, which he just got it, but let's see if he locks it in.
Yeah, I think that the Lady Zhen is definitely a smart pick, right? It is going to be the role where she soaks in all that pressure and still have just about good enough of an output to be able to go fishing, right? Go catch somebody out there. If you could just land any form of all these knockups, then it is just going to be that full blow of ultimates to be dropped right in by the rest of his teammates. Whereas, taking a look at the Diada to be picked up, I'm not too surprised they needed a little bit more sustain and to also peel away any form of a threat whenever these members of ZNS wants to go in for a flank. So it is going to be a very meta-centric draft that we're looking at from both ends of the coin. So them nutting Syndicate, they've just finished off their previous run and they're back again with even more. Can they actually find a deep run up against Fearless Hong Kong? It's time to find out, because their stamina might be exhausted for now, because we're slowly moving into the wee hours of the night. But you know what they say, it's gamer time in the late hours.
Gamer time? Is it no pain, no gain? No game, no slain? Yeah, you gotta slay these people to just go to sleep with a peace of mind, if I would say, right? Sorry, I was just...
I kind of lost you halfway through that, if you realize, like... it's
I apologize. Never mind. This is just a Xeno hours. Is also what we call it. But we have a fast-paced just to kind of do a bit of jungle invade. And I like sometimes Orgwen does do this. So mini camps already off, and the Luna gonna be starting off with her own her own dragons, I guess. Sorry, her own golems. Yeah, it's getting late.
Yeah, it's starting to get into Xeno. Well, yeah, of course, it's just the start of it all, where we have to see how would they just try to extend perhaps some of all these duels even longer. If we could finally get ourselves a full series instead of just 2-0s. Up till now, I've just realized that I've had this clean record of just 2-0 every single.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, Contra broadcast is just 2-0. I'm like,
And I don't know how true could it be in this series because right now we're looking at a very, very firm composition from both ends. So it could really go either ways, right? Because essentially, when you take a look at the whole kit of ZNS, you can still argue that it's all about protecting that DRJ, but I still think that they have many avenues of catch, especially if you get Kitty online.
You know, I'm here for the reverse caster's curse. Usually we talk about it, it affects the players. So I will now affect you. Okay? It's gonna be a 2-1 today. I believe in these two teams. They have shown so much promise. It'll be sad to see either one of them go. But here we go. Probably the initiation about to start here.
Yeah, just a great read coming in from both Fearless and for the rest of ZNS to not overextend at the very same time. Now, it's always interesting when you see a Zhang Fei going in for Smite, which means, you know, you have even more priority when you go into any form of contest. But we have this 1-versus-1 between Fable as well as Sunset. You still have those charges, those whatever charges that he still has need to be put into good use, and it seems like he just hit that perfect level 4, but he could not commit any further. But that came pretty close. Both sides of the clash leaders not popping that flash.
So those whatever charges, it keeps slipping my mind, whatever they're called, right? Nah,
there's actually names towards whichever combo you really want, right? Exploit weakness, feign to retreat.
Yeah, feed danger, if he doubles it.
It's a mouthful. It's a mouthful, I gotta say.
So we just say whatever we want. Haha, get it? Yeah, there we go. Dharma is getting a little bit backed on now, so expected Mayin just mount on a little bit of pressure. The Dharma might gonna get some reinforcements here from this guy who's just moving around, clears most of the jungles already, so most likely about to show a presence in either top or mid, but I think mid might be the way to go.
Definitely, while they're just gonna be exchanging waves after waves, not too much pressure to be built up against this Arbor, so Kitty's got this free reign going on, while of course it's not going to be all too easy to eventually land those kind of strikes, especially when you're playing a utility mage up mid. So ideally, this late season is just going to be there soaking whatever EXP, and if you could funnel some into Sky, by all means do so, right? But what I really do like about ZNS is that they have been proactively securing a lot of that space over onto the course, and here comes that big jump over onto Deity, as it does pop the flash away from that E-Sync just to try to ensure that his passive stays intact.
Yeah, let's just talk about the passive a little bit. Maintaining initiative. What a name too, right? So it's not triggered. That's a very long cooldown too. Looking to contest first Tyrant here. The initiation starts.
Just like that, first blood as Yin just drops right into the battlefield and finding 2 in exchange. That's both Sunset as well as Kitty. So this is where they just open up all that space. Whether they want that mid turret or not, it's up to them, and still diving in for a whole lot more. Fearless, they're absolutely slaughtering them down while they're just getting themselves plenty of space with this turret pretty much blown wide open.
I was actually surprised because I actually thought they got the Tyrant. That's why they're doing so much damage. But they were doing so much even without the buff. So that just says that their kit is just meant to really just put the ZNS at bay. And mind you, ZNS has showed a really solid performance here, but have they met their match though?
I definitely do think so, Deity. Now calls for the fourth, but it's going to be once more reconvening. Does not matter. You pop the passive, he still takes him down. Looking for a whole lot more, but Sunset definitely has some backup underway. Well, it's a deep dive coming from Fable with the Truth Matter to secure it once again. A little bit more of a back and forth up mid at the very same time, but it is 2-4-1 in favor of Fearless HK.
Yeah, it's still Fearless. It's still Fearless that's coming on top, right? And this Dharma actually slipping past the first ban, and that's why you see him usually being banned out. His crowd control is so intense, plus not just the stuns but his damage output as well. I think that Fearless Esports is capitalizing the usage of their skills so well that now ZNS suffering the same fate as what most Organ picks has happened these past few days.
That's right, and that's a really tight board that locks them into place, but no follow-up whatsoever, as the Tyrant has already been secured by the rest of Fearless. Sky so far not even needing to pop that smite, so he will be able to keep it just in case if they would contest for that Overlord. Right now, priority landing back over on the side of ZNS if they want to box them right in. Here comes Sky diving forward, and it is the Unbridled Albert to keep them all at bay. It seems like he will keep the Unbridled, hoping to stash away that Crimson Golem, and it's not going to be successful. The smite goes down. Kitty does get that in return, but is it going to be a full commit though? Is he going to be able to pull it off? Not quite yet, and instead, Kitty backs away.
He has the Conductor of Souls though, so I didn't know why they did not want to re-aggress. Sorry, that's a mouthful. They really need to take as much kills as they can right now. So far, Ogren has quite an abysmal win rate in the lower bracket series. I think there was only one win coming out from Maelstrom Catalyst yesterday. I don't know if this will be the downfall for CNS, but so far, still stable, I guess. But the lead of the gold is growing, as you can see, almost a 5k disparity.
And speaking of which, here comes a new move. Wow! Just like that, deplete 2 members and looking for a whole lot more. Now, she's going to be boxed right in with the board falling into place. Sunset falling really low as the rest of Fearless is going to slowly zone them out. This Bayin will go down just like that. 3-4-0. Fearless here just dumpstering the rest of ZNS.
Oh, the resplending! The guy was aiming the wrong way, but in the end, still punished for Kitty. That's so unfortunate, though. There's not really much they could do here because the tier 3s are being knocked in already. Sub 8 minutes into the game, and they're looking like they'll take mid as well. So far, not really looking good for ZNS side. They cannot get those kills that they were projected to achieve, and after all, they are going for something that's a little bit more later, right? Look at J, he needs that farm. Ogren needs a little bit more time to get up his core items as well. Whereas like FEHK, anytime they just appear on map, they could just either knock you into a wall or chase you to oblivion.
That's exactly what went on, and Sky, you have to have full confidence to once again zoom in and out. Well, nobody has the tools to really lock into place other than Feng, right? That requires you to also commit that Unbridled Outburst at the same time, so you gotta find a timely manner to be able to channel all of that through while Woodwind so far playing an impressive Diadia throughout the run, and they might be looking for something in return.
Yeah, out for committed as well. Peter Farewell doesn't want to get too close yet, just in case his team can't follow up. So it's just enough to deter the rest of ZNS. I think they're pretty comfortable. All outer tier towers are down already, so they got a lot of places around the map to move. They could clear out ZNS's jungle. So Fearless, really in a commanding spot at this moment. Might just wait for the next neutrals, to be honest.
Yeah, there's just so much going on when we look back into that previous fight. Speaking of which, this is the Ogren overextending all by himself, quickly gets taken out. Oh.
Yeah. What do we do? What do we say? Look at that!
It's a gunner! It's a full dive right in. The box moves right through. The port is not quite enough to actually lock them in place, but at least they did manage to bring down both Sky as well as Woodwind. But there is the proof matter, shoving them all back into the base. That minute wave is just going to crash right through, and still you have KK unbattered, unbruised as they look to secure every single turn of the game, sub 10 minutes.
This is so strange to kind of fight though, because the flowing side, the ocean of tears, they gotta look out for these coming up from Lady Zed, right? So the moment they move in, there's a chance that they might be frozen. This is the power of just Lady Zed. There's someone that's frontlining that's already taking the attention away from you. All you need to do is just cast your skills. That's exactly what happened there. So the 2-man stun into the near the crystals there, and ZNS once again they lost another tower at mid, and the next 2 seconds they lost their bottom tower. It's pretty much almost game over already. Time for comeback, probably not possible.
Yeah, we talk about fast pacing. It seems like the rest of ZNS could not really match up to the fast tempo and the cleanliness of execution at the very same time. Now, from what that scuffle was for that Crimson Golem, he identifies that Kitty has already used the smite, so both of these objectives will actually go in for free.
Oh, double.
Yeah, just like that. There's just no contest whatsoever, and the rest of ZNS, they just really gotta stall for time at this moment.
Yeah, you can see the Luna just waiting to kill off the Tyrant just because their teammate was killing the bottom Tyrant. Sorry, that he was killing the top Overlord, right? So double objectives, they can just play behind. They're so ahead of gold. It's almost 10k gold deficit. This would likely be the last engage before the end of game 1.
Well, it's time to find out whether if they could turn the tides around. We won't have to look at Sunset, whether if they could actually get multiple knockups in return. Sky just 1 versus 2s his way. Sunset dropping low, and he's trying to get his way back in the base. Not quite enough, while with the rest of the Vanguards already in the base, it is just going to be a full stomp sent into the base, while Fearless HK, they clearly dominated here in round 1.
What else can he do? What else can, what can ZNS do? Fearless is just absolutely sending it, right? Don't care about So's frontline. They just go in, I guess. They just rely on Lady Zen to just push up and then support. So you gotta remember that even Luna has a stun, right, from skill 2. And then when they just dig in, they get in a little bit more. Back and back, they push ZNS all the way back to their own base, and they found no opening to break into the formation of Fearless Esports. What a game it was. And I would say it wasn't really a stomp per se, but I'd say it was fairly domination.
Yeah, it definitely, throughout the course of the run, there was no pressure onto the Marco, and we understand why. I mean, always being guarded by the Dia, which is why this is a very solid pick in majority of all these meta across the world at the moment. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at Fearless. You have Sky, who could just initiate whenever, and he will expect his teammates to be able to follow suit very cleanly. So I'm just looking at what exactly is the pain point for the rest of ZNS? When exactly did this game just broke wide open? I believe it was that fight over on the mid lane turret with that catch, and it just started to snowball out of control.
I'm not sure if it was something that just broke the camel's back, right? Because it was consistent. As you can see, yeah, all the way to mid-game, it was just right, and then the towers start to drop, and then they lost control of their lanes, they lost control of their jungle, so the goal reposition just really racked up for Fearless Esports. And that says a lot, by the way, because when the Luna can clear jungle really quickly, just because she's also pretty mobile, you will see half the time she'll just pop behind somebody and landing them up with a double kill and gets away scot-free, unpunished.
Yeah, and on top of that, like, we saw what this Lady Zen has offered in some of all these solo missions as well, and even when they were trying to jump up against her, like, she's got everything to unload, whether it's the Ocean of Tears, Destructive Deluge, like, how are you supposed to even single out some of these carries when you're having some of these other junglers, clash laners just running its course? In your jungle, you gotta pick your party, right? So, that being said, maybe it's just a little bit too tough for the rest of these members of ZNS to be able to swallow for those moments, but hopefully they will be able to find something a little bit more reliable in terms of ease of execution, because fighting Temple against Fearless seems like a no-go zone right now. So, what exactly is going to be the answer from the rest of ZNS before, of course, they go into the next match? Well,
are they going to really just play to match tempo though? Because if you see ZNS's playstyle, it has always been these like tanky comps, a backline, protect the president kind of MO, whereas like Fearless is always pretty quick. So can ZNS switch it up and actually play a faster tempo? That one I'm not sure. You most of the time would have to give up one of those tanks, alright, to play something more bursty, something that can catch back line. And after all, you need to find a way to punish Fearless Hong Kong, because otherwise they will steamroll you. They will take their tempo, they will take their game knowledge of understanding their hero timings and just wipe you clean. They're already down 0-1 right now.
Exactly what happened in that match, right? Like, their wealth of experience definitely is showing overall, where they've played those couple of seasons and came up with really promising results, and yet again, just showing that they are here to stay if they could just wrap up with another round. I would argue that ZNS, they have played some high tempo rounds. Remember Kitty on some of all these Luna plays when he does secure it. So I'm not too sure if he's too heavily reliant on that pick in particular. So it is definitely a call for a question, right? Like, if you're not relying on some of all these tank jungle picks per se, then you are going to have to really outmatch the tempo that Fearless is currently offering, which, the answer is no at the moment. You're not able to match that, so you gotta kind of break wall that instead.
So maybe they don't have tanks. Well, why not just take a little bit more damage, right? Maybe in the form of their mage or their jungle. For example, Yi Xin is more control. You're lacking a lot of magic damage in that aspect. Whereas like you could go for the likes of like Gan and Mo if you're feeling insecure, or Princess Frost to to discourage Fearless from putting onto you. Whereas Yi Xin, you're focusing too much on the utility. Same thing if you go for something like a Liang, right? So maybe just move a little bit away from Yi Xin. Sometimes I would argue that Yi Xin is technically not really a tier S pick for me. It is very, very situational to see how that you can round off your team comp. And right now, definitely all I can say that ZNS lacked early game as well as damage.
Yeah, I mean, when you play Yi Xin, you definitely want to scale by, getting some of all these auto attacks in weave in order to churn out burst damage. So in a lot of all these instances when you're faced up against such a high tempo kind of matchup, then you don't always get those free hits according to plan, unless if your team itself is actually looking for some of all these big swings if you were to be in a good position. But more often than not, it felt like they were forced to play a little bit more passively, which is why they are anticipating when exactly to drop that world is my board. And even so, you can't exactly lock Luna in place because of the gazillion dashes that she has. So
yeah, by the time your board comes up, she's gone. Like
she's gone
half a map away. You know what I mean? So that's why I say I like the Liang better than a Yi Xin in this case, because to have a Yi Xin, that means you want the Luna to still be chasing some of your teammates, right? To commit a little more so that she gets baited into the words by board. She can't see you when you cast your words by board. So yeah, let's see how they want to move on to game number 2 here. We got the drafts coming on. Will we see a Luna respect ban, or we are going to see it come out again? Both these teams can play a mean Luna.
Yeah, that definitely has to go. I mean, you see how many times they were hoping to go in for a dive, and that Dada just whipping out her passive, kicking everybody back. It just makes it pretty much undoable, right? So now that form of sustain is gone, alongside with a little bit more respect towards the Dharma, forcing Fable to go pivot into a different hero to play out. So I guess what's on the table right now, there's still pretty much a lot of all these hot picks like the Mayi. My Shiranui has always been banned away. So I'm not too sure if ZNS is confident enough to first pick that Luna, because Fearless have shown that, hey, if you give us the Luna, we can do even more than what you did to other teams on that bracket. But Zhangfei is too hard to pass. So let's be honest here. So you definitely want to secure it first, and then you think about the jungler later.
Okay, I mean, taking a roam first doesn't really give out too much about your team comp, right? Except the fact that you might be looking for a protected president, front to back kind of thing. So as long as there's someone soaking enough of the front line, then yeah, you're free to do whatever you want. You want to play snipe so that your Zhangfei can come in and give you shields, or you want to play sustained damage. You know, the likes of Jie, Lady Sun, all these kind of things is pretty good. So I would say Fearless will lock in the Sun Ce, very mobile. I always like a Sun Ce. But so far these days, I haven't seen very, very good flanks coming up from them. So maybe I hope that in this game, we see better ships.
Yeah, I mean, the last we saw when Fearless was actually opening up the series to kickstart a run, I think that Fable so far have really high success rate on channeling some of the best set sales out there. So I do have at least pretty much good confidence in him in doing so. As we expected, we would actually see the form of response to be the Mayin as well as the Luna. Nothing too off the wall, as we do see the Yuhuan to be picked up. So I do like the Yuhuan, especially when you take a look at what kind of mage is pretty hard to dive, right? That Yuhuan is the answer. So that kind of disallows Kitty from getting that free jump up mid lane, or if they were to be in the midst of that rotation. Well, when we move into the second phase, interesting enough, a lot of all these focus are funneled onto marksman. Fearless have banned out 3 marksmen, so that's realistically Dira J to be picked up, perhaps, and that's a ban onto the
I like this. By the way, I wanted to talk about the Yuhuan pick a little bit, because you saw the smite, and so far Yuhuan has always been roam. So having a Yuhuan in the first phase pick, it doesn't give out a lot, so you're confusing ZNS on what to ban. So they ban Pei, possibly not knowing yet if the Yuhuan might be jungle, but it seems that they gave the sheep away. So it seems that it will be a Jing because ZNS stole away their Luna, which I was surprised it was not even first pick by FE, right? So we got a game on our hands. We talked about matching the pace. That's a Jing to a Luna.
Remember what Fearless actually did to their opponents earlier with this Jing. It just was mental torture, right? Just tangoing all around. Kitty wants to dance. I'm pretty sure that it definitely takes two to tango right here. So, as I expected, that Duran Jing comes out. This is going to be the first new one that is being played out for today. Is this going to be the answer here? Because to land some of all these boxes, it isn't going to be all too easy. Well, I say boxes is actually matrices, right? So
yeah.
Okay,
so
I like it. It does give them a little bit more mobility into, coming into some of the side lanes with the emergence, forming that pressure. So what concludes this draft for Fearless?
Control mage at this point. They do have enough damage. Yeah, okay, so back with the Yixing. I was half thinking, do they need damage? They shouldn't, because there's a Jing doing mad work. And Yuhuan is sort of sub-damage as well. So this actually might just end up being a roam Yuhuan again. That's what they decide upon, is the beauty of flex picks, So we got a game on our hands, and guess what? I just might be able to break your curse today. No 2 zeros for you. I am so manifesting for that game 3.
Bruh, I'm thinking that Fearless, they definitely have crazy high IQ to be able to execute this draft, especially flexing some of all these skill mechanics with that Jing. So it is still pretty much Fearless favorite for my end, looking at how they've been drafting this. And ZNS, I think they're just falling back into what they're the most comfortable on, especially Kitty this time, to be the main focal point of the team. If whether or not Kitty comes up online is going to be the big question. Is Fearless so far just look to be out macroing them last game. So moving into this one, it's all hands on deck. Final chance for ZNS.
I just want to say that ZNS does not have a reliable way to lock down Jing. Actually, by the way, so miss one skill shot of a stun and she goes scot-free. Whereas like Fearless Esports, they do have the stuns from both the Sun Tzu as well as the Yixing to at least hold Kitty in place longer than the Jing. So yeah, let's see the micros, how they want to come up here. So far they have some invades, but not too much action. A little bit of engage, but they will back off most likely.
They're not gonna leave them and go off scot-free. It's Daddy getting punished with a little bit of a mispositioning. I believe that was perhaps emergence to be moving all the way back. So perhaps that would be wiser to actually cancel it off. But nevertheless, Fearless now comes up with the first blood, while Fable already going for the exchange. Here comes a flash coming from both, and Sunset has to get away. And with that, he's going to be put slightly behind with this pressure coming in from Yin.
Okay, so they pretty much traded a kill for the Golem, right? So you will agree that was worth it? Possibly. I think Golems early on is pretty good, but you can't say no to the first blood extra gold. It's a tussle, yeah, but now the rotations are more important than ever already because the early aggressions are equally important for both teams. It's not like one team can just stay behind and hope to get farm.
Speaking of which, this is going to be an easy catching onto the Zhangfei. He's not tanky enough here, as there's still no level 4 to be hit by the Zhangfei for that unbridled outburst, so to quickly go in for punishment. And Fearless, once again, having high prior up mid to be able to just form catches after catches.
Okay, I answered my own question. I think it's well worth to get those kills than just to lose the buff, right? Or Resplendent Revolver, actually gonna miss though.
Yep, they definitely do suspect that there is going to be a heavy rotation down bottom side, where the rest of ZNS is playing a little bit more defensively, looking into their own jungle just to ensure that no camps get stolen away, while that battle up over onto the Clash lane continues, where you would expect it to be a stalemate, where the Minion does not want to overcommit, and obviously not worth it to really pin down some of what Sun can actually bring to the table, where both sides will just bleed out if they do. So
I think bursty enough. We want to speak of the Marco Polo, right? It doesn't really need a strong... is there initiation onto Yixing? Yeah, it's going to be fine. I was just talking about the Marco Polo. This is the kind of draft where you don't really need a good frontline tank because Marco is nimble enough. As long as you land a couple of shots, you don't really need a good frontline tank. So this is good for FE. But if you're a ZNS, you gotta be really, really careful to not give too much away to FEK. They already dropped 2 kills, so rough start.
A little bit rough. I mean, just looking at the way that Fearless have been applying pressure on all across the lanes, it has been a little bit tough on how they've been able to manage it. But of course, just a slight disadvantage in the early game for ZNS to get those early items up. But judging from this perspective, the rest of them really wants to go for a pick. Kitty pretty much left hanging right by the Kanban. I'm not too sure what's exactly going on the screen, but it's pretty much frozen up. But hopefully Kitty gets out alive because this is just a little bit unsteady on the pacing for the rest of ZNS.
You know what? I think you're right. I think no one died there. So you got what you wished, okay? A little bit more scouting coming up from ZNS, even a roaming gun forced out from the Marco Polo, but it's the contention for the Tyrant as expected on the 4-minute mark. And we're still getting a little bit of freezes here, so I do apologize.
Yeah, well, there's just a little bit of that back and forth going on. Thankfully, no major objectives taken away while we're not witnessing. So, I love all these control over on the river as they're already dancing with that idea. And this could be Kitty going in with the new move, hoping to actually land some really nifty blows. But once again, not having quite enough to eventually go for more, but at least that was secured by the rest of ZNS.
At least, you know, Tyrant secured means that stronger team fight, right? The set sail did not arrive in time, so they will look to disengage. But, oh, well, we're back in the game itself. Oh, Lord, the junk is dropping very, very low from the skank coming out from Fearless.
Yeah, just heavy maneuvers coming out there. While I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to fully commit though, so long as this sound phase is going to be brick walling them right under the turret, it's going to be too much of massive threat. But with the Overlord pretty much online, I'm not too sure whether or not can they actually fully commit until they get Warfire up mid-side, where so far, Woodwind has been a stellar support. Whatever hero you throw at him, he's been absolutely acing things out, keeping not only himself alive in the majority of the situation, but also saving his teammates at the very same time.
I think I'm just worried about the effectiveness of this Zhang Fei right here, because he should be in the thick of it, of the enemy's jungle, looking to smite out all these important objectives, right? So he's been so far only been in the blue side of the jungle, and that kind of negates why you pick a smite Zhang Fei in the first place. I hope to see him move around a little more, because the more Jing actually gets these neutral camps, the more that she's going to scale.
Yeah, and we're looking at a very defensive emergence over onto the bottom arrival. But overall, the rest of ZNS, they're just basically stalling some of all the pace of Fearless HK. I'm not allowing them to go in for some of all these massive rotations of invade, so I think they're just hoping that they can just scale well enough for them to fully commit into something that is going to be pretty much firm exchanges while we have a 1v1 duel back and forth as we go. Sunset will have to flee away, but overall, you expect not much to be offered from the side of Fable, because realistically, if you're not building like full damage Sunset, then you're not going to be able to burst down that Fable.
You definitely can't build full burst, right? Because yeah, you need
if you want to.
He's the only tank. He's the only tank for the team. So I don't really know if he's going for the likes of like Exo Torment or that kind of stuff. So I'm not sure if the Primal Bond has actually expired, but they could contest this Overlord if they wanted to for Fearless Esports. But nope, they'll just focus on the tower. The Clashmate is really pushing in. Direnjie, as I mentioned, very, very slow hero to come online sometime, and the pace is starting to build for FE.
Yep, Feng is hoping to shoot them away in the jungle while they manage to secure themselves the Crimson. Well, actually, Azure, here comes the board, blocking them into place. This is that fight that they've been waiting for, and the rest of Fearless hops on board, takes out Feng in the process. Well, it will be a return fire onto Yang, as Kitty manages to secure it while they are working onto the Overlord, who actually gets to secure it it seems to be still in the back for Fearless as 3 of the members go down.
Wait, they actually stole that dragon. I'm not sure if it's a death kill per se, but it does go towards Fearless because Yuhan took it, right? And she doesn't have the smite. So Jing was keeping the rest of ZNS in check up on the mid side tower. Sunset was pretty much 1 damage off lethal. He couldn't get the kill though. And it's also unfortunate how Nuwa got sniped out at the first side. You saw the Overlord actually knocked up the deity. So it's just, and then the Sunsa just came in and finished the job. So it's just collateral damage. But regardless, though, they still get their respective objectives, and the kill is still growing for FEHK. That's a goodbye, see you, Nara kind of like sense.
Oh, all the mirror image is a little bit too much of a decoy as they manage to go for that solo kill. Boils my board, drop right in. Kitty's got no place to go. Locked right through. It's a killing spree for KK, and everything in the jungle belongs to Fearless HK.
Wait, I'm confused. That was a free kill onto the Marco Polo. But Kitty was focused on trying to run away, so I would have actually re-aggressed there after seeing 3 of them, because you know your teammates aren't anywhere close, right? So, slightly questionable, but is it... Okay, now let me rephrase myself. Is it slightly, though, at this point? Because they're moving in mid-game already. Every mistake counts. So, Kitty hasn't really found a way to come online just yet compared to Sky, and Sky's mirror domain has been absolutely devastating so far.
Yeah, I mean, the last time you saw the risk of ZNS brute force their way in the fight, it didn't go so well, which is why they kind of have to circle back into playing a defensive stance. And you got to also keep in memory that KK, whenever anybody hops on board, he still has that Purifier, right? It's just so hard to actually lock onto that Marco Polo. So, understanding that, which is why they didn't really fully commit on that Marco.
Okay, yeah, I can understand that. So at this point, then it begs the question again: who is your target? It should be everyone, right? Whoever comes in first. So far, also the set sale hasn't been really doing too much. We are still almost doing a front to back kind of thing. Not too much set sales coming in to just maybe even scout the back lines. After all, ZNS isn't really split up per se, so they will just look to just get these dragons again and see where this goes.
Yeah, I mean, you don't exactly require the set sail in many of all these scenarios when you are playing such a clean macro control like Fearless right now. But speaking of which, here comes the set sail, circling round and round. It's eventually going to find something in return, but not quite yet, so it just will leave that boat for now, while the rest of Fearless will be able to get this one without any form of commotion, while they drop in the Vanguards as well over onto the top side. So it's all about passive play, making sure that every wave is being checked by the rest of ZNS. That is going to be their modus operandi right now.
She committed mirror domain for that, and it's important to note. So she won't have that for the next team fight here. I don't know if ZNS is aware of this. They shouldn't though, because they had nothing scouting the Tyrant. I just want to point out that it's funny, because they just realized they didn't have enough damage for the Tyrant, just because I believe they had the Primal Bond.
Well, eventually it will come back up online, so it won't be too long for them as they slowly wear down Feng, force him to pop the unbridled outburst. Here comes the mirror domain, dancing all around, jumping over on the kitty. Can he actually get out alive? He gets taken down, but not without a killing spree. Well, it is a return fire, as the Dangfei will still be able to at least go for a one-shot down. While the dance all about Sunset, but he's way too deep in between all 4 members of Fearless, and it's go time. While they're only having so little health left, that's where Deity shuts them down. We did manage to see him drop a clear annihilation to try to turn the tides around.
Oh, Ma Ying got a little greedy there. I understand he wanted to try to get the Marco Polo, but Yixing was just right beside him. And the target prior was just incorrect. Not only did she lose a life, but she didn't even get the kill. Had to rely on Nuwa for the final hit, in fact. So 410 in there. They still have their towers. I guess that is some sort of saving grace. But regardless though, now this is the time where ZNS has to really think about the next course of action. Not losing their towers is something that they can't ask for more already at this point.
Sure enough, while Hooper's that form of pressure, it was a little bit of overzealousness coming in for Fearless, right? That dive was set a little bit too deep without the presence of the minion wave, so that was where ZNS saw a chance to try to turn things around, which I think it was a decent exchange to at least recover some of all these gold loss, and now closing in about 3k. All they need is just one good team fight to sort it out.
Marco Polo just roaming gun into the face of Sunset, by the way. And his Purify is off cooldown. That just shows the amount of dominating level that Fearless Esports is bringing to the table. And I'm just afraid now with these minions all pushing up slowly, they will have difficulty trying to choose one lane to defend. They still have their tier 2 up though. I didn't even realize that for CNS, but it's gone at this moment.
Yep, and Shirai now being brought in by Sunset just to soak a little bit more of that damage as some of all these waves have been cleared up. They will go in for a little bit more of the reset, just about in time for the next Overlord to appear. Shadow Overlord by now, since it's already 13 minutes in play. Whereas, there's absolutely no pressure. They could just basically set a campfire inside some of these bushes and hope to catch somebody out there. And here comes Foil my board, drop right in, and Sunset slot inside! There's just no way that they would be able to commit to that. ZNS cut their losses, and at the very same time, there is a split going on. That James is not going to participate, but it's just formulating clean pickoffs after pickoffs for Felix.
Oh yeah, and he's gonna say thank you very much to this free Azure Golem before making his way towards his Overlord. So yeah, this would probably be the final straw, as people might say it. Because not only the Shadow Vanguards will come up, but the towers will go down, and the problem is ZNS will have to pick their battles. Are we clearing lanes? Are we trying to commit to these kills? Oh man, the kill deficit right now, the scoreboard is what I'm saying. It is starting to grow. 11-4 by the way, with almost a 5,000 gold lead in fact.
Yeah, already at the tipping point. A lot of pressure surmounting on the Singaporean aces as they're looking to hope to turn the tides around. So it's all about making sure that they capitalize on any form of overextension coming from the side of Fearless. While there is Annihilation to be sent right through to get some slight glimpse of a vision, but nobody can manage an extension. As you can see, just the Yuhuan and the Yixing bodyguarding any form of entry into the jungle.
Not just that, they actually made a slight mistake there because they leashed the Tyrant a little too far, so a bit of time wasted, but I don't think it's gonna matter in the grand scheme of things. They got the damage buff from the Tyrant. They got the Shadow Vanguard coming down mid. This is literally do or die now for ZNS as they look to fight out all these minions. They just need to clear them, but so much work needs to be done. Where's my borders drop?
That's going to be a 2 members locked right in. Unbridled Outburst with the shield keeps him alive for now. While the target remains to be Sunset over onto the mid. Whoa! Popping out of nowhere! That DRJ falters to the hands of KK. Once again, here comes the Setsil dropping pass, knocking over onto the Yin. And here comes Fever Barrage. Being channeled, not really hitting the mark, but that's just about enough for Fable to close it out. And here comes the rest of the Vanguards moving right through. And the second board locks them in place. And can they turn this one around? It's all down to Kitty. They're falling really low. And this is where they manage to just swipe him down. It's only down to Feng, but there's no middle wave. And eventually, they could buy a little bit more time. But is it going to be enough? Because Nom Nom is coming back up online. So if they want to dive this, there is a little bit more risk at hand with the DRNG up.
This is the final wave coming in already. The heals from Yuhan so strong. And look at that, knocking Nom Nom so down already. Where's my boss connecting? It's over.
And just like that, Fearless HK will book a meeting with whoever gets knocked down into the low brackets. Fearless are on their journey to secure their spot in the WKS League.
Alright, Fearless is on the street, Contra. I just gotta say, ZNS has put up quite a formidable fight so far as a Singaporean representative, but it has to be the Hong Kong region that proved a little bit more superior today. Big congratulations to Fearless Hong Kong. They will move forward here to face, as you said, whoever is going to be the finals in the lower brackets for a chance to go back up.
That was just beautifully played out so far. Fearless have definitely displayed their prowess on not only controlling the map, but the kind of controlled aggression that they displayed throughout the course of battle was just absolutely intense. And that's how you play Yixing to perfection, right? You're not aiming for kills. You just want to be absolutely disruptive. Those boards being set on that final few fights was absolute perfection coming out of Yin.
Yeah, it's like what, 2-3 catches every single time, and the follow-up was amazing. And half the time you see ZNS aggressing, but could not, for the life of them, could not finish the job. How many times have you seen a Marco Polo, a Yu Huan, and or a Yi Sing down to its final health sitting behind, right? And the Luna couldn't reach him. Even the final place where like the minions already pushing into their base, you see Kitty was trying to go into the backlines, but Fearless was just kiting the living hell out of Kitty.
Yeah, you gotta know who exactly is the main tank of the side of Fearless. We talked about, hey, we're lacking of tanks other than the Sun Tzu. Look at this Yu-Huan, right? Soaking 72k by herself, and like, yep, who needs a Zhang Fei on your side? Who needs that Lampo, right? So that is just pretty much Yu-Huan that has been super disruptive on the kind of game plan that ZNS wants to go for, like going for those big dives, and then she just basically keep the rest of her members sustaining as well. So it just makes life so miserable as Kitty. So that concludes it for this series, as Fearless HK, they will find themselves on that lower bracket finals. And of course, thanks to ZNS for putting up some really massive games. It's been quite the journey for them. But of course, we hope to see them coming up in the future for more qualifier runs to go down the road.
I mean, straight up, they still walk back with a few $100 US here. Thanks for giving us that kind of level of entertainment. But we say goodbye to both Singaporean teams, and the likes of NLG as well as ZNS. When we come up, by the way, we do have Pause Gaming as well as MCE. Probably our final series for tonight. I don't know. I'm really looking forward to this. So far, the games today have been pretty fire. And guess what? I will just put it out there. We're still on the 2-0 streak with Contra on the broadcast.
Gotta keep in mind, those are for best of 3s. I've not done a best of 5 yet, so this record might actually be stained. So I wouldn't be surprised, because upper bracket, we're definitely getting high quality matches coming in from Pause as well as MEC. So we'll definitely have to take a close look on what they churn up later on. So we'll definitely want to circle back into day one. You know, you've been the ones casting some of the matches. Yeah. What are stark differences as well as similarities that you've seen coming from the upper bracket victors?
I don't know. I think MCE has just maintained their reign of terror. They're also like, if I'm not mistaken, they dropped only like one. Is it even one though? Wait, just give me a moment. No, Maelstrom Catalyst has been clean 2-0s all the way from round 1 now to the semifinals. So if there's anything at all, there are something that you gotta look out for. Whereas on the likes of like Pause Gaming though, they are, I believe they're also been 2-0 so far. Oh yeah, they have been. So yeah, it's just a fight of the titans here. So if you see these teams being clean, so what does that tell you? That tell you there is always that possibility that we could bring it to a game 3, but we will never know until it starts.
Sure enough. I mean, if we take a close look into our top 3 at the moment, all hailing in from Hong Kong overall. So I think it's a massive win where there's just ample of talent coming in from, some of all these teams. So I feel like I'm happy regardless of the case. So we'll definitely have to see how these guys on the upper bracket secures their spot, or else Fearless will be waiting for the chance to strike back. With that being said, we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you the final matchup in a best-of-5 format.
As well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Bai Chi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically when he takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Hut. 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 Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. Hut. Hit. Yeah. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! To dust. Her fragrant sleeves have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Baichi's weapon of choice is the Scythe. This is his passive. When he deals or takes damage, he gains energy, as well as increased movement speed and enhanced recovery. With his skill 1, Baichi deals damage to nearby enemies while recovering health. There's a chance he'll use this skill automatically.
Welcome back, folks, as we bring you the best of 5 series in the upper bracket finals. Well, of course, it's your boy here, Contra, with my buddy Xeno Viper to bring you the highlight match of the night to close off to see who secures the spot for the WKS league.
Well, I guess this is it, guys. We are finally in the best of 5 format. We got best of 3 so far already, so expect more action between these two teams, as I would say. It is Pause Gaming with Maelstrom Catalyst. What are you going to make of these two teams so far, brother?
Well, so far, all the teams that we've seen that's been able to triumph has been coming in from HK in particular, so I'm definitely having good expectations on them, knowing and understanding some of the best meta picks, regardless of the bans. And that being said, let's take a look at their journey so far. As Pause Gaming, they have been able to just secure that 2-0 win, and that was against Fearless HK, by you, to knock them down towards the lower bracket, and MCE has done the same against NLG. Well, it wasn't an easy feat after all, but look at all these pretty much clean records so far. It's hard to tell whether if one's better than the other.
No, I mean, is it a Pause Gaming, MCE? Yeah, if they lose this best of 5, they do have a second chance, a redemption, you might say, to fight against Fearless Hong Kong, right, bottom? So pretty much, guys, we have an all Hong Kong finals. That's all I can say. So I think it's good. It's guaranteed representation from Hong Kong to secure those 2 spots up there to join the Laotian, the Cambodians, as well as the Burmese. Yeah, that's right.
That's true, and you know, tomorrow is going to be that one series of best of 5 to be played out as well. Whoever loses the series will have one last shot to go up against Fearless HK. So look at this situation and look at the strength of Fearless HK. That's a team that was decimated by MCE, and that definitely tells you a whole lot, right? It wasn't a back and forth. It was a 2-0. So MCE definitely is looking to be one of the hot favorites here in the circuit, alongside with now Pause to once again be the competitor. I'm not too certain as to what the record stands at the moment from their past meeting, because in the past couple of seasons, this is pretty much the matchup that has been sending these guys over onto the finals, and here we get a good glimpse of it.
Yeah, I just want to see for the split 3 as well. Maelstrom Catalyst did go up against Pause Gaming in the split 3 Wildcard, I think. The open series. So this is a second time, in fact, that they will meet again in considerable finals. So it won't be the end of things though. If they really knock each other up, it's just gonna go down to the lower brackets for a second chance redemption. Here we go, the predictions, and we got a huge favorite for Pause Gaming. 75-25.
I think that, of course, the fans know something that we don't, because they've definitely got everyone's heart on their side. I mean, they're still 25% still favoring some of the members of MCE. So I guess historically, Pause have definitely seen numerous successes, and this is why they're just the hot favorites right now. But look at the kind of picks up. You cast yesterday's matches. Maybe you could tell about, you know, what are some of the kind of picks that they're going to be going for after each other.
I think Pause Gaming just decimated Fearless Hong Kong, you said, but their picks so far has been pretty standard, nothing too out of place, but they do enjoy a Lady Sun Ming combo sometimes. But then for Maelstrom, also seems like these two teams also enjoy their Byrons. We might see that coming up hot, but is it really truly make or break? I don't think so. So I'm so looking forward to this draft, because if you're stealing your hero, what am I going to go next, basically?
Yep. Nothing too revealing from the bans. For pretty much stock standard is this time they aim towards removing the Dharma And interesting enough, the Liang has also been banned out. Maybe it's just a kind of pick that one or even Spring Wig does actually pull from time to time. There's a lot of things that you can combine Liang with usually, and most often than not is being put in as a support, but that opens room for the Diada to be left on the table.
It's interesting you ban Liang as on the second part when you already ban out the Mai, right? Because most of the time the Liang is a counter to the Mai, not so much to a an assassin jungler. So does that mean there could be an assassin jungler? I don't know. This is throwing me off a little bit.
Well, it could be either form of a combination where prevalently when you play competitive, that Liang kind of falls into that support role a lot more as compared to mid, where you just really want to eye for a catch. If you put it up mid, Yi Xin could easily cancel off your ult by just dropping a preemptive bar. So, because it does take a little bit of challenging time, so it does not really matter too much. So, understandably so, this time, MCE, they secure that Dolia pickup, which you could still see the full swing of high mobility compositions. That Lung's gonna come in. Probably you expect a lane as well. So, Myosotis preemptively picked up that Mayin just in case if that's going to be the case. So I like where exactly this is going for the side of Pause, as they're starting to read the kind of draft that MCE is trying to pull off, and instead of going for the lane, they say, okay, we can still get the Byron on board just to kind of brick wall this Mayin, which is a very frequent matchup whenever you go into ranked games and you pick a Mayin blind pick. Yep, you're definitely going to be brick walled by the Byron.
So yeah, I mean, both teams are Byron enjoyers. I will say it again. It's pretty rare you see teams who would actually want to go prio picks, right? Especially the first phase. So MCE will get their hands on that and a little bit more. Gonna be a tussle between the Mayan and the Byron up top. Second phase coming in right now. Both teams do still kind of just needs to read each other's strategy. They really didn't telegraph that much aside from the Liang just really throwing both the team and us, right? So yeah, marksman's all gone for MCE. We'll open the likes of like Consort as well, maybe to consider. What do you think?
Well, I definitely think that Consort is a decent option, especially now that so many of all these marksmen have been removed. Else, you can still go in for a Marco Polo, right? So it's just that it will feel a little bit disjointed looking at the kind of picks that Pause Gaming is actually going for. It's not too concerning as of yet, even if they really want to bring the Marco on the table, but exchanging with, you know, alone may not always be super favorable. So we have to see whether or not if this is going to be either the Consort, like you said, or it still could be pretty much the Marco Polo, where you just gotta be ensuring your safety above all.
Consort is a good counter because just a skill 2 and those flaming palms disappear. But there is no way. There is
Aaron. Oh wow. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So what do you think about this? Aaron has a way to outlane Lung in a certain aspect, but is it really a risk though, considering all the CCs that might be coming up from MCE?
I think it's actually worth a shot, but they're really thinking about it. They still want that huge AoE combo, so it is going to be pretty much a Marco Yaria kind of angle. So I believe you've definitely seen a lot of this being played out before, where you're just going to be providing that giant shield towards the Marco whenever you latch onto him, and just allow him to just full channel that Fever Barrage without much of that interruption. So ideally, it is down to execution, right? Like, this is going to be high risk, high reward kind of play. And to also back it up, this is where that new one makes sense. You come in with the emergence, cause a little bit more disruption, and if that Marco's not going to finish the job, annihilation. Bam!
So how are they going to break formation for both of these teams? Because you have to be causing so much commotion to the point that you have to leave the team fights, otherwise you'll be susceptible to death, right? I just noticed that MCE also picked up the Kaiser. Did not usually see that often, and you pick that if you don't really have other tank junglers. He doesn't do too well in competitive, but in ranks, he's still pretty strong. And in case you guys forget, Celestial Melody is pretty good to reset even the Kaiser's ultimate.
That's right. There's just so much that we can talk about right here as we will set foot into the first best of 5 and the upper bracket between Haas versus MCE. So I was kind of concerned whether they were hovering onto that area. It is still pretty much playable, but it is very execution based, right? Like you got to find the right moment to channel her ult. So I definitely think that having the Fever Barrage is definitely higher in the terms of damage output and a lot more reliable in that sense. So back towards the side of MCE, they have plenty of tools to engage as well as disengage. So rather balanced where you just want to create a lot of that space for this Lung to have major impact when he does get those snappy shots.
Okay, clearing lane quickly, and then Marco's gonna go back up top to face up against the Byron. I can understand that. You want to funnel as much gold as possible into that marksman. Whereas what's the win condition looking for MCE? Of course, gonna be the Lung for sure, as any win condition is the marksman. But who's your secondary? Is it the Kaiser? Is it the Byron? Now that one is interesting because deciding where the goal actually goes to will determine the pace of the game, believe it or not.
True enough, and most likely than not, you're looking at funneling every resources onto this Lung as well as making sure that this Kaiser is just about beefy enough to be able to still cause a stir in some of these team fights. Well, you would expect Byron to be able to soak a lot of that pressure over on the side lane as well. So clearly, as we see, they are trying to match a two-man over on top just to try to keep this Byron in check, because so long as you deny him whatever goal to get some of all these Blazing Gate and all the other items up, then he's not going to be as effective as you want him to be. And here comes the rival over on the top side, and quickly as they go in with the Fever Barrage to be able to clip first blood for Feng Jie, and looking for more with Annihilation, and that is Qin Lin to secure it.
I just want to tell you how disruptive the coalescence is from the Nuwa, right? So much mini stuns coming out, and potentially you might have a complete 1 to 2 second CC. And it wasn't just one kill, it was two, and Paul's getting off on a very, very good start already. You gotta be really careful though, because the Kaiser is something that you really, really got to, I won't say really scale. You got to really just come out and just be effective on the get-go, because as later the stage goes, he's actually rendered ineffective. Well, bottom, there was one kill.
Wow, deep dive Snow just popped him right through the doorways, and it seemed like it wasn't even enough time for YKK to be able to manage that rotate to provide enough shielding for Tong. So much so to the point that not even the flash was burned to get into safety, so at least they still have it intact if it's going to be another jump coming from Snow.
No, it wasn't. He didn't even have time to even cast his infinite vastness, by the way. You could see, he still has his ult, so yeah, he just got caught, which is unfortunate. But you can't make these mistakes very, very late into the brackets here already. This is the lower bracket finals.
Fair enough, now looking for a big dive as we have three members pretty much funnel up top. Guarding them from the back is going to be the Dune, while he is going to be able to soak in that pressure, getting some great vision control. Ooh. And we are looking at the board, locking Maelstrom, but realistically, you don't want to be hopping on that Dune.
Yeah, the Annihilation actually missed onto the Yi-Sing, so he kind of breathes a sigh of relief here. Oh, great timing from the Mai Yin. Gonna just feign to retreat, will actually destroy some of that the flaming palms for sure. But now with the, of course, with the tower defense down already, gonna fight with Tyrant. And I think Pause is doing a very, very good job to keep zoning out MCE, because after all, they don't have the reliable heals when their Dolia is not with them, because they're putting pressure, not just one, not just two, but all three lanes.
True enough, and speaking of pressure, take a look at that. Fastness now being popped. And I do believe that that flash is going to be kept as a safety measure, while top side of absolutely obliterated. It's just too much to handle when you have three players always camping onto the clash lane overall. So a lot of opportunities out there yet to see either side to be moving over onto the objective to secure it just yet, as they're looking for this Crimson. A little bit more of that back and forth, and it seems like that space is just about enough for them to clip the board over onto Maelstrom, trying to lock him away from the Crimson Golem while they drop right in. It's all down to one, whether he could actually find something in return. It seems like that exchange doesn't seem to be all too concerning, as Maelstrom have just minded that Crimson away.
I mean, the Invincible Warrior was committed, so they definitely don't want to run into that. The damage block is so good, that's why a Kaiser is formidable when he runs into your face. This is the first time we had like, what, a 5-minute mark with no objectives being taken for the Dragon side. So you can tell that means Pause was really just trying to keep mounting the pressure. Finally, they will start the Tyrant. So I think their main objective was first to zone out MCE as far as they can.
Exactly. I mean, if you're playing such a clean macro game, you don't really have any pressure to secure that Tyrant. You know it's going to be yours for taking. And once again, those matrices coming from the Coalescence are just kind of being a nuisance while they're being held by the choke point. Speaking of which, YKK is dangling around trying to see if they bite the bait. Doesn't seem to be so, as MCE, they will have to circle back while there is the rest of the members of Pause just regulating over onto the control of the jungle. Maelstrom now jumps right in, trying to find a big catch onto Spring. He's gonna be able to be sustaining over back. Annihilation being dropped, not really finding the mark just yet. And just like that, the Ultimate Warrior drops right through. Maelstrom still holds the line as they slowly poke him down. And that is where Maelstrom goes down. They kind of overextended, but that is still recovery for MCE.
Overextension is an understatement there. They dove not tier 1 but 2 tiers of towers after the bottom lane. So is it 2 tiers? Nah, it's just 1 tier. Okay, bottom tower is gone. But yeah, I think that was a very good initiate from Pause. And because all of MCE was grouping up, Dahlia was getting maximum value out of her heals. And I don't know who her Celestial Blessing went to. I'm not sure if it was the Kaiser, but pretty much Kaiser was doing what a Kaiser does best. Existing in front, doing so much damage with those knockups as well, and they managed to secure 3 kills of their own up to 7 minutes in this game.
Yeah, and that was pretty pivotal, right? Where we saw plenty of raids inside the jungle for one, and by him not only soaking all that pressure, but also turning up certain kills. Now this Kaiser's back on track, keeping up to the level, and also getting the items pretty much back on track. But the other problem here is that, you know, it's not always going to be a clean opportunity to actually catch Fernjin, where he's not running Purify. He is actually bringing the stun whenever he goes in with the Fever Barrage. So that is for certain when you do have the area permanently protecting you. Fastness being popped preemptively, though. This might be a cause for concern, but they are actually looking to do it offensively up against this Marco Polo, who just got a hightail out of that situation. While there is further commitment, while they will still actually find the kills over onto both Chinlin as well as Fengjie.
I like where this is going. I think even MCE did an even trade. I think their choices to initiate was actually on point. They're picking the correct fights, they're trading out really effectively, and they're putting every cooldown of this Invincible Warrior up to good use.
True enough, and you're getting both the mid laner as well as the marksman at the very same time. It's still pretty much a worthwhile trade coming in from the side of Pause, while MCE, they're happy with that back and forth as well. So that relieves a little bit more of that pressure that was surmounting upon them, but they kind of need to not overextend, because 2 times they tried to do that, they kind of were costly. Initially, Tung, when he pulls that up, they were thinking, oh, okay, we burned it out, but actually, no, they're chasing onto Fengjie.
I don't know, I feel like when I look at these 2 teams draft, I feel like Pause Gaming is the one that should be the hi, let's go in kind of motive. But no, so far it's MCE. I didn't expect this because I felt like they might be uncomfortable, but no, it seems like they are, in fact, super comfortable in what they're doing. That's why now they have taken over the kill lead.
Sure enough, I mean, when you look at skill ability as well, you want to go to a point where this Mei Yin's not going to be able to affect you for far too much, even if she tries to engage at a certain late game skirmish. And now, battle for that Azure, it will be quickly taken out by the members of Pause Gaming. Well, they will now try to circumvent any form of rotation inside the jungle while causing a little bit of stir down bottom. Great split formation, but yet again, that mid turret, so long as it stands, MCE has got a lot of wiggle room to play around.
Yep, and you see the zoning coming out from the Kaiser, knowing that he is pretty tanky. He will definitely lead the charge here. Oh gosh!
What a snipe coming out! Springwake! He stood no chance, and he didn't really have to passive up. That was clear communication coming out of Pause, and just like that, this is just a free Tyrant by picking up the Yi Sing.
I did not expect that coming out from Pause, and it goes to show that they are still here to play. It is so even. I can't really even put a finger on it, on which team's going to take it from here. But we can speculate because right now the Tyrant buff is up, meaning that they are probably more comfortable with these engages. But I don't think MCE will let up, even though it's a 45.
Well, great catch coming in from the Nuwa against Xiao Yang, doing so much damage that it just obliterates Tone from even participating. And with the flank coming from Snow, they will secure 2 for nothing, getting a turret in exchange at the very same time. And here we go. Going for the knockup. That is not going to be easy to kick out that Byron while they still have that pressure now crashing up over the mid wave. Another Qualison's hit over onto their quarter. And this is just the power of a newer in great hands of control. Xiao Yang so far impressing every step of the way.
Okay, no Invincible Warrior for this Kaiser, so this is a free tower. Period. Can we convert this bottom tower? I think so.
They're definitely looking for it while they are trying to flush away more and more of these members. And look at those clean combos coming out of Xiao Yang. He will definitely have to respect all these Matrix boxes being dropped right in, or else he'll be zoned away from his own team or even running back to his base.
Yeah, that's true. And then Overlord's up for the taking as well. I don't know if the Primal Bond is still there. I think they might still need to reset here. They're comfortable with the mid-tier 3 tower already. So the Mayan is a menace, I'm just going to say. He's been coming in at least twice or thrice now to snipe out a low health member of MC in the backline. And she doesn't really need to rush to initiate things, right? Just because you have to Dune. You're more comfortable with sitting, playing around with your mobility. And just as I said, they will now start the Overlord.
Yeah, they are confident enough to be able to zone them away. Why not do both? Get the Crimson, get the Overlord, and just full send over onto the side of MCE. Now they got to back away as we're looking for a flank coming from Myosotis. Looking for an unruly plate or perhaps even Snow to be diving right through. We don't really see too much of a Yaria pick, but in this composition, it just works so well because you can shield either the marksman or even the Bayin that does want to jump into the battle. So it makes so much sense on how effective they pull this one off.
I don't really like a Yara that's consistently in your marksman just because like you existing could actually negate some skills first, right? And then you actually negate cooldowns when you jump into an ally. But in this case, I can understand why he wants to stay inside there. Because when the Marco Polo roaming gun somewhere, you can't keep up.
Looking for a flush right here. Myosotis slowly getting zoned away. And back to your point, since they managed to successfully defend some of all these vanguards. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think like a good Yaria player, a lot of people don't really like Yaria because like, oh, this job is just to be that babysitter out there for the marksman. That's not the case. You got to move around. And speaking of which, it's going to be a big catch over onto one. He's trying to get that annihilation all the way across, and they will still manage to stand tall. And this is where they chop right in, takes out the Byron, and is already out, down and out. No more room for them to breathe, but the minions are not in the way, so they can still fend off for now while they manage to find a catch, killing onto Xiao Yang. That's a big target that they've been able to take out, and still is a little bit of an overstep coming from Myosotis as the rest of MCE recovers from this skirmish. And here comes Fever Barrage onto 4. Are you kidding me? Triple kill on Adolia. YKK managing to hold it down for MCE.
Guys, magic damage Dolia. I'm just kidding. It's just coincidence. But hey, you're right. Triple kill. That's all that matters. Taking out 4 members of Pause. Yeah, they got all their towers down. Can they let up at least some kills? I think, yeah, sure. But I think you can't do this twice. That Kaiser came in hot again with the Invincible Warrior. I was worried where the Dolia was, but hey, refreshed already with the Celestial Melody. The snipe from the Annihilation does not get it. They do have their work cut out for them though, even though the kills are pretty much evened out.
Yeah, they thought that they could just brute force their way inside of the base, and slowly and surely, with them just juggling with all the aggro, it seemed like Pause kind of exhausted everything that they had and just put their bodies on the line while they don't exactly have any plans for escape whatsoever. So they can't afford to go playing so overzealously like you said. And here comes more aggression displayed. Splendor now being popped. Not enough to keep the duo alive. Myosotis will go in 1-for-1. That Baron goes down though. Then look at the flank coming in front of a Yi. But it is going to be a backdoor, or should I say the minions, to be able to finish the job because MCE was not paying attention.
Well, there's some Marco Polo there, by the way. I'm just saying. So he did manage to successfully backdoor. So shout out to him, realizing the win conditions. With all 3 towers are down, you have literally super minions. So yeah, well played. I think the pace, they understood. The objectives, they completed. And I feel that Pulse SG is on a good rate up right now. And MCE picked the a little bit of a, I won't say it's a weak comp per se. There's just a lot of boxes to tick when you want to win team fights, right? The Kaiser has seen some very good kills. The Byron manages to at least stay up a bit and just be part of a tanker. It's a sub tanker compared to the Kaiser, but in the end, it was just not enough. I feel like the pokes coming in from Pause, the lane control coming from them as well, and some pretty beautiful annihilation shots from Xiao Yang.
Yeah, it's pretty insane on how well he actually plays this new like all these combos. I mean, probably it will take a lot of hours to spam Nuwa in order to get it right, especially with a little bit of revamp on the kit. And you can see how many beautiful matrices she actually create in the battle just to be so disruptive. So definitely ample of this damage chunk is actually coming from not only what we saw coming from the Marco, but a lot of it is actually coming in from Xiao Yang.
That's why I'm saying it's not very hard to actually counter a Lung these days, because you just address the rest of the team and tank out some of their flaming palms, then that's alright. Half the team composition is to make up for the early to mid game phase, so marksmen aren't usually participating that much. So the rotations from Pause to always like clear out their jungles and then take these neutral objectives surmounted up to like what 4,000-5,000 gold consistently. So they realized that advantage and then they just started pushing. And of course, it's really difficult to deal with a Yaria Marco Polo combo, even though you don't get hit by the responding revolver, but you're always at the risk of a favorite barrage and a stun.
Yep, that's right. As we take a look at the kind of tempo that the rest of Pause has been playing, they're very willing to throw their bodies on the line, despite it looking very clean in certain circumstances, and then they kind of overextended. Like, if we almost thought, hey, it was a 2-turret deep kind of dive, and they don't mind it so long as they always get more benefits rather than not. So certain times you kind of need to put yourself at risk, especially on that very final sneaky move on how they've disrupted some of the members of MCE from actually channeling their recall to get back into the base. So spot measurements being put into the right time, where it is definitely not too easy to usually catch on to Dua, right? Like, he's willing to say, I don't care about my perfect KDA. I just want to make sure I get that slot to the finals.
Yeah, not just that. I mean, like, so this draft-wise, Pause literally have it in the bag. The Dune supplemented the front line to the point where the Nua is free to just stay behind and put up all these matrices, potentially amounting to those mini stuns, right? Controlling the pace of the battle. Whereas like on MCE, you're pretty much looking at the likes of like people trying to do the actual front to back. I need to rush in, I need to stun people, knock people up, and then Yisin will lock them in place. But you know what was lacking? They were literally really lacking damage.
I would
had
certainly
the tank,
agree.
but they lacked damage.
Yeah, I felt like because of the sheer focus of trying to farm a little bit more of that gridlock, just to ensure that there is just about enough space for that Lung, it really felt like they couldn't really answer back when there is going to be pivotal exchanges, whether you're contesting for the Crimson or the Azure. And most often than not, because of those kind of circumstances, ideally, I mean, sure, you have a very powerful marksman on your side, but that is only going to be enough to only focus fire onto at max 1 or 2 targets, right? So it doesn't
that's
really
enough also
matter.
if you have farm. They didn't have time to farm. They just pushed up, you know. And then most of the time, who's getting the kills? It's your Kaiser pushing up forward with the Byron. So yeah, I wouldn't say it's a bad draft from MCE. It's just a very good place from Pause Gaming, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. I mean, draft-wise, I don't think it's actually flawed or so. It's just really the kind of activation that didn't seem to be hit into the right mark, right? Especially with the kind of tempo that some of the members of Pause have been playing. So that said, game 1, done and dusted. We are looking at a very firm lead that was slowly built up by the rest of Pulse SG, and you expect them to be playing with the same level of aggro coming into game one. But can the rest of MCE now match this kind of aggro? Because we are looking at them going for kind of stock standard composition where they're trying to answer blow for blow from the draft. I kind of want to see them when they do have the driver's seat right now. What do they do on the blue side?
Oh, well, the first picks do matter in this case here, and in the statistics of Asian compositions in Honor of Kings Asia, Red Team has the higher win rate from what I understood, just because I think they are more comfortable with picking response picks. Yeah, you get prior pick, sure, but every prior pick can be countered if you want to, right?
Yeah.
So in this case here, it is still also standard draft pick. It is not global ban. So I just don't want to see like all 3-4 games gonna have like the same comps or something. We want some variety, right? But I think most likely than not, Byron is gonna keep coming into these 3 players because I feel like they like the early game aggression. But you have to worry because Byron falls off heavily in the late game.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. And what's even better is that you just suppress him early, which is why you have the lane swaps, right? With the Marco Polo lane bullying him, he could not really farm in peace. And when he does, you're just receiving pokes after pokes after pokes. So I'm thinking of what is a good substitute for Byron. I mean, usually players will be answering with Sun Tzu when you see either a Mayin or maybe even Dharma. So I guess if you wiggle around that, it is going to be kind of tough to actually find something that truly supplements them. I think other regions, they also brought in Xiang Yu just to be that meat shield, and if they want to put damage onto you, you give it tenfolds.
I won't call it really call that a substitute. I'll just call that like a whole other plan, right? Because like for example, Xiang Yu, Byron, they achieve totally different things sometimes. But I love the likes of Xiang Yu because he's very disruptive, more disruptive than Byron, that I can say. I think we had the opportunity to witness one Xiang Yu. I could be wrong though. I don't remember taking down this, but it might not be the right game. Nah, I'm just kidding. It was a Sima Yi that was the off-grid pick on the first day.
Sima Yi class lane, probably not going to be the case, but it is going to be pretty much a similar manner of sequence. Mayin now being matched with the Byron, and then this time the big change is actually pay. Well, you kind of threw me off guard there.
I'm so sorry. When you had a window, you gotta seize it. But hey, good point. I want to talk about the Liang ban again. What's happening? It happened the first time. It's here again.
Okay, let me, of course, break it down very quickly. Liang, Princess Frost, bam. You get 1 ult, you get 2 ult, instant death. It's confirmed. Well, like a lot of all these comms back in the days, they run both of them, and just to ensure that it doesn't run, you just have to get rid of the Liang. And speaking of that, what's interesting to note is that we are seeing a first Ukyo Tachibana pickup in the jungle for Maelstrom, which is pretty darn interesting if you ask me.
I don't know. Would you like Ukyo in a jungle or a clash lane, in my opinion?
I definitely think that he offers a whole lot more in his kit when he's in the jungle, where sometimes you're kind of like a sitting duck when you are going up against a Byron, where do you really want to form up an exchange, especially when you have a pay on the opposite side? So ideally, I still think that jungle is definitely the place to be. He does have ways that he could just cancel off whatever kind of crowd control done to him if he could just, of course, lend some of his abilities. Meanwhile, we're looking at a lot of all these bans, but it still leaves the Zhang Fei open, so Spring Wake wastes no time to secure it. It is the typical double smite combination coming in for MCE, while we're seeing so many of all of these supports being locked away alongside with mid laners off of the list for MCE.
A Ming and Yara ban is interesting. Now, I feel like these are more targeted bans rather than general bans. Remember, I talked about Pause Gaming having a decent, I think it was a Ming Lady Sun kind of combination, right? So they're letting the Lady Sun go, but they are more worried about the support that comes along with the Lady Sun. So now this kind of opens a little bit more interesting drafts. If you don't have a Ming or Yara, what can you do? Maybe you just go back to defaults, right? Like give me a tank jungle and then just play front to back again. Yeah, Luban, they're just trolling at this point. There's no way you pick a Luban here.
Well, of course, he's just having fun, just circling around. But it's still going to be the Lady Sun that is going to be one of the best marksmen that's still left on the table. And I mean, you could even go for a lone, arguably, since this is a standard pick. So look at this situation. I think like they're trying to achieve pretty much a similar manner of execution on both Pause as well as MCE. What do you want to do? Get that hyper carry jungle to be activated, and then the rest is all about making sure that you just go in, follow through whatever these guys actually set up, and you still have some good flanks coming in from the side of the Clash laner. The only major difference that we're looking at here probably is going to be on the kind of utilities that both mid lane mages are bringing to the table. Sure, very utility, but at the very same time, there's bigger AoE impact coming from MCE, which I really do like moving into this match.
Saying Princess Frost would be very, very crucial here because she could disengage the Lian Po that's running into your face, right? Because when the Lian Po is tremor smashing, what would they do? They will be trying to follow up to that. So she could drop a preemptive Winter is here to prevent them from coming up. So therefore, you have a single Lian Po only coming in the back line and therefore punish him. You know what I'm saying? So I think both drafts here has its reasons, and I actually do favor both because they both achieve very, very different things.
Yeah, I would say in essence they kind of have pretty much same concept in general, where you could still run a front to back kind of a fight, or if you really want to go for huge battles, well, speaking of which, they're already making some huge jump onto Springwick. So
I got scared for a moment because I thought the minions were already dead, and then they started the fights. I'm like, no, it's just brush fights, you know. They ain't in a rush in the brush.
Not at all. Keep the punts running as we are diving very late into the night. I have not seen daylight, it feels, throughout the entire circuit. But anyways, over on to the top portion where we're looking at a 3-man haul slowly poking down this Byron. So pretty much the same game plan. Wow! Look at the chunk of health just lost right through. Just phenomenal work coming from Feng Jie.
Yeah, he needs to go back and reset real quick. Having this lane swap is so good. Partly because the Mayin, I think it goes well with the DNJ. Vaulting over and actually getting a stun will actually drop him down to like half health, right? So I think they realize the danger, MCE, so they will funnel the Zhang Fei back to support him.
Yeah, can I quickly talk about the jump pad on how effective it is for the early game span for you to just quickly recover back on track despite, you know, losing maybe 1 minute or two. At least, like, you can still keep up to the tempo, so that's actually not too bad running for the moment. Especially over onto the bottom lane, it is going to be this Mayin where she does have some escape tools with her Flea if you just tap your second skill twice. So
I forgot that sliding stones from Yixing actually gives vision. So they do have a lot of good pokes, and also for Scout, whereas Princess Frost's first ability also has a Scout. So this one really comes down to the catches here. But I'm more concerned about the pay because that one you really need a lot of time to come online. And also you have to balance that time with early aggression.
Yeah, good point. I mean, vision control is absolutely vital, and when we take a look at the pressure mounting over on the bottom, this Mayin is having a tough time trying to clear out the wave as she actually goes in for the full engage, going for the beautiful now, forcing the flash away, coming in from Dome, and he's boxed in with the wall is my board, and it's a recommitment coming from Snow. Not quite enough. Perfect work from the side of YKK, zoning him onto the opposite side, and that's first blood for MCE.
That's a crucial shield if I seen one. Guys, he baited him. Lovely first blood. Great control coming out from MCE. Realizing the extent that they could push and then baiting the mine in, and then we are still not done.
Yeah, literally leaping savior while over on the top course. They did not manage to take down the Lady Sun. Despite channeling Winter is sure, they will still zone them all completely. But Jay says, I'm not done yet. I will just ensure I will still get all the gold to be funneled over on my back pocket. While they have the Ukyo to be slowly zooming over on the top portion. So the longer that An stays, he might be on the tread to speaking of which, it is still Spring Wake that's going to be around the corner, so it's going to be a-okay.
Yeah, I know Lady Sun has no need to really go back because he has the healing view and she has a little bit of life steal there. And this tower not only is looking likely to go down, but not having the minions and Pei unfortunately showed himself. So now at least they know where the jungle is to avoid that if they wanted to.
Yeah, very, very clean execution so far from the side of MCE, and looking for a little bit more of a zone control as Qinlin will be able to at least deny a lot more of that space for them to get that free access into Tyrant. Well, the Zhangfei is going to do the same. This is where we're going to have to see if this is going to be a big catch as they hop over onto Spring Wake, dropping it the Trevor Smash in the perfect time. While the board comes in, it is YKK trying to cause a stir just to create a line, just to hold them all back. MCE to go 1-for-1 so far, but pause. I believe there's still a lot of all these ults that they could basically put to good use for them to maybe stash away with the Tyrant.
I think that's a successful ambush so far. You know, having a Lianpo kind of come up in your face is pretty dreadful, especially when that is your mage, right? So they do tie up the kill score, and as you see, some of these pro teams, they, depending on the situation of the game, they don't usually go for these dragons because they cannot promise that the lane would always be in their control. And after all, Pause SG lost their early tower down there already, so they're not really comfortable to push this up when the creeps are not there.
If they really want it, they will just fully commit to it at this moment. They will just let this one slide towards the favor of MCE. Meanwhile, working something over on top portion of the map, Maelstrom is maybe a little late as it's going to be a Byron that's beefy enough to soak in all that kind of pressure. Now, with pretty much the Primal Bond up online, we're looking at both junglers completing the Acts of Torment.
Okay, for what it's worth, the kills aren't really too far apart here, and both teams are still hungry for some damage. Burst Rap again committed good flash.
Yeah, Tremor Smash landing over onto a couple of members, but that's going to be an overextension if they were to commit as well. So smart enough not to really put their bodies online. All it takes is Spring Wake to drop in, and speaking of which, it is over onto the side lanes instead to their tongue. He's just trying to poke and prod with On, arriving over back, trying to take this kill over on the Qinglin. The board does not land perfectly, but he's absolutely zoned up. That's 2 kills for MCE.
That's great movement coming from An. If you looked at the Byron, you could see how he was navigating around the towers, and Pause wasn't actually even responding to that. He was just waiting for his skills to come off cooldown and eventually secure the kill onto Qinglin.
Yeah, beautiful work overall. Like, it was great responses coming in from both ends to try to really create a little bit more of that zone. While as much as MCE came up on top on those kills, they did lose 1 turret in that exchange, so considered it worthwhile where both sides are pretty much balanced, while MCE is just slightly ahead in goal with 1,000.
Yeah, 6 minutes in and only 1 tower down for each side. I consider this even. What even am I looking at here, Contra?
Well, what even are you looking at? A lot
Isn't it odd?
Well,
Okay,
not too odd, because when I'm looking at the pickoff happening over mid, where one kind of was caught off of position, and that just allows that free reign of control, just stacking every single goal in their pocket, raiding into the jungle. But YKK tries to create a little bit more of that space for An, as that's a Byron that they're fighting on, and just like that, T2 goes down.
I just realized Maya Sotis is literally just walking around. He's slashing in and out and no one's there to stop him, which is hilarious. I mean, he's only level 11. Winter is here committing, but still, no need to follow up.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy catch if you're just blindly throwing out that Winter's here. I mean, sure, you cleared off that wave, but it could be in a better effect where if the enemies are actually fully committing. Speaking of which, commitment coming from Snow, going for a knockout, just like that! Cleans up Dung where he knows even if you flash, you're still going to be taken out while the battle continues on. Where Qinlin is looking for a little something in return, but that is not going to be a perfect Tremor Smash for him to land.
I just want to say that you talked about the Winter is here, right? It's better to be used in a team fight, yes, for sure. But she's doing exactly what I'm saying. She has to use it defensively to disengage the enemy team. So at no point of time that she's in a favorable spot to actually use that to supplement the team fight potential. So until they get ahead of the kills, those Winters here is almost always going to be defensive.
True enough. Well, it seems like this Byron has been pretty pesky, just opening up over the bottom side of the map, keeping the Mayin occupied, while the rest of Paz is looking to find a way to stop him from doing even more structural damage, and they fumbled that kill over to Fengje. It's a little bit of a big punish if you ask me. I mean, he can't be let off so easily, so great answers coming from Paz.
No, actually, I think what Byron did was correct. He needs to split up Paul SG, alright? He was doing the solo push, but then the rest of his team MC tried to come up and, support him, whereas they could be up about and doing their own objectives.
Ooh, leaping Saber back into safety. I certainly agree. I mean, it's just sometimes you can do it cleanly, and I guess like he kind of overcommitted right there, knowing that he doesn't really have to meet him with, so he's just got to buy time, and he definitely caught the attention of the rest of it, creating a little bit more net space. I kind of wish that MCE kind of capitalized on that, because that Overlord's been sitting there for a very long time. None of these teams have been able to really land a firm hand onto it. Meanwhile, big catch! Oh, Spring Wake! He just got knocked up into control, and that Traverse Pass lands over a tree, and it's go time for Pause, as they got pretty much locked right through with Snow, dropping right through with even the rest of the members of Pause to be running them down. Meanwhile, Tong survives out of all that commotion, but there's still 2 members remaining, knocking on the doors down bottom.
I said that would have almost been an ace, by the way. That Jet was so low. And it's all thanks to the initiation from my Sotis, by the way. That stun, impressive. Not just opening up for the instant kill of Frost, but then he goes backline and lands a beautiful 2-man stun even. Literally, what even is that? It's so hard to see a Ryuko that's just coming in out of nowhere, and suddenly the kill lead is starting to grow. MCE, they have to really keep forcing these macro plays, otherwise right now every single objective is going to go in his way of Paul SG.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to look at that sequence of knockups, right? Like, you have Ukyo jumping right through it, and then right now they're still contesting over onto the Overlord, while Diddling will falter! Oh, that output was absolutely insane while this goes in for a big fang, and that is Xiao Yang securing it! And this time, make no mistakes, they are looking for the A's. Chasing it right through, but it is a very beefy target, and they will still secure the triple for Fengje, and now all hope might just be lost, as they will now make their parade into the base and put this one to match point.
The MVP of the entire engage was just Yixing. A 3-man! World is my board. Coming to supplement the damage is both the Lady Sun and the Ukyo. Wow, you just see how much damage those 2 guys were dealing. That was a full health Zhang Fei that they chased all the way to their base and actually killed him. What does that tell you? Now that is what I call a significant lead.
And initially it was so close where they're just 1k apart. Now it is snowballing out of control, where they're already about 6,000 up ahead. Not much for them to defend either way, so a lot of all that map fire has fallen off of the favor of MCE. I just feel like this kind of combo setup with multiple knockups is just so difficult to deal against, because you can't really cleanse it even if you do run a Purify or any form of items. You just gotta ensure that maybe you have the Sage Sanctuary up so that you have a second chance, and that might even be too little too late.
And I want to just say something again. It's Pei. We didn't see a lot of kills. It's difficult right now. She's falling off drastically, and they already lost towers from top and mid, by the way. Yeah, that Pei would have been better if it was doing a lot more rotations and movements about, but yeah, we don't see that. Oh.
Yeah, Royal's my board now, clipping into place once again, and it's just a huge slam! Abdon coming in from slow, diving all the way back. He will be traded off in return, but it seems like they will just go on and tear a rampage for Fengje, and they make damn sure that they're going for the finals as they secure themselves the match point. One more game to go for Pause to ensure their slot for WKL League.
Guys, first you slam, then you dunk. Okay? That's literally what happened in the final skirmishes right there. I feel like MCE just crumbled. OSG literally had everything under control. Both game 1 and game number 2 as well. They've set in sights, yeah, for this grand finals here. I have nothing much to say. The initiations, their controls, their timing, everything's just so good. I would want to say the MVP was the Yi Sing all along. His boards were insane.
Yeah, I mean, I've not seen such a perfectly executed Yi Sing for so long. Xiao Yang, every mages he touches, he just ensure that he show you the golden excellence of what he can bring, and that's kind of like mid-diff, you know? Like, you take a look at Spring Wake, ideally you want to make sure that, yeah, the split gets going if things are allowing you to, of course, rotate around the map. But the moment that you were to commit to a fight, it doesn't really matter whether if that Winter is here was there. You saw how swiftly they navigated, jump all the way to the back line to always find this DRNJ. It was just so difficult to navigate. It's hard. Like, by then, their focus will be all over the place, regardless of the situation.
Yeah, I feel like MCE was always in, you know, they were in the passenger seat. It was not in the driver's seat, right? They couldn't put anything forward. Partially, they always felt like they were missing somebody. And that's Pei. So we haven't seen him come up on screen. Not even once, if I can recall, right? Whereas the cameras always on pause. Every single member has achieved something there. If you don't, if it's not Ukyo or Lady Sun chasing them somebody, it's just Mayin just whatevering behind just to get some sort of control. Yes, she got baited out early game, but at that point she's just like, it's charity. We'll just take the game instead.
Can we also make a count for how many knockups do they really have in their kit? I mean, exploit weakness, if you want to go for a defend by attacking, that's coming from the Mayin already, right? And then you take a look at this Lianpo. I mean, it's just a little bit of an overdose. We're not even down to the Yi Sing yet. He's got his board, he's got his second ability, so
yeah,
it's a little overwhelming, which is why I see this to be panning out the way that they really wanted to. So it kind of eases the execution a little bit, so this Ukyo can just go for a free dive. And I mean, this guy, he's just so effective, right? To the point
I'm gonna one-up you. I'm literally gonna one-up you by saying that you said there's a follow-up for Ukyo. No, that guy was in by himself. Yeah. It wasn't even a start-up by the Lianpo, by the way. He's just in. I was having my doubts for Ukyo because more often than not, he kind of ends up being like a Pei. If you don't get those early kills in, suddenly he just falls off late game. His damage, his slashes don't really do that much. But because yes, they are late in the game already, but it's also how behind MCE actually is to allow this pick to work. So right now, really, MCE is just one game away from literally dropping. Yeah, they've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, by now, I'm not too sure. Even if you're trying to save strats for that lower bracket, I mean, it's exhaustion kicking in at the very same time, right? Like, running into this hour of the night, where you gotta really form something in return to be able to kind of outdraft some of the members of Pause Gaming. And I could clearly see why a lot of the fans, they've been, of course, supporting Pause true and true, because they just have a really clean form on what they really want to achieve. From the draft, it's already very telling. Although, initially we're thinking, oh, Ukyo, why exactly is the case? And then, yeah, I think, like, it answers by itself by just proving what he's worth in this match.
Yeah, I agree. So that's why we need this break to also reconvene and for MCE to come up with a good plan. We will be right back after this break because they do need it, and I believe so do you guys. Don't go anywhere. More lower bracket finals right after this.
Upper.
He takes damage. The longer he charges up, the higher the skill's damage and recovery effect. With his skill 2, Bai Chi drags enemies within range to him, damaging and slowing them at the same time. This skill deals grievous damage. Bai Chi's ultimate is a crowd control skill. With it, he leaps to the target location and taunts enemies in range, simultaneously dealing damage and enhancing his recovery.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter-sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life I've feared nothing, except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Here we go. Potentially our last match of the night. If Pause will be able to secure one more game in the bag, or could it be a grand reverse sweep that will be churned out from the likes of MCE? It's about time to find out, and within a minute and a half. I mean, Zeno, what a day it has been, and we're looking at some of the finest of the WKS region really showing very promising signs from the teams hailing from the qualifiers.
That's why I'm all here for it, right? I started yesterday and now it's day 2 with you already. So if you guys don't know, by the way, that's right there. That's actually Contra, okay? My beautiful, handsome man, and yours truly, Xenoviper. It's been a long day. It's already 10:30 p.m. in this region here. Of course, Myanmar's going to be one region back or something. Hong Kong maybe too. But yes, one more minute in, and it's going to determine whether this will be a clean sweep or if MCE is going to start to mount a comeback.
Yeah, it's a lot of big questions to be answered by the rest of MCE. Do they have that stamina still intact for them to go in for a very, very long run of the night? Because now they have to treat this as a single game elimination format from here on, and if it can basically strike 3 times to match up and break out the momentum that's being built from Pause SG, then only we're onto something. Because last game we saw some promising signs in the early game, but yet again it's Pause SG that once again overwhelms their jungle, where towards this extent that pay was not working out. So scratch that, they don't even have to consider it bad. But what if Pause Gaming picked it up?
I actually said, by the way, it's important for MCE to kind of like identify the characteristics of Pause Gaming, right? And 2 games in, I'm pretty sure they know what they're going up against. They just can't find a way to break in. So Pause is literally just rolling on with them, right? These really, really aggressive picks really showing a lot of work. And I think that MCE just crumbles in terms of their formation. Why not double down and really go for something that's super, super formation heavy?
Yeah. Probably. And when we look into the bans, I was expecting them to drop that Lang ban because there's bigger fishes to fry, right? Well, at the very least, now MCE, they actually do get that priority if they want to get themselves a better type of clash lane to secure. But I feel like they're comfortable with the Byron. The Byron wasn't exactly the issue. We're expecting changes coming in for the jungle as well, where bans pretty much stock standard. So Mayin is going to be stolen away from Snow for the very first time.
Yep, very first time is correct, because Pause Gaming did have the Mayin all game round. So let's see how MCE will kind of use Mayin to traverse the terrain. They will respond back with the Byron and the Yi Sing pick. This time around, I think they are... did they have the Byron earlier? No. So
it was the opposite.
Yeah, so but they do get their hands on the Yi Sing again. And as you know, Xiaoyang's been playing a pretty insane Yi Sing so far. Yeah. I'm worried.
And, you know, I'm definitely concerned whenever this Yi Sing pops up. Okay, what counters a Yi Sing? Something that can either fully erupt and just burst out his passive, just to leave him a little bit more vulnerable. Known counter is Dr. Ben, but at this rate, you definitely don't want to pick a Dr. Ben. This is not your typical rank game for sure. So, Spring Wake, he's going to secure the Lady Zhen. I think like this is a very good answer where you kind of want to form pretty much not only a utility mage to catch people out. And just as I suspected, I kind of knew that Pause is going to be up to take on that pay, and he will secure it. In exchange, they secure the Dune for themselves.
I don't know why I feel about this, but I really think that Pause Gaming can execute that pay much better. So I'm just going to see how this works out, right? And that's going up against the Dune as well. I actually like the drafts from MC a little bit better right now because they also have the damage to supplement once Dune goes in. That's coming in from the Lady Zhen. Second phase, bans coming in here already. We do see the Dollar being banned out along with the Dia. Both teams need some semblance of a good roam, I say. Whether it's a soft roam or a tank roam, that's going to be a different question for sure.
Yeah, but then again, when we talk about this pay pick, right, you still have a lot of disruption coming in with heavy crowd control, whether if it's the Unruly Blade or even, you know, Ocean Tears Flowing Side, you name it, there is something to kind of handle this pay, so it isn't all too overwhelming for the side of MC just yet. So they gotta ensure that they won't be responded with more of all these heavy crowd control like we saw. So without the Dia, you are essentially removing a lot of combinations of knockup already. and at least securing that Mayid on their side. You don't really have to worry too much about the Byron other than those kind of split pushes that they will implement onto the side lane. So they gotta be very careful on this one.
I don't know how the Zhang Fei just slipped by. They just banned as much ranks as they can. Okay, Yara was there. I was concerned whether they were considering the Sundin pick even, or you know, for what matters worse, we haven't seen a not Diao Chan. We haven't seen a Da Qiao either, right? So we kind of really like switch up the pace of the game as well. Considering we have jump pads too, it could really go crazy, right? So it seems like they want to go back with the basics. Back to basics will be the Marco Yaria combo, and I think Pulse Gaming this time they are switching around and taking the D-Ren Jie for the very first time as well.
All right, instead that might just be a Showyue, and yes, indeed it is. Okay, now things are getting even more interesting because whoever this page jumps on, you could just absolutely get that snipe down. So a lot of poke potential, a lot of burst potential at the very same time for the side of Pause. But is this a little overzealous on the draft? Because this is just doubling down on playing that early game to perfection. If it's anything less than flawless, then I do think that Maelstrom Catalyst, they can still really scale very well back in the game. So I want to see how this one pans out. You did talk about Showyue being played out with some succession. I believe Pause might just be on to something in return. So we shall see. Potentially a final matchup. Maelstrom Catalyst hoping to put a dent to this streak that Pause is currently on. So let's see what does this time allow for the rest of MCE to perhaps reap certain rewards or crumble into the lower bracket.
Okay, well, I kind of agree with this pick here because if he is successful in controlling the early game pace, that gives out room for the Showyue to farm. And Showyue is a late game demon, is what we call it. But I don't know whether they want to bring it into the super late. So right now, I would agree. OSG has like some angles covered. You know, they're not really committing full early or full late. And see how MCE is going to respond to that, because in terms of draft, I do like MCEs a little better.
Yeah, then again, look at the out of range as well as poke over onto the corner, almost clipping down on for first blood. Well, you gotta give it to Bunjie on his accuracy, just landing all those shots in return. So it is going to be a little bit of exchange over the top side, having a little bit of fair check and balance. So I would say that the rest of MCE, eventually you will want on to deal with this Showyue who's absolutely immobile. I mean, arguably he does have his ult for maybe a little bit more of that space to be made, but other than that, relatively they do have the tools to actually catch up to the Showyue.
I think it's really down to this Mayin here. Only Mayin has the real capabilities to really go back and flank the Showyue. So you really have to force Showyue out of hiding, namely probably with the Marco forcing in or Dune with the Unruly Blade, right? And so far, Mayin has always been, no pun intended, the wild card of a lot of teams here. Either she's very good at initiating or she's very good in like just coming in and cleaning up the mess.
Fair enough. Well, a little bit of a tussle for the River Sprite as the rest of Pause SG will be able to further gain a little bit more of that goal as well as EXP injection. But even so, I mean, we're not expecting big fights to be erupting over onto the top portion for the time being. Just a little bit of a safety net just to ensure that this Byron's going to have a decent time on the laning phase while just having a little bit of pressure to keep this Marco Polo underneath the turret. Speaking of which, oh, that's a beautiful first blood from An, diving in, catching Milestones.
I kind of wonder how he actually got caught. I wish we had some sights on them earlier, but I don't think there's enough, I would say, reinforcements to come and re-aggress. So Pulse Gaming will actually have to back off. That's why I said I like MCE's draft. Can they convert this into the first win? We're just gonna have to see. Now, with the first blood going on in their hands, they are going to extend their gold lead just a little bit. Maybe wait for these dragons to come up online. After all, that was the first time that Pei showed his face on the map and just got obliterated.
Yeah, I think they were just reading some of the movements out there, or just trying to track where exactly he started, and just like that, taking a little good guess onto he actually jumps on. Meanwhile, great launch with the Bull is my port, and that secures it for the Yiseng. Xiao Yan once again showing dominance and prowess onto the mage that he plays. even despite MCE trying to form a little bit more of that retaliation, they were too late for that.
I would say that both these teams technically know how to play with each other. It's just somehow MCE always falls short a little bit. Like micro play wise, I definitely have no doubt with these two teams, right? So in terms of like the grand scheme of things, the big picture, literally the macro. So now I think they do want to address the lane control first before committing to any of these dragons. They will snipe off this Crimson, thank you very much. But with the Byron just giving a little bit of says, ooh, that's a big stun.
So they still actually lands the smite, so it will be a big blow over on the Snow, forcing him to flash away into safety while they do get the catch over onto Springwing. They will exert even more of that pressure, catching out the Yaria, and just like that, overextension from the rest of MCE, and once again trading right back, and comes in, diving right through, just takes out the Showwave, but it's not just enough for the exchange. Rest of Pause Gaming is in the firm control.
Okay, definitely could tell that they might have wanted to start the Overlord there, but nah, I think the overextension was correct, even though Mai got a pretty good kill for himself and got scot-free. So that was the cleanup I was talking about. You caught the marksman, sure, but then now you had to really worry about how the mid-game phase is going to go, especially now we are going to the 5-minute mark.
Enough, and you always need to handle this Byron always on that split as well. So now they get the party onto securing that Tyrant if they really wish to do so. Getting a little bit of vision done, it seems like they do take a slight notice that they are starting to work onto that Tyrant, but they don't seem to have just about enough manpower, so they will try to form an exchange. Tyrant goes over to the hands of Pause Game.
I'm still trying to see how to dictate the pace.
Oh, Snow getting caught out! Oh, he just expends everything in return. 4 members just for 1. I think they will take that exchange. I mean, just tap out of it. While they are forming up mid lane with a jump over onto Springwake. They zone out this Lady Zen. Not quite enough to clear out the wave, so it is going to be pretty much even up while they secure themselves a T1 up the Clash lane.
Okay, I'd say MC is definitely doing much better, arguably, this game compared to the first 2 games as well. You can see the movements, they are actually achieving things, right? Either by getting dragons or like defending. Yes, they did lose out the tier 1 tower up at mid, but that's not the end of days because they got the top instead. So now they will group, spot out this Lee Sin in head, but I don't think they do have the Unbridled out first. Yeah, they don't.
Really played just to close the gap. It is still going to be Maelstrom that does actually secure the Crimson while they actually get a beautiful catch over on the Funche. This is just a big trap being set by the rest of MCE, knowing the perfect timing for the Crimson. Just like that, I think it's pretty much worthwhile while they're already knocking on their doors, going for another deep dive this time around, launching them up in the air. This is where it definitely is a big hustle, especially with the Overlord in hand. MCE now breaks open mid.
Okay, pretty good dive, I'd say. A lot of people would argue saying that, okay, let's just sit back, but they don't want that Vanguard to be killed. So a very good initiation from both Main as well as the Dune to come back, even though they didn't get any kills. But I really felt like the objectives were good. That just shows that MCE knows the right moves to take and forces them back a little more. So you can see that even Pause Gaming is showing that level of respect by not aggressing, knowing that those stuns might be too much for them to handle.
Yeah, if anything at all, like they should have expected a certain retaliation or members to be ready if there's going to be any form of counter measurement on that Crimson Invade, right? So I think like that exchange still pretty much is a 50-50. It's just maybe a little bit more worrisome for the rest of Pause Gaming because of the Overlord that has been secured prior to that. So I think the timing definitely looking so much better on how MCE has been rotating all around, where whenever if a member falls, they will ensure that they will find something in return. So all hope is not lost just yet. MCE, as a matter of fact, just based on this current draft that I have mentioned, they definitely have ample opportunities to go for catches, and that's kind of what they've been doing after all, whenever there is a certain avenue for that.
Okay, and that's MCE side. I'm going to speak a little bit on Paul's gaming side as well. We saw the pay actually come into some of these really, really sketchy skirmishes. And I'm not sure if he died. He only died first blood, but the rest he actually did come in and do damage, and he wasn't killed. So Shouyue still needs time to at least rack up some of those important items before he can start auto attacking, right? But so far they know their win condition. Their win condition is actually the Shouyue. They have to literally protect him at all costs. So the positioning is important, and it's up to MCE for their next move on the chessboard. Can their Mayin find the Shouyue? Can the Marco Polo get a really, really crucial Fairy Barrage?
Yeah, I think that has yet to be really fully channeled in that sense. Of course, it is a tough angle for them to work with for multiple of all these pick-off kind of angle, which either really puts this Marco in a huge threat or so. And going back into that, I guess like we'll have to see on whether if there's going to be direct contest for either objectives for him to channel through with the huge Fever Barrage. Other than that, I guess like they're just shaking hands. It's like, okay, if you're going to go for the Tyrant, I'm going to be going for the Overlord and vice versa. So looking into how things have been played out, I'm not too sure if they're regretting this Shoyu pick just about yet. I think like Shoyu, you will have a lot of all these, of course, pros when it comes down to early game laning, especially when you do some lane swaps. Now that it's already mid game, you kind of want to find a safe measurement to just, scale to that late game where he becomes untouchable.
I don't know if like MCE's lineup is a little bit worrisome because they got the Marco Yara combo. If it was just something different, they could actually have a game plan to play towards the later phase, because having a Marco Yara means that you want to really peak mid-game-ish, right? Whereas Pause Gaming, they're also strong in that mid-game just because you have the Pei and the Byron coming into your face. So would you say that both these teams have similar tempo? I kind of agree. So it really, really comes down to not just macro, but also micro. And right now, I haven't seen too big of engagements from this Marco Polo yet. Is he just being worried that you'll be catch up by Yixing or the Byron? Possibly. I don't know. I half the time, I'm not really seeing where the Yara is either.
Yeah, to your point, like they're absolutely mirroring off each other, right? In the form of responses, the way that they actually rotate over the map to ensure, whether if they open up that mid is just to amplify the kind of tempo. So in terms of execution, maybe the rest of MCE have been able to bounce back up a little bit more because of the pressure coming in from the waves that's being stacked alongside with the Overlord that was taken earlier. So maybe that prio onto the Overlord may mean a whole lot more throughout who really gets those big advantages into majority of these skirmishes, because right at this moment, when we move right back in, pleasure to, of course, resume the match. It really feels like, sure, MCE, they don't really need to take too much to get activated, whereas you gotta let the rest of Pause Gaming cook.
Okay, cook it is, but they have to realize that they are still down 0-2. MCE. Well, let those towers, let those vanguards, push them up. Hay is starting to fall off already very soon if he doesn't secure more kills by either split pushing, alright, to force some aggression there, or participate in team fights.
You're absolutely right on that one. Well, Tomes, he got himself pretty much stuck with the board, locking it right underneath the turret, and that is not going to cut it. And that's perfect execution coming from Xiaoyan to be able to snatch one of the core targets. But does that actually put them into risk? They're falling so low. He does have the passive to keep himself alive, maintaining a little bit more composure at the same time.
Wait, that passive was not even triggered.
Wait,
he was just alive. Yeah,
he
did not trigger the passive. He did not trigger the passive. I was looking at it and I'm like, yep, the Yara bolt is coming. No, it's not enough. That's crazy, by the way. The words by board literally caught just at the tip of the corner for Toes, and he just got wiped. Now, the kills are even. So even though it's not the Pei really doing too much work, the rest of the team is just really supplementing the aggression that they need to maintain tempo in this game.
I absolutely agree with that. I mean, they do know that there is going to be a lot of pressure along with this pace, so if they're just gonna overcommit and tunnel vision to catch this member out, it's gonna be pretty huge. On does actually get a glimpse of their rotation over top side, and I believe this is gonna be a big catch that we're looking at, where they're hopping over on the Feng Jie. Feng Jie does manage to quickly escape without needing to pop a flash, so it's pretty much still clear, but it may result into a sequence where Pause will be losing that priority for this upcoming tower while they secure another turret down over onto the bottom end.
I'm trying to really think that where would this go, and I want to give a shout out to Xiao Yang to check these bushes with the sliding stones, because that's where he spotted the Mayin, right? Oh, so this time it was a board that did not connect. One in a green moon, I'd say, for Xiao Yang. But now they realize that the board is down. Would they want to aggress? I think they're more comfortable with that.
Yeah, true enough. That's the first time I've heard of green moons, by the way. Well,
I'm colorblind.
Okay. Guess why?
Actually.
So have you been looking at a green team all along?
No. There's a lot of nuance to being colorblind, but guys, trust me, my vision is not the topic today. But speaking of vision, though, are they tunneling too much into just literally trying to get these kills? But problem is, though, if they're just tunneling, sure, take advantage of the enemy tunneling as well. Just break them apart, just start split pushing. When they're forced to respond to you, just go back. I feel like a lot of these teams so far we've seen only gets comfortable with these big 5 versus 5 clashes. They gotta realize that how much potential you have to really split this capability.
They're hopping on board, trying to actually take out the support. Qingli does survive with the outburst. Well, that is going to be a free Overlord stashed by the rest of Pause SG. Despite the vision gained from the side of An, I was certainly surprised as to why some of the members of MCE did not really maneuver towards that top portion of the river, and they had other plans instead.
Yeah, plans is one thing, but like time is also ticking as well. I'm still always very interested to see how Pei fares in the later phases of the game. I know we spoke a lot about Pei, but you have to understand sometimes these like so-called high-level picks has a reason why they're picked. Similar like a like a Jing or a Lam, right, or a Lan Ling. So now it's getting to a point where if Pei wants to start swiping in, once he gets CC'd, he's pretty much done for already, and that's your main junker out of the picture. Especially now when MCE does have the Tyrant buff, they have to be extra careful if they do want to engage.
Yeah, MCE is putting them on a little bit of a chokehold. Despite them securing the Overlord, it doesn't seem like there's much that they could actually offer with this retaliation, especially with An diving all the way to the back line. Now the passives pop. They get that shutdown onto Xiao Yang. Got what they came for, and just broke open mid pretty loosely. While it's a little opposition, he tries to look for the Unbridled Outburst to try to zone them away. That snipe does not land, and this is why it has been tough for them to execute their plans for Pause SG. The only thing going for them are some of the waves crashing through top as well as bottom.
I'm actually confused as why they disengaged there, because Qinglin still had the Unbridled Outburst up. He was in, like, he's big and dangerous. And they were all there, but just Pei decided to just head on up there. I think that was a little bit questionable, but only time will tell to see if this really just punishes them in the end. Feng Jie did manage to get his hand onto the Zuri Golem, but I think they're just comfortable to back off.
Sure enough, well, that is a chunk of damage displayed coming in from Dungs while they have him pretty much caught out of position. That is quickly maneuvered away as he could just hop over with his spell, while the rest of these members of Pause for the moment, hoping to see if they overstep their welcome. And at this moment, it's going to be a one big fight for them to see if they could just close out the series from either side. So everyone's pretty much on their toes. That board's not hitting onto anyone, and this is go time. They go in, Unruly Blade drops right through, not really connecting. Qingli's not the target either ways, but here goes on, going in, trying to get the lockup, landing onto Xiao Yang, knowing for the fact he does not have the passive up. They will continue on. Unbridled Outburst now landed upon one. Not quite enough, but they turn the tides around as one is pretty much zoned completely from his team.
I would say Pause Gaming doing a very good job to kite the living hell out of MCE. Wow, they couldn't absolutely reach him. The Mayen was kited not once, not twice, but 3 times, forcing a flash as well. So now Pause literally does have the pace in their hands already because MCE just lost their Dune. One of the major frontliners is gone, and this pretty much could convert into probably a tier 3 tower break.
Yeah, now it's so tough for the rest of MCE to form up a little bit of that response. Here comes Feng Jie. Oh, the damage is good! And just like that, Springwake just got pretty much 100-0 in a matter of seconds. Now, it's just all the objectives available for Pause SG.
Is this it, guys? Is this it, girls? Is this it, ladies and gentlemen? Mid tower's gone. The gold deficit, even though they're similar, but the plans are all coming out together for Pause SG. They look to even reaggress. Tyrant buff again, taking Liberty's connect, and they're forcing MCE to leave.
And just like that, their plans were bought. They were hoping to form a 1-to-1 exchange with the Overlord. This time, Pause Gaming, they're looking to secure not one, but both of it. The Shadow Overlord is going to be marching all the way down, and this is where we want to see, do they have the answers to form up the perfect defenses where Pause is fully in control at the moment?
Yeah, what is Primal Bond, right? Now the Shoyu has reached critical mass. This doing so much damage. This Marco Polo is not going to put a dent in Pause Gaming at this moment. We haven't seen too much Favorite Barrage or even Resplending Revolver to do tick damage into even in their tanks, right? You don't really need to find critical kills. You just need to just whittle the tanks down. And right now, bottom tower, in dire jeopardy, and there's nothing much that MCE could do.
Not at all. Just waiting, biding time. If they could just full send it to clear off all of the vanguards marching down, then it might even cost their lives. But at this rate, it's all it or nothing. Their ticket to the league might just be jeopardized right now. While they do get the pick over onto Maelstrom, it's still going to be changed 1-for-1. And now here comes the board, locking only Springwake. But they don't really have enough for them to fully capitalize on this push with the Shadow Vanguards.
Oh, they're happy with just the bottom tier tower and a Mayin as a bonus. It's literally buy one, get one free today, guys. They literally understood the game plan from MCE, right? The Mayin has one job. Go behind and snipe out the Shoyu. And they were aware. So they literally just sniped her back out. Like, literally, Pause Gaming is so aware here that MCE, all their opportunities are closing one by one as their tower falls, as they lose lives. Oh man, this is so high of a hill for them to climb back.
Speaking of which, one now goes in for the face check. Snow's just going to be right in between his noses while they're trying to battle for the Crimson. I mean, at this rate, whatever you can get, you take it. Well, Pause actually stash away that Crimson. So it's all about ensuring that they have all these resources to be depleted. I mean, at this rate, maybe gold doesn't even matter anymore because everyone's hitting 50k. You've already said it, critical mass. Finally, we see some defensive stats coming up online. Pure Sky so late in the game. Wildly get another catch. This time onto Snow. This might just be it. MC, they have looked for any form of mistakes and they found one as they try to get Chinlin caught up as well, but he's going to be able to hop right out.
Yeah, losing Byron, I think that's just completely fine. They did not spot someone hiding in the little brush over there. So full combo, that by the first time we see a full... Ooh, am I in?
Still going for it. Just takes one more snipe, but that is going to be the Mayi that will be able to dash away though. Chinlin, this time in danger, under threat. Well, will be able to go in with the Leaping Savior to just farm up a little bit more of that spacing. But that is a marksman just full sending up against a Clash lane. Doesn't that concern you?
Wait, the biggest flex is that the Zhang Fei just stood there not moving and destroys the eye, right? Like, he could actually afford to do that. What's an auto attack? Just sit there, but they do get out the eye though, the sprite. So now, final contest, they do manage to steal this Tempest. They might have some hope there. They did not steal it.
No, and it puts one in an awkward spot. Here comes YKK trying to back him up completely, and just like that, being caught out. This is going to be goal time for the rest of Pause Gaming as they look to ramp up, taking two members down, while there is only one way for them to work with, and that is going to be the bottom lane. But is that enough, though? Big questions, as you still have this Marco, who still has the Fever Barrage up online. Both waves now crashing right through. This is the only opportunity that they need to seize, and we'll have to see it.
That the problem is there's no auto attacks reliable enough to take out this Zhang Fei. He's one tanky beast up in your face. He can literally face tank all the skill shots coming out from MCE, and there's nothing that MCE could do. When the Unbridled Eyeballs is still down, by the way, they want to capitalize, they should do it.
Oh, here we go. The board lands perfectly. It's a killing spree for Yi Xiao Yang. Do they even need the Shadow Overlord at this moment? It really feels like they could just find a certain way. Here comes the Fever Rush. They finally get the catch over on Funche, and this might just be a payback time. MCE, they now pounce upon them. Maelstrom is dangerously low. Well, they will have to give the Southface life for it. Now, MCE, they take over, but once again being responded back, where Snow pulls them all the way back. Is it gonna be enough? It seems like they will all slowly crumble to steal the safe Sandstream to buy a little bit more time. MCE, they found a window of opportunity to seize the Shadow Overlord.
But problem is the base, right? All towers are down means these are super minions. They have to funnel some people back. And it's unfortunate the Shadow Overlord just disappeared in 30 seconds time. That's where the Tempest Dragon is coming up. We've seen comebacks happen. If MCE does this, that will be one of the biggest comebacks up in this upper bracket run.
Yeah, there's no prior for the rest of Pause. They got to manage the wave. This could be good dips for the side of MCE if they want to put them under threat with the final objective up available. The Tempest arrives, so this might just be what literally was shown on our screen. The final showdown.
Yeah, Pei is still down. If you want to take it, they have to take it now. Or someone is just gonna backdoor. Are they doing enough damage? They should though, right? But here we go, the initiate is coming on.
Here comes the World is by board, locks onto the move, and Xiao Yang's being hopped upon. He will hop the Splendor to keep himself alive, and just like that, they regain that control into the pit, and this is where they manage to snatch it, and just like that, Pause, they will overturn this fight, and finally look to close it out. YKK backing away, they are still keeping themselves alive. Only one falters in return. Now, there's plenty of ways to clear out, but even so, that's pretty safe character being popped, diving right through. This is where this comes in for the party, and it's all said and done. It's Pause Gaming that will make it to the WKS League.
Yeah, Grand Finals, guys. That's your first slot secured already. Extremely well played. Coming out from these two teams, and it's just that Pause Gaming manages to edge it out to the end every single time. It's hard to even tell if MCE even snipes out the Tempest Dragon. Was it too little too late? But literally, it's the nail in the coffin if Pause has gotten the Tempest, and they did.
They were patient enough to wait for the rest of MCE to commit. Baited them into that choke point where that board just dropped so perfectly. I think like throughout the series, Xiao Yang have proved to be the best mage that we've seen so far throughout this qualifying stage.
I agree. I mean, his boards were on point and his positioning was great. When I say positioning is great, like how many times has he survived with the skin of his teeth? If you wind back the replay, I guarantee more than 5. And that says a lot because it contributes to the points, you know, that he's trying to make. And see, that's why it's MVP. Not to say that MCE didn't have windows of opportunity. They did, but they just couldn't find a way to come online here. The team fights were always going in favor for Pause, and it's been the same story these 3 games. It's always even out, and then Pause just edges out the victory in the end.
Yeah, we finally see MCE making the rest of Pause sweat a little more. I believe there was buckets being prepared right underneath wherever they're playing from, because that could easily tip over from that final fight where I was just questioning, okay, the Overlord's online, while Pause, they kind of were lying around over onto the high ground for a little too long, and just like take a look at the graph. I think this has been the craziest one we've ever seen throughout the qualifiers.
No, I agree. The back and forth was crazy. That's why Game 3, I said there was the semblance of MCE could have made a name out of themselves, at least just for one game, right? To start mounting the comeback, and then just Pause, just shut the lid onto them at the very end with the Tempest steal, of course, in fact. Yeah, it was just over at that very moment. I was just worrying even the pay could be falling off there. The question that was left unanswered, and it seems that the team was just good enough to supplement the damage, not really needing the pay that much sometimes.
Yeah, it's quite evident when we hit the late game where he was caught out a couple of times, and it was forced to basically just put pressure into the lanes and just literally fall back. And in that final skirmish, I think that he definitely knew what the party was. Find a way to get that clean wrap into the final objective, and just like that, they've been able to eventually come up on top, just overwhelming them, securing themselves pretty much what's necessary to just keep it on the wraps. So all in all, I think like that is just a little taste of what the WKS can offer. Hopefully we get to see more of that, but we definitely will be seeing so much more coming in from Pause Gaming, where they've made that deep run and so far not even dropping a single game in order to secure their slot.
Yeah, I mean, these teams are guaranteed the biggest chunks of the prize pool money already. Of course, the champions taking home $1,000 out of the 2,500. So MCE does have one more chance to face Pause SG and bring a redemption arc to them, or is it going to be Fearless Esports that will end the dreams of MCE? Regardless, we're gonna have a Hong Kong Grand Finals here in the qualifier WKS.
That's right, and with all that said, you guys definitely don't want to miss all of the epic battle for tomorrow to find out whether it's going to be Fearless or MCE that will be able to claim the very final spot and then give Pause Gaming another run for their money. So who knows? Now that all cards are pretty much laid on the table, they have just about enough data on how each team actually play. So perhaps for whoever's covering tomorrow, they'll have a lot of data to work with, and we'll see maybe shakeups of draft moving in, which definitely will be super exciting to witness.
Yep, Hong Kong Grand Finals, I think a lot of these fans would be super excited for, because that means it's guaranteed 2 Hong Kong teams that will join the Cambodians, the Laotians, and the Burmese up there in the top 8 to represent the the WKS official, right? So, by the way, tomorrow is the official Grand Finals. You and I would not be here, but it is an absolute pleasure to be doing this with you, Contra. So, yeah, with that said, I think that's actually it already. It's been a long day, right? So I'm going to say goodbye to the audience real quick before I wrap this up.
Well, of course, thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you guys follow HOK Esports on every social media platform so that you don't miss a beat at all. Till then, of course, thank you everybody from the production to, of course, Teamy, as well as everybody that made all of this possible. So that being said, we'll catch you guys tomorrow for even more WKS Spring 2025 Qualifiers Finals.
See you guys.